thank you all, the panelists who joined in for the inaugural session and all the audience. FICCI is back with again another major initiative with the Ministry of Electronics and IT on a very important subject called AI. And AI now, as I stand, and as it is known, we all have heard that AI has a lot of role to play in India. And there's a saying which says that India has a big role to play in the development of AI. So keeping that broad theme in mind and building on the partnerships, which has to work across multi-stakeholder groups, which includes the industry, government, academia, technicality, we have this conference which is being organized so that we all can deliberate, look forward to the next steps, and contribute in the development of the AI ecosystem. In my inaugural session, we have with us, we have the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. We have Mr. Abhishek Singh, CEO MyGov and ndia, Ministry of Electronics and IT. We have Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey. He is the president and CTO and CSO for Hansa Robotics, who has the privilege of creating the humanoid robot, the social humanoid robot called Sophia. And we have with us, we have the chairman for the committee, Mr. Virat Bhatia, and the co-chair for the ICT committee, Mr. Ambrish Bakaya. And also I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Secretary General, Mr. Dilip Shnoy. It is under his leadership and the guidance that we have been able to build up this initiative. And we really look forward to your inputs from the audience that how you want another things to be done. You know, as FICCI, we have been running AI webinar series. So this is another conclave which we have joined it with Ministry of Electronics and IT. And we look forward to your support to make it a great success and a feedback to further improve on. With this, I now request our co-chair for the ICT committee, Mr. Ambrish Bakaya, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Bakaya.
Thank you very much, Sarika, and welcome all to this inaugural session around leveraging artificial intelligence for building a new India. Maybe before I begin this, it gives me, great pleasure to welcome Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and would like to thank him for his kind presence over here and the support that he's providing. I would also like to, welcome Mr. Abhishek Singh with his multiple sort of roles as CEO, NEGD, CEO of MyGov and the Digital India Corporation, and would like to thank him also for the great support that he is providing by both being here as well as helping FICCI with this particular sessions. Also, I would like to welcome Sri Amit Kumar Pandey. He's the Chief Technology Officer and Chief Science Officer for Hansa Robotics, but also famously the creator of the Sophia robot, for accepting our invitation to be part of this important inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, the world is going through a sort of fairly tectonic shift. We are seeing, huge changes with technology adoption taking, us to the next level. We are now living even more so in the internet economy, where a lot of details are being done online, and it's really opening new frontiers for all of us. What's also really interesting is that this new technology, this new internet economy is extremely fast and rapid and ever changing. It's really truly global in nature and can impact citizens, all across not just India, but all across the globe. Perhaps its importance, which was always there, has been supplemented as a side effect by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen how digital transformation and the use of digital technologies has really had a huge impact, not just to businesses or governments, but also to individual citizens, and that's been an offshoot of this. But that sort of predicates the larger digital and the internet sort of ethos that we are talking about. For the current sort of program, we're looking at one segment of it, which is perhaps the most impactful segment, which is artificial intelligence. And all of us are aware of the implications of AI as well as machine learning, again on governments, but also around businesses. But here, during the day, we will hear from experts, technocrats, around how it can have its play in multiple industries and in multiple sort of situations. Uh, for background and perspective, there is a lot of research which is going on in India around artificial intelligence. And interestingly, I think the third largest number of research papers on AI actually emanate out of India. We all, and as part of our committee, we have a lot of the big names of the IT and ITES space, but we're also happy to say that startups are actually playing a significant role in this AI journey. And in India itself, we have more than 200 Indian startups, and the applications that they are working on are fairly varied, whether it's on natural language progressing, machine learning, or deep learning. And I'm glad to say that FICCI is involved in some of these areas along with METI. I guess what would be really important, and it would be great to hear from Dr. Rajendra Kumar and Shri Abhishek Singh, is how AI will have its impact in the government, and whether it's in terms of digitizing the government, but also in terms of offering citizen services, as well as taking forward citizen engagement. So we would also hear during the day about how implications on healthcare can actually come out from this, and the National Digital Health Mission is perhaps an example where AI could actually play out in the future. We would really look forward to hearing from in today as to the larger vision which both Dr. Rajendra Kumar and Shri Abhishek Singh have, and of course as a technology person, what Amit Kumar Pandeyji will like to talk about. Uh, I don't. It's along as all of you are aware. In February 2018, METI talked about an artificial intelligence sort of framework, and I'm sure with interactions like this, we will be able to interact more and more with METI, as well as with the government of India in how it builds out this landscape, whether it's in healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities, or infrastructure. All of these will provide that opportunity for us to try and take this forward. And as we have other platforms like Aadhaar, Jan Dhan, mobile, which are across and really large in scale, we really look forward to hearing about how the National AI platform can be taken forward to the next level. A lot of this technology is about collaboration, and I think that's really where FICCI can sort of play a role. And with committees like ours, we would love to continue to work with the government in this particular area. As Sarika mentioned, we have already been working in this space, and will continue to do so with our monthly webinars. We would also, during the day, look forward to hearing additional feedback and additional input about how the larger AI for good and the larger AI story, which is being driven by METI, but also by the government of India, can be taken to the next level. We really have a power pack program which is there, but for the next 45 minutes or so, we look forward to hearing all your views on how we can leverage artificial intelligence for a new India, which is what we are looking forward to. So welcome all the honorable dignitaries once again, and thank you for your time, and back to you, Sarika.
Thank you, Mr. Bakaya. Thank you for setting up the tool for the conclave, and I'm sure we'll do justice with the sessions which are planned during the day. With this, I will come to our next speaker. I don't think so he needs much introduction. I'll just say that we would be having now Mr. Amit Kumar Pandey, who is the President, CTO, and CSO for Hansa Robotics. As I mentioned, the creator of Sophia. So, we know, Mr. Pandey, that AI and robotics is a field which is going to affect every industry. And we see that lots of potential in India, definitely. Figures like 77 billion USD, a market which needs to be there by 2022. So that's the figures which is coming over. We'd like to hear your thoughts on this. What are things India can do and what we can build onto it? Over to you, Mr. Pandey.
Okay, thanks a lot. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so perhaps let me try to share the screen, and please interrupt me if my video is not good or if my sound is not good, so that I will at least try to reduce the bandwidth. Okay. Okay, so you can see the slides as well?
Yes, Dr. Pandey, we can see that.
Okay. Yeah, so I will be very quick on the introduction part so that we can focus on other aspects. So thanks a lot for this invitation and this opportunity. And it is really very interesting and nice opportunity to share this kind of platform with all the special guests and this kind of community which is building lots of interesting thing in Indian context. So a little bit of about my journey. So I am at the moment, I am in Hansen Robotics as the chief scientist and the president, and I have been the head principal scientist of SoftBank Robotics. I was also involved in many European projects on different aspects of societal applications of robotics and AI. And I am also the founding coordinator of socially intelligent robots and societal application topic group of European Union Robotics, which is basically idea is to create a community around this domain and then give feedback to European Commission and other policy making bodies to develop the multi-annual roadmap about robotics and AI and how they can help and impact positively us and our society. And I was also a researcher at French National Center for Scientific Research. So why I'm saying all this is basically to give you a picture that I have been the part of ecosystem of robotics and AI and how they can they should be seen and what should be the roadmap of that. So it will be basically a insider view because lots of projects and application and real deployment of all these systems has given have given a perspective that there is really a potential. So these systems and these technologies are no more in a laboratory setup or no more in industry working isolated, but they are really coming to day-to-day life and they are making differences. So that will be basically the idea of this session. So I will again give very global overview of some of the sectors where this technology have been deployed and interesting outcome has been found. And if there is more interest, then I will show some videos or some other material. Okay, so this was a conference which was being held first time in Indian subcontinent. It is one of the oldest international conference in robots and human interactive communication, including some parts of AI. And it was last year, and around 300 plus delegates from the 35 countries, 35 plus countries, and it was a mix of researchers, scientists, industry experts. So the interesting thing was that the idea was to bring Indian and international communities together and then to understand that how there are different applications, how there are different needs depending on the country, depending on the culture, and how this kind of new technology can try to help and support those needs. So it was very interesting event, and still the legacy is ongoing. There are lots of collaboration, discussion, and initiatives which are being made. So that was one of the efforts which we have put as a community to bridge different communities together and exchange ideas, research, and start a collaborative ecosystem. So now let me jump quickly on some of the potential applications. And so healthcare and elderly care, that's very key, because there is a growing need and demand that how we can support healthy and active living as well as supporting the aging society. There are some terms which is called silver tsunami, which is like a population, aging population worldwide. That there is a huge concern that how humanity and how we will be taking care of our aging society in the way that they are able to live independently and active and healthy life. And technology can really help there. So there have been many projects in which robotics and AI and combination of these technologies has been deployed in Europe and elsewhere, including India as well. And I think there is even huge potential and need to see this angle of the applications of the technology. So what they can do, they can really provide personalized and preventive health care by predicting things well in advance, and at the same time facilitating telemonitoring and telemedicine. You might have heard many times news that someone has been found dead simply in his or her apartment or in home. It's very sad, and we can avoid those type of situation if there is some connectivity with integrated AI, and why not to have a embodiment through robots, so that a medical professional or a doctor can act remotely just on an urgent basis in this type of situation. So the whole ecosystem of healthcare and preventive healthcare can be achieved if we create a good loop of integration of different technology in a coherent manner, and then implement that at the large scale. And there is another interesting project which was on transcultural nursing. That's also very useful because there are many facilities, either hospitals or elderly care facilities, where people are coming from different cultural background, and then there are healthcare professionals who might not be that much cultural diverse as needed in those situations. And AI and robot which is culturally intelligent can really help to bridge this gap and to better facilitate rest part of the healthcare support. And it was one of the first projects in the world in which I was also the one of the PI of the project, where we try to put intelligent robots and giving them cultural intelligence so that they can understand the cultural identity and background but avoid the stereotype, and they can help people in the way they are more grounded in their day-to-day life. And we have put this kind of robots in some healthcare elderly care facilities as well. The results are really interesting. People are more interacting with the technology. They are feeling less isolated. They are even feeling less compromised dignity. So these are very interesting things and outcomes which we are getting. And it was, I think, one of the first efforts where we have even put kind of Indian culture, which is already diverse. So we tested with Japanese, European, and Indian cultures. And again, if you are interested, I will point to explore more about those projects. But these are some of the first initiatives at very large scale and giving very interesting outcome. Of course, they can also boost physical and cognitive health. So reminding simply about medicine or exercises in a socially interactive manner is making huge difference than simply setting a reminder. So that's the thing which can be achieved through combination of artificial intelligence and other technology. And there have been many studies and many deployments which we have done as a community to see that how robots can even boost cognitive health. Someone with dementia or other health condition, there are huge opportunities that just talking about your past or showing some pictures and explaining and discussing about those type of things is helping to keep the better side of the cognitive health. So these are some of the applications which I wanted to point because it's very interesting to see that how these kind of technologies are really making change in the life of people. Another one is education, which is again including development of skill and going towards getting job or creation of job. So there are many studies, and I think you, since we have representative from governments and you are already very much integrated, all of you in this ecosystem, you might see that there is education inequality and in a rural area in other parts, and it is not only a problem in India but rest part of the world as well. So why can't we use this type of technology to facilitate better education and reduce some of the gaps? One of the very interesting thing is autism therapy, where even human are not seen very much useful because of our complication and the way we used to interact with other people. But why can't we create interesting, intelligent robots which can show some sort of social intelligence, and then at the same time they are able to connect, and then they are able to provide some social abilities in children with autism. So there are again many interesting projects which are moving in this direction, and then we can achieve personalized education for different needs of the child. And another interesting thing is learning by teaching. So when a child is teaching something to someone in that manner, he or she is learning better. So we can really use technology to facilitate that part, and we can reduce distance and language barrier as well. And then this kind of technology, if we will have tele operated robots and with semi autonomous intelligence, it can allow a differently abled person to get a job which required some physical task which he or she might not be able to get. So there are really interesting applications which are coming around this notion. I will be very quick now so that I can save some time. So in agriculture, again, helping farmers to optimize production and reduce burden is something which is getting used worldwide. And a few days ago, I was giving a talk that how AI and robotics can help in precision farming and water management. And there are many, many huge potential in this domain as well. Tourism. So that is also very interesting domain where virtual intelligence and assistance, and then robot tour guide just to assisting the tourist and the real tour guide and a remote tour. These are the things which are very much gaining momentum, especially in COVID and then post-COVID scenario as well. And art and culture. And so we have to celebrate the Indian diversity, and at the same time, we have to ensure that how we are more aware about different parts and of the society and the culture. So this type of technology can really help in preserving uh, different forms of art and culture. Like here, you can see Sophia was learning to draw from a professional artist, and then it is reproducing a sketch through learning. So you can see that it can help to spread awareness. There are many projects which are happening where robots and AI are getting used to spread awareness about different forms of art, culture, dance, language, and as well as preserving them. And then again, it reduces the language barrier. And then the coming to the current scenario of COVID and the post-COVID era, it is very sad the phase which the whole world is passing through. So these kind of technologies are now very much accelerated towards prediction, monitoring, and service delivery, and how to ensure that even in the era of social distancing, we are not socially isolated. So these technologies are really bridging the gap and then facilitating teleworking. So there are lots and lots of application and opportunities, which I will again not go in detail. I can skip this part again to just conclude my slides. So every country, culture, even individual have different needs, and we can really see robotics and AI as a solution at grassroots level and at personalized level. And in India, we don't have that much lack of workforce as is the case in different countries. So these technologies should be playing a different role in this context, and they should supplement and augment us and our abilities. And there is really a huge potential for India to be a global leader in this, and not only being seen as a consumer, big consumer market, but also a creator of this technology and play a leadership role at the front. So there can be different approaches, but I think one approach which can provide dual benefit is that identifying societal challenges and then strategically innovate. So instead of putting effort in innovation separate, then identifying some challenges which we have to face might be difficult in Indian context. But if we will bring those together and then have the funding and resources and ecosystem, we will be solving a problem, and at the same time we will be boosting the R&D and innovation in India. And that's the thing the community in Europe is also doing, that how we can identify the challenges to solve and then put effort in science and technology to bring all the key players and ecosystem together. So that's why industry, academics, policymaker, general public, media, funding agency, insurance sector, all should be coming together to create this bigger ecosystem where we are innovating, R&D is pushed, but at the same time it is really making impact in the society. And it is not very easy. We have to communicate a lot. We have to create bridges and branches and channels to have the interaction. So the future, it is very bright if we are going to bring human society, robots, AI, arts, and culture all together, and creativity all together. And right and responsible AI will be coexisting with us, for us, in complete harmony for better life experience. We will have more time for us, our family, and we might be spending time for creativity, identifying problem and solving them in a creative way, because this technology will be taking load from us, and then the human exploitation and our self exploitation, doing lots of things and not able to balance, will be perhaps a thing of past. So with this, I will stop here, and sorry if I took some more time, but I really wanted to say many things. Thanks a lot for your attention, and looking forward for the rest of the session, which already seems to be very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. It was really nice to hear about your things which you mentioned about what benefits AI and robotics can get in at the bottom of the approach. As FICCI, we have been working especially on the R&D and innovation, and there are multiple initiatives that FICCI is running along with the various universities across the renowned universities like CMU and others. So we love to work with all our partners together, and we stay committed for the same. Now, moving to our next speaker, we all know that AI has played an important role in the healthcare system. And when we talk about a contact tracing, the largest democracy in world, India is using the contact tracing app called Arogya Setu. And we know one of the key persons behind this, Mr. Abhishek Singh. So, sir, we would request you to share your thoughts now on how we can leverage AI for the future of excellence and what we can do. And what do you think as community we need to work together? We have Mr. Singh, who is the CEO of MyGov, NHED, and Digital India Corporation for Ministry of Electronics and IT. Over to you, Mr. Singh, for your keynote address.
Thank you, Sarika, and thank you, FICCI, Mr. Dilip, Virat, and the entire team of FICCI, which has been at the forefront of putting technology and emphasizing how technology can help India's economy to grow and how it can help incubate businesses. FICCI has been a partner with MeitY and with MyGov and NEGD in several initiatives, and I compliment them for organizing this very interesting conclave on artificial intelligence, which is the kind of the way to go forward. And very interesting talk by Amit Pandey, and in fact, so much of learnings with regard to the extent to which technology can transform our lives. It's up to us that how do we make use of it, and how do we make ethical use of all technologies in order to make lives of people around us and our own lives better. So when we talk of AI, the first and foremost, like why is AI such a big buzzword today? Why is AI become so much part of lexicon in every technology discussion that we have? So if you look at the kind of data that comes from various surveys and various reports, there's a PwC report I was going through which says that AI can add up to $15.7 trillion to the economy, to the world economy by 2030. Accenture has a report which says that AI can add $1 trillion to Indian economy by 2035. Then MeitY's $1 trillion digital economy report also says that from emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, and all, we have a potential of adding $500 billion to our economy. Then, with the emerging technologies and with the right kind of skilling and training people for future-ready jobs, there are 4 crore people, like 40 million people, who can be given jobs, and a huge potential with regard to the contribution to the economy that AI can make. The NASCOM recently released a report on unlocking value from data and AI. And this report also says that almost $500 billion of value can be added to the economy if we are able to leverage AI in the right way, and if we are able to make India as the hub of AI. So, in line with the global trends and in line with the potential that AI has, and in order to leverage the same for creating value for India, for Indian companies, for jobs in India, government has been working on this. We all are aware of the national strategy for AI with the tagline "AI for All" was released by Niti Aayog and MeitY some time back, and it basically focused on 6 key areas, wherein it talked about like how do we set up center for excellence in AI across the country, partnering with academic institutions and research institutions. How do we create learning platforms for skilling of the workforce? And in this direction, MeitY and NASCOM has recently initiated the Future Skills program, under which people have been given training in emerging technologies and future skills, and AI is a key part of that. Then the third key pillar has been incubating innovation for startups and entrepreneurs. Like how do we incubate innovation by leveraging technology? And in this direction, we have been like working with the startups and entrepreneurs for AI innovation in AI. And I'm happy to announce that today only we have now launched the AI Solution Challenge for the Raise 2020 Summit that we are organizing from 5th of October. From 5th to 9th October, we have been working on it. Initially, this conference was scheduled to be held in April, but we could not because of COVID. And now we have moved on to a virtual conference, which will be held from 5th of October to 19th. And as part of that, on 6th of October evening, we have an AI showcase planned in which startups will be showing their solutions that they have built. So as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign, as part of MeitY's support to AI startups, this initiative has been launched. It's available on the Innovate platform of MyGov, and entrepreneurs can submit their entries the next few days. And the best startups, the best AI solutions will be showcased on 6th of October for everyone to see and adopt and maybe invest them in them. Then we are also working on the other key pillar of the AI for all strategies to create a cloud-based infrastructure for collaborative platforms, a cloud-based infrastructure that can be used by AI startups and entrepreneurs to use for developing their solutions. Then ethical AI is a big pillar on which we have been working on. Like when we use data and we use data science and especially image processing technologies, what is the overall objective for doing that? How does ethics play a role in that? What is it that we should do? What is it that we should not do? So when you use AI and we use data science, a lot of personal data also comes in. So the whole personal data privacy framework comes into play and ensures that data as needed is primarily used at the aggregate level and not in a way in which it can be harmful to the society. So that becomes a very critical part of the whole approach. And Center for Ethical AI has been planned in order to address such concerns and such issues. Global partnership is a key area. India has joined the Global Partnership on AI as a founding member along with other leading countries. And there's a lot to learn from the world. There's a lot to learn and collaborate. And as we have seen, especially in the present day times, in the COVID-19 response, when the entire world is facing similar challenges, how innovation and collaboration has helped countries and economies to use technology and use health-related solutions to overcome these challenges. So this is a very critical part of our whole strategy, and we have been working hand in hand with the industry in doing this. I also I was going through a report that FICCI had done with the study of AI on pharmaceuticals, and such reports, such analyses, and such events that like the one that FICCI is organizing today brings together stakeholders from different segments, from industry, from startups, from academia, and it gives an opportunity for exchange of ideas and forge partnerships with all relevant stakeholders in order to come up with the right strategy for pushing AI in the right way. We have also set up the national portal on AI, Government of India's official national portal on AI, which is available on indiaai.in. And that also has been done in partnership with NASSCOM and industry. And it ensures that all relevant material, all relevant resources are available at one place for everyone to access and share. So that has been like very relevant for that. State governments have been taking a lot of initiatives for promoting AI. The government of Telangana, we all know, has been at the forefront of doing this. They have declared this is the year of AI, and they are supporting a lot of AI and AI startups and industry in order to come up with solutions, especially with regard to AI for healthcare, AI for skilling, AI for natural language processing, and AI for supply chain management and logistics. So these have been like relevant initiatives taken at not only the Government of India level, at the level, but also at the state level. Government of Karnataka had set up a Center for Excellence on Data Science and AI in partnership with NASSCOM in Bangalore, and they are also working on coming up with innovative solutions. There are AI startups which came up with innovative chatbots, like MyGov experimented with chatbots for the behavioral change communication campaign in COVID-19, and we set up like a AI chatbot on WhatsApp, which was available to MyGov users, and it was very popular. More than 80 million people are already using it regularly, and it helps address general questions and questions with regard to myths, with regard to fake news, in a very simple and easy interface manner. We also built up an AI virtual chatbot in partnership with Accenture and Microsoft, which has been set up on our Self for Society portal, and that's a multilingual chatbot in which you can ask questions in English and Hindi in different forms, and the chatbot answers. And that's meant for answering simple questions about COVID-19, about precautions, about restrictions, lockdown. Also, all these things are made accessible in a easy to access format. So the applications of AI and application of AI enabled NLP based technologies and chatbots are not something which will happen in the future. It's already happening. It's already being used in multiple ways. And whether we know it or not, in every initiative that we take, we are using, in every application that we use, we are using AI in some format or the other. When we type an email on Gmail and it gives you predictive answers, that's also AI in some form. So we have to realize that the technology is there, technology is usable. How best we leverage it, how best we use it, how best we apply it in our to address the common problems that we face as a society and as a nation, it will make it more relevant. Healthcare diagnostics, in fact, it has been used in multiple places. There have been projects in which people have people have been able to predict whether a patient has TB or not based on analyzing the sound of the cough that comes on a phone. So this initiative, I saw a project which was implemented in Bangladesh by some MIT-based scientists, and they have been able to do this in a very successful manner. Similarly, the use of image processing, the use of AI for detecting jaundice has been experimented in several parts of the world. Very often, like jaundice, when kids have jaundice, infants have jaundice, most people guess by looking at the child's eyes or the skin, is it appearing yellow, pila ho raha hai kya? And then they guess whether the child has pilia or jaundice, as commonly known in the local language. And very often the guesses sometimes turn out to be right, sometimes doesn't turn out to be right. So what AI-based technologies do is that they allow people to take photographs of the skin or the eyes with a simple low-cost mobile phone and send these images to the backend, and then the image processing technologies analyze the images, and they are able to predict whether the child has jaundice or not with a fairly high degree of accuracy. So these are simple applications of AI which can help detect diseases, they help diagnosis, and help administer healthcare with a very low cost in a very short time frame, and address the challenges that we have of availability of doctors, and take away people from quacks and give them a solution which is more accurate than what they normally are accessing right now. Similarly, the application of AI in agriculture can be immense, because once we have data of rainfall, once we have soil health data, once we have crop history data, and once we have land records data, and land records are mapped to farmers' ID numbers, and ID numbers are mapped to phones. So putting all these data sets together, the soil health quality data, the rainfall data, the crop fertility data, crop history data, one can give customized advisories to farmers on their cell phones, wherein they can be told about what crop to say, so when to put fertilizers, at what time to put fertilizers, how much to put, what seeds to get, what practices they should take, and if there are any diseases or pesticides or something, how best to address that. So that would ensure that agriculture becomes more productive, more economic, and it will help in increasing the incomes of farmers. And similar applications can be there in animal husbandry, dairy, poultry. There can be varied examples wherein once you have data, where you can build solutions and applications on top of it and deliver services. The Sarika mentioned about the Arogya Setu app and healthcare, and especially in the health field of healthcare, the National Digital Health Mission has been launched. Already the sandbox has been released, and it is allowing private sector entrepreneurs and industries to build applications on top of the sandbox that will help make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, and make it available across the board. And what it will also do is that once we have a digital health records, and once we have electronic health records as part of the DigiLocker, at the aggregate level, it will allow epidemic forecasting of epidemics. It will help in look into data patterns and contribute to the research in pharma and drug development. There can be varied examples. Once you have data, then we don't know the possibilities of that. So the objective of the whole exercise means that once you digitize in the standard format, follow architecture principles which are based on enterprise architecture, have federated databases, but have common fields, so that data coming from any parts of India can be collated at some level, and inferences can be drawn, and correlations be built up with other data sets to come up with the solutions which otherwise would not have been so obvious. So a number of initiatives taking on. In fact, Digital India Corporation, in which I joined recently, today is the Vishwasaraiya's birthday also, and celebrated the National Engineers Day. And I was so happy when I see that we run a scheme called Vishwasaraiya PhD scheme, in which we support research scholars for their research in sciences. And amongst the scholars whom we are supporting, 82 of them are doing research in the field of AI across the country in premier institutions like the IITs and triple IITs and the National Institutes of Technologies. And they are working on cutting edge research in data science, machine learning, and natural language processing. And a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise exists in them. What we need to do is to bring together industry, startups, academia, and policy in order to ensure that we are able to all converge in the right direction, and ensure that AI is used for solving real world problems, and AI is used in the right way for making the right policy calls for India. I would also like to mention that we also launched a program in partnership with Intel this year, which we called it Responsible AI for Youth. Under this program, we created a curriculum, and we started training government school students across the country from classes 9 to 12 in AI and applications of AI. So during this pandemic period, more than 50,000 kids registered for this program, and 11,000 of them have completed the first level of AI training. It has been run in all 35 states and union territories, and it's like amazing the kind of response that we have got. And now we are taking it to the next phase, where these kids will be ideating, and their ideas will be they will be mentored by experts across the experts in the industry, and they will be developing their ideas into prototypes which can develop into products. So that's the potential that we have in our country. So what I would like to conclude by saying is that AI is here. AI has a great potential. There are people who are working in industry, who are working in academia, who have the right solutions. All that we need is to bring together various stakeholders, whether they are from academia and industry, and ensure that government policy, government provides them support as may be needed for research and for creating common infrastructure, which can be leveraged by emerging startups to build world-class products. And once we are able to do that, we will be able to achieve the goal of maybe creating value up to the extent of $500 billion to our GDP, and also lead to creation of jobs. So that should be the kind of road ahead for us. Responsible AI for social empowerment, the RACE summit that is being planned, is being done in that direction. And I hope with support from FICCI, with support from industry, with support from academia, with support from researchers like Amit Pandey and people who have built solutions for addressing these issues, we will be able to move ahead in this direction and achieve our objectives. I thank once again FICCI for giving me this opportunity to address this platform and look forward to the rest of the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Yes, we all appreciate the special day for which we are celebrating today, 15th September, and that is one of the reasons that, with the advice of our leadership, Mr. Secretary General, we have been taken the Engineers Day for our AI conclave. We thought that's the best day to do this thing, and thank you for summing it up. The whole initiatives with government is taking it up with various organizations in various areas and various fields in which how AI is playing an important role. As FICCI, we would, like mentioned earlier, we would stand committed with work with you, especially with the RAISE event, which is coming in for October. We have more than 350 participants who are viewing this thing on the FICCI YouTube channel, this own knowledge channel, as well as FICCI live viewing page. We request everybody to become part of the RAISE movement. India is standing for responsible AI with respect to the world. So we will all to work together to make that initiative successful with you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. With this, I come to our next speaker, who doesn't need much introduction. He's Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. As FICCI, we had a privilege to work with you, sir, in your earlier stint, and we continue our relationship to take it further. So, sir, we request you. So kindly share your vision with respect to how do you see, we have heard about what AI has been done. How do you see India moving forward in the direction of AI? What's government's vision for the AI and the way forward? And how we can use AI for the next phase of the digital transformation? Sir, and of course, the data, which is an important fuel for a rocket call, or I call the electricity AI, how role that India can play as an economy in that. So,
yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Sarika, and good morning to everyone in this event. Very good morning to all the fellow speakers in the inaugural session. Let me begin by saying that India, as a country, we now occupy a pride of place in the IT and emerging technology landscape in the entire world. So that's a matter of some satisfaction and pride for us. At the same time, it also gives us a lot of challenges on which we need to work to ensure that we continue to occupy this leading position in the years to come. So that's the broad theme that we should realize when we talk about how India can prosper and how India can make valuable contributions in this domain for not only the domestic stakeholders, but also for the international audience and international requirements that are going to come. So let me begin by saying that in India, we started a focused effort in this domain with the announcement by the government in 2018-19 during the budget speech to launch a national program on AI. So this was probably the first major public effort announced by the government to ensure that India can leverage its talent, leverage its strength in this domain. Let me also say that there are some unique factors that give us a commanding strength in this domain. As we are all aware, all the ministries and all the state government departments are now involved in the mission mode projects in the e-governance domain. And through these projects, they are sitting on humongous amounts of data that has been generated over the last 2 decades or so through delivering services to citizens, businesses, and through other activities in the e-governance domain. Now, this gives us a unique strength in terms of the fact that this data can be leveraged by the various ministries and state governments to really gain insights into various aspects of the economic activities, various aspects of the demand in different sectors, and how the interfaces that the government has with the stakeholders, how that can be made more efficient and more effective. We also should recognize that India has the world's third largest startup ecosystem with very high capabilities in technology domain. And in this startup ecosystem, there are a large number of startups that are focused on AI and other emerging technologies. And they have built up very significant strengths in R&D and in application-oriented R&D, so that they can actually be brought to the industry and applied in the various domains in quick time. In terms of what METI has done, let me just mention a few points briefly. We have established centers of excellence in AI and other emerging technologies, for example, blockchain, then big data, IoT, then virtual reality, then augmented reality, gaming, animation, robotics, Industry 4.0. So almost all these domains we have covered in the last couple of years with very significant initiatives to really do basic R&D and also to productize them and bring them to industry as soon as possible. We also have a number of collaborations and funding mechanism with our higher academic institutions to really do basic R&D and build capabilities in terms of developing talent and in developing mature technologies to really use in this domain. Earlier, Mr. Pandey talked about all the stakeholders coming together to really realize the vision and the strengths, to leverage the strengths in this domain. I think that's a key point, and that's one of the key mechanisms that we have ourselves used to really bring all the stakeholders together. These include industry, they include academia, they include our own organizations, METI organizations, they include other departments in the government of India. They also include state governments, which are part of this initiative now to really ensure that we establish a homogeneous, a conducive ecosystem and a comprehensive methodology to really ensure that we can leverage this strength for growing our economy. As was noted earlier, many studies that suggest the potential of AI in terms of boosting economic growth. Some estimates say that over 1%, 1 percentage point gain in GDP can be derived by deploying AI productively in the relevant domains. These domains, in terms of the initiative of the government, they include agriculture. For example, agriculture, you can do crop selection, you can do crop monitoring, you can really monitor the extent of usage of resources, for example, fertilizers which are being applied, or the application of other nutrients to the soil. You can do a lot of activities through these technologies in this domain. In healthcare, as was mentioned earlier, government has now launched the National Digital Health Mission, which actually is a brand new initiative to leverage digital technologies for improving the delivery of healthcare services in the entire country. It's already making a mark in the areas where it has been launched, that is the UTs to begin with, and health IDs with the use of these technologies are now being created for the people in those locations. Very soon, this will be expanded to cover the whole country, and this will provide a very big digital platform to really leverage the emerging technologies and also help the people in really making an effective choice about the healthcare that they need to get from both government and private institutions. In domains like education and skilling, again, AI can play a big role through analytics, through dynamic, courseware for skilling and reskilling. In environment, we can use AI and other technologies for monitoring of pollution levels, for making real-time decisions about the measures to be taken to control pollution, for example. Also, in terms of the use of AI in one domain where we actually, where we actually need it now is to ensure national security. We have now a huge amount of data coming from different sources, which are in digital form. It may be through satellites, it may be through other devices in the ground. They all need to be analyzed, and they all need to be really, I mean, analyzed in real time to ensure that we can take quick decisions. So that's another area where a lot of work can be done. Just to, inform all the participants about the most recent work that we have now undertaken with the various ministries. We are now working on what we have called as national public digital platforms with various ministries. Over 10 key ministries are currently part of this initiative, where we are working with them to ensure that all their diverse applications and diverse schemes, they are brought together and integrated over one common platform, which can be used to provide a seamless interface to citizens and businesses for various services. So this is the basic idea behind this initiative, where we are working now with over 10 key ministries to integrate their systems into one common platform. Already a lot of work has been done in the health domain, where we recently launched the NDHM, the National Digital Health Mission, which is one example of this common national public digital platform. We are working in the domains of education, in women and child development, in transport and logistics, in agriculture, to bring this concept to reality, to ensure that this common platform can offer a seamless experience in terms of delivery of services to citizens and businesses. So this is a significant initiative that in the time to come will get expanded to cover all the domains in the government of India, and also state governments, where we would be having the capability to deliver all the services seamlessly to all the stakeholders. In terms of the overall vision, I think it was mentioned earlier by Abhishek, we have the vision to really take the digital part of the economy from its current level of about 7 to 8% of the GDP to over 20% in the next 5 years. That is, the target is that the digital economy should contribute over $1 trillion to our GDP by 2025. So that's the vision that we have. So that requires a huge wholesale transformation in the way digital is perceived by all domains in the economy and all government departments. So that's a massive task before METI. That's massive a task before us, to really sensitize all the stakeholders, to really sensitize all the ministries, to bring them on board with this vision of massive transformation led by digital technologies. So that's the key part of this entire vision, in which METI is playing a central role. And I believe in this entire endeavor to transform the economy through digital technologies, to take it from the current level of 7 to 8% over 20% in the next 5 years. AI and other emerging technologies, they would need to play a key role. Without this infusion, we cannot really hope to raise the contribution digital to that level in the next 5 years. And that requires the involvement of all the stakeholders, industry bodies like FICCI, NASSCOM, and other entities, a startup ecosystem. They need to get involved closely with our efforts to ensure that we can leverage their agility, their innovative capability, and their strength in R&D and application-oriented research to bring the fruits of that research to industry to really realize this vision. Let me mention one more aspect, and then after that I would conclude. In this entire endeavor, one common concern that is being expressed in the last few years, and which also an issue internationally, is that of data privacy and protection. Now, that's a major domain that has emerged in the last few years internationally. EU has come out with its own framework now, GDPR. Many other countries have their own statutes, laws dealing with data privacy and protection. In India, we have also launched a massive effort to really bring all the stakeholders together to ensure that we bring a common legal framework to this entire aspect. As you may be aware, the PDP bill, the Personal Data Protection Bill, 2019 is in Parliament now. It is being actively discussed by a joint parliamentary committee to finalize the bill and bring it to the Parliament for approval so that it can become an act. So once this data protection bill becomes an act, this would make us perhaps one of the leading countries in the world to have a cutting-edge framework in terms of data protection. Not only on the personal data front, we also are working on the non-personal data. Recently, we brought out the non-personal data framework in public domain for consultation. That process has concluded only yesterday. We have received very good feedback from various stakeholders, industry and other entities. And we would now analyze those feedback, and we would come out with a draft, legislation in this domain as well. And we will try to bring it in reality as soon as possible. So once both these frameworks are in place on the personal data and non-personal data, that would really make India the only country in the world with two latest legislations in data protection, which would cover the entire gamut of data privacy and protection. The aim of these legal provisions is not to really, stifle innovation or to put any barriers in the path of, any new initiatives. The idea is that the data should be handled responsibly by the stakeholders, and at the same time, the data sharing has to be enabled so that the startups and the small businesses, they can benefit from that data availability. So that's the idea behind both these legislations, so that the data protection can get a legal framework, and data sharing can be enabled in a more conducive and regulated environment compared to what we are seeing today, where there is no legal framework for this to happen. So this, we believe, would really enable the industry to do more innovation and be more productive. We can also get more business from abroad once we have these two frameworks in place. Once India establishes itself as fulfilling the adequacy norms for data handling internationally. Once that happens with the enactment of these two legislations, then I'm sure the IT industry stands to benefit hugely from this legal framework. So I think that's the overall vision that we have in terms of growing the economy through these technologies, and also to ensure that we have the latest strategic frameworks in place for handling data. And these measures, I'm sure, will help us in propelling our economy to the lead economy in the world in the next 5 years in terms of our strengths in digital domain. So let me conclude at this point, and I would like to convey my best wishes for this entire event. I'm sure the deliberations after this inaugural session would be very beneficial to the participants in coming out with some recommendations for how we can leverage this technology even better for improving our economy. So thank you very much. I wish all the very best to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Thank you for delivering the inaugural address and for being the guest of honor for this initiative. Like you mentioned, it is a joint partnerships. We have to work together. So we have in this event as well, apart from the industry, lots of startups who have joined in. In fact, we have more than 500 people who are reviewing right now this conclave, and there are various fraternity which has taken in forward and joined us. So I'm sure as together we will be happy to make India a global AI web, I would say. And like you said, AI has a potential to contribute 15% additional to the GDP. So with that AI playing an important role, we can work as partners with our members to work with you to make India a really digitally empowered nation and a name in the world. So thank you, sir, for your words. We would be having a deliberations during the day on various important subjects, which is on leveraging AI, ethics and security, AI and cloud, and of course, adoption across sectors. In fact, we have a good set of panelists from the first session who have already joined in. So thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. FICCI will be staying connected with you. We have conceptualized this initiative. We have all the veterans from our side who have helped us out. Our own Secretary General, Mr. Dilip Shenoy, and our Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Nankar Sesena, and of course, our leadership from the committee, Mr. Virat Bhatia, the chairman, and our co-chairman, Mr. Amrish Bakaya. I'll also say that FICCI has also worked very deeply with our partners, which is Carnegie Mellon University, IIT Kanpur, Aegis Group. I mean, special thanks to Mr. Bhupesh Dharia and his team given. And of course, the SG Innovate from Singapore. And there has been the people which were really bugged up this, and we will be coming back to you with our inputs. FICCI had made its submissions on both the bills you have talked about, sir, both the Personal Data Protection Bill as well as NPD. And we will be happy to work on any merger consultations if the government wants to take forward with you with this, with the industry. We will be happy to work with you on that, sir. So with these words, I now request our chairman, Mr. Virat Bhatia, to kindly deliver the official vote of thanks. Over to you, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Sarika?
Yes, sir, you're loud and clear.
It's my pleasant duty to propose this vote of thanks. Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY, Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD, MyGov and Digital India Corporation, MeitY, Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey, President, Chief Technology Officer and Chief Science Officer, Hanson Robotics, Dr. Dilip Shenoy, Secretary General, FICCI, and my colleague, Amrish Bakaya, co-chair of the FICCI National Committee in ICT and Digital Economy. It's a great pleasure to be a part of a gathering of such experts from the government, industry, and academia. Rabindranath Tagore once said, "Faith is a bird that feels the light when the dawn is still dark." Ladies and gentlemen, given the shadow that looms over the world at the time of COVID-19 pandemic, it would seem that the bird of innovation finds itself caged for a slight period, unable to fly. Thankfully, this will not be for long. Enthused by the beacon of hope, we will all start picking up the pieces fairly soon. However, in technology, which was walking slowly so far, it has now started sprints. The paradigm shift in the economic relationship of mankind is going to be witnessed in form of an accelerated adoption of communication technologies in general and artificial intelligence in particular in modes of production and goods and services. The fourth industrial revolution, as the AI era is referred to, has already been experienced before the pandemic with the backward linkages to cloud computing and big data. Furthermore, the imperative of continued social distancing has made AI-driven economic world an order and reality of the world today. At the conclusion of this very insightful inaugural session, I'd like to thank Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY, Government of India, for sparing his valuable time today. Your presence, sir, will certainly go a long way in motivating delegates in this conference. Your words about the special initiatives by the government, especially for the startups, are exceptionally encouraging. I'd also like to thank Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD, MyGov and Digital India Corporation, for supporting the FICCI AI initiative. We assure you of FICCI's continued support to the ministry and the Digital India mission. I'd also like to thank Dr. Amit Pandey, President of Chief Technology Officer and Chief Science Officer of Hanson Robotics, creator of Sophia. It gives me a great pleasure to greet a fellow Indian at the pinnacle of innovation and technology landscape. I'd like to thank my colleague and co-chair of FICCI ICT Digital Economy Committee, Mr. Amrish Bakaya. Special thanks to Bhupesh Dharia of Aegis School of Business and Gavin of his team for proactively supporting this initiative. It would be remiss of me not to mention our event partners, Google, Facebook, Cisco, HPE, Signovate, IIT Kanpur, RIS's wing of the Carnegie Mellon University, in addition to the members of media for their interest in covering this event. Finally, I'd like to thank the delegates of this conference and the FICCI Secretariat led by Ms. Guliani for her team for a job well done. I invite you all for for the other interactive and thought-provoking sessions during the conclave today with senior representatives from MUTI, including Mr. Sanjay Goel, Joint Secretary MATI, who will be sharing his views on the role of AI and cloud computing in the post-COVID-19. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Over to Sarika.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Chairman. Thanks all for joining for the time for
Thank
time
you.
I end up
Thank you.
inaugural session, and we switch over to our next plenary session on which is on leveraging AI for the digital transformation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to invite invite the panelists for the leveraging AI for digital transformation, the plenary session. This is an important area in which we are going to have a discussion how AI can be used for the digital transformation, what are the challenges and what are the things the companies are doing in, especially keeping in mind the COVID scenario which is existing and the post-COVID era which would be emerging. So we have in this panel Mr. Bhuvan Lodha, who is a Vice President in Digital Innovation and E-Commerce Mahindra Group. Mr. Kanishka Ejiwal, Head AI, Head South Asia at AWS, Amazon Web Services. Dr. Shantanu Bhattacharya, Chief Data Scientist, Airtel Excel Labs. Ms. Katrina Folkman, Head Analytics, Kliss Capital. And Dr. Gabir Rastogi, Head Data Science Delivery. And the session would be moderated by Mr. Ravinder Reddy, who is a partner with Grant Thornton. Over to you, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. It's indeed a privilege to be moderating this session with these esteemed and panel guests here. And I hope, in the next 1 hour or so, we'll be able to add great value to this whole subject of how artificial intelligence is transforming, digital transformation journey of various organizations. As the world economy is grappled with current fallout, every organization, whether small or large, public or private, is finding new ways to operate effectively and meet the needs of their customers as lockdowns, international border closures, and quarantine measures disrupt the economic value chain from manufacturing to logistics. According to the World Bank Global Economic Prospects Report released in June 2020, COVID-19 led to steep recession across many countries. The baseline forecast in this report envisioned a 5.2% contraction in global GDP in 2020. This is the deepest global recession that's been viewed in decades. Artificial intelligence plays an important role in providing the tools to augment decision-making, generate faster and more insightful analytics, and enable real-time supply chain management. Machine learning technologies enable computer to mimic human intelligence and ingest large volumes of data to quickly identify patterns and insights. Artificial intelligence is a well-recognized and used buzzword. However, it means different at different situations. While most people think of AI as a technology in its own right, it is actually more of a general term used to refer to a number of different technologies that enable systems to act intelligently. When it comes to business operations, AI can support intelligent functionality by helping the system sense, understand, and perform and learn. By using machine learning or deep learning to train a system, the system can access how to act in each situation by analyzing data rather than relying on perspective. The resulting agility and responsiveness means that quality, accuracy, and overall performance are drastically improved. And this is what makes the system truly intelligent. In the current climate, with uncertain times ahead, several enterprises are looking at how to rapidly adapt and accelerate the digital transformation strategy. With remote collaboration, operational agility, and autonomous production becoming ever more critical to the business continuity, the importance of AI is on top of mind of all organizations. I would now invite all the panelists to give their opening remarks on this subject, please. We can start with you, Bhuvan. Bhuvan, if you can just give your opening remarks on the subject. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bhuvan. I lead digital initiatives for Mahindra Group. First of all, thank you for inviting me, Ravi. Happy to be a part of this panel. And thank you, FICCI, for having me here. AI is a cornerstone of digital transformation today. There is no doubt about it. It is heartening to see a lot of effort being put by my fellow practitioners in technology space in making sure that AI becomes a key technology on the back of which India can take a big leap when it comes to transformation of industry. Of course, I will come to some of the specifics as we proceed in the panel, but overall, my observation is that the trend that has been going on for such a long time has been accelerated now by COVID, as everyone's noting as well. Especially in traditional industries like the ones that we mostly operate in, artificial intelligence is now taking center stage. We've formed core committees to make sure that we leverage the technology to its fullest potential. And I think this is just the beginning, and a lot needs to be seen on how India and the India Inc. Goes together in making sure that AI is one of the pillars of success in coming futures. Back to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Bhuvan. Thank you for those insightful thoughts. Kabir, can you give in your initial thoughts on the subject, please? Kabir, over to you.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Ravi. Sure. Let me quickly introduce myself. I head the data science practice at Delivery. Delivery is one of India's largest logistics companies at this time, doing businesses across e-commerce, food, Western truckload, and so on. During the COVID times, especially, the role of AI was massive for us. I'll get into the specifics of it as we progress in the panel. However, we've been collecting huge amount of data for the past 10 years during the operations of a company. And a lot of that really came to add value during this critical time for the company, where we had so much intelligence about our shipments, about our customers, about our addresses, that we exactly kind of knew what shipments are essential, what are not, what areas are within likely to be in containment areas, and so on. And this really helped us optimize our network and let us operate during a nationwide lockdown in around 15,000 pin codes. So yeah, AI really delivery during this journey, and I'll be happy to talk more in more detail as we progress.
Thank you, Kabir. Hello, Katrina. Over to you, Katrina. Can you give your initial thoughts?
Sure. Thank you so much, Ravi. Thank you for invitation. I'm Katrina Folkman, head of analytics at FICCI the largest NBFCs in India. We provide consumer and business loans. And interestingly, financial services always was a mix of physical touch points and digital touch points. And Click's differentiation was always in the area of advanced analytics and technology in-house. We built quite a lot of interesting models and decision engines to digitize all these potential assessments of the customers that traditionally used to be through physical touch points. So I will give some more examples as we proceed, but I think it's interesting that pandemics definitely forced us to move much faster in this direction, completely focusing on digital channels to touch to our customers, to disburse new loans, to open new accounts. So now we currently fully digital through partnerships and through own digital channels. So thank you again. I hope I will give more examples as we proceed.
Yeah, I think it'll be great to hear your version. How this whole story is shaping up in your industry. Over to you, Shantanu. If you can give some thoughts on this, please. Shantanu, I think you're on mute, please.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you, Ravi, for inviting me, and a good afternoon to all the participants, and good morning to Katrina. She is, I think, in Russia right now. Thank you for inviting me for this wonderful event. So just a quick introduction. I'm Shantanu Bhattacharya. I'm the Chief Data Scientist at Airtel. So echoing on what the participants have been saying, data science is not only is arriving in India, data science has arrived in India. Just one quick example. During the lockdown between the last week of March and May, two things happened. All of us started working from home and started watching Netflix. Data consumption and our network went up 60% in a matter of 6 weeks to about 97 petabytes per day. That's one. So we essentially use AI and machine learning seamless to ensure that most of us have had a good experience despite such a growth in that time period when you did not even have availability of the laborers to go lay new lines. That's one. Second thing, in a country where half the people are still on a 2G feature phone, or about half the people, and they recharge from a store nearby, and they didn't have any ability, would not have had any ability during the lockdown when the stores were closed. We are able to build hyper-local model of figuring out where those people were, who their nearby smartphone users were, connected them in more like Uber-like model, and enable 97 of the country to recharge their SIM cards and stay connected. Remarkable. A good half the country was able to do that because of data science. Otherwise, the chaos would have been much more. People would have been traveling, lost from their families, not being able to connect. The stories that you heard during those 6 weeks would have been much more amplified had it not been for the AI backbone that ourselves, as well as obviously the others in the industry and our industry, were able to deploy very, very quickly. So that's that's sort of the introduction of where we are as a company and what we sort of did the COVID-19. And I'm sure that the more applications are coming up. India went from being sort of slowly progressing towards a largely digital economy to rapidly progressing towards a largely digital economy. A lot of the applications that we have been planning for years now, and in some of our KPIs that we are supposed to achieve in the next 3 to 4 years, we actually did it in 4 months. If there's a joke that I heard that someone was saying, who drove the digital transformation in your company, CEO, the CFO, or the coronavirus? In many cases around the world, it's the coronavirus that did drove the digital transformation. And this is the perfectly right time to talk about it in this conference
Hey,
today.
thanks, Antanu. I think you would have wonderful stories to tell us. I think telecom companies were the ones who I would say who actually benefited the most because of because of the pandemic and the fallout therein. I wouldn't say benefited, but probably utilized this challenge as a big opportunity. It'll be great to hear more from you as we go into this discussion. Coming to you, Kanishk, any initial thoughts from you?
Sure, thanks, Ravi. And thank you for FICCI for getting me on this panel. Great to speak to all of you. Just by way of introduction, my name is Kanishka Agiwal. I head up the AI, ML, and analytics practice for AWS India, South Asia. I think so some of the points that some of you have already mentioned, right? We're looking at how can AI be super pervasive and move away from a good to have checklist on a CIO or sometimes even the CEO scorecard to actually getting more pervasive with day-to-day applications. So today, if you look at it, the way AI is actually transforming even the base of a number of applications in India. Take agriculture, for example. There's a ton of AI that is being deployed around crop advisory, around using satellite images and just knowing when is the right time to sow, when should you wait into the Kharif and the Rabi season, what crops should you be growing, to general surveying of land using drones, and also now in the new COVID scenario, using things like just regular cameras to understand if you're actually maintaining social distancing. So, there's a whole set of applications that have come out of, existing AI technologies that are making life that much more seamless, are transforming some industries. And take a look at what's happened with edtechs in the last 6-7 months, with all the consumption of education now shifting literally online. They've been geared up to take use of technology, take use of video streaming, take use of just regular techniques that you have typically with machine learning. On how do you recommend a course to a student? How do you do virtual proctoring? Again, a fundamental shift that's coming to an industry that's been traditionally driven by an instructor in a physical setting. And this is what's fueling. We'll speak more about it as we get into the course of this panel discussion. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Kanishka. That's very insightful. My experience, before I get into seeking more views from all of you, I'll just share a bit of my own experience of how we've been able to help this whole situation. Uh, you know, a brief introduction about myself. My name is Ravindra Reddy. I'm a partner with Grant Thornton. While I head the tech practice, the digital practice for Grant Thornton, I'm also head of the public sector practice there. So as part of public sector practice, there's a lot of work that we did with various governments, both at the federal as well as the state level here in India, to help governments, help citizens in meeting this challenge. During the initial days when information was not that great, when people did not know how to actually meet the whole challenge, when the apprehensions were very, very high in terms of mobility, in terms of contact, in terms of how to actually track and trace individuals who are moving between states, between regions. So I think that was a nightmarish kind of a scenario that time. And I'm talking about sometime in April, March and April. My teams who were working with various state governments, municipal bodies, undertook this challenge of helping them, helping the governments, helping the local bodies in identifying people who basically helping them in how to trace people who either were tested positive or who were traveling between regions. Me having exposure to various command and control centers at the city as well as state levels, we were able to transform several of those command and control centers into COVID centers. And my teams in several states participated in those activities in helping the governments in all those activities. So I can fairly see from this point of view that while there were huge challenges during those times, but they provided new avenues and new opportunities for us to use technology, to use AI to ease out the situation. And as we get into the 5th or 6th months of this whole situation, I think now we are much more poised, much more well, as far as situation is concerned, much more capable of handling the situation in the right way. So that's my few thoughts on that. Taking it forward from here, Kabir, if I may ask you, as to can you share an example as how emerging technology, especially artificial intelligence and machine learning, has supported your organization during this pandemic? So can you whatever you said earlier, can you exemplify it and explain it a bit more?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, as the lockdown hit, as soon as it's harder for logistics companies to move stuff around. At one point, we realized that we had more than 3-4 million shipments stuck in our network, which were unable to move, right? And that's the definition of a crisis. And at the same time, there were customers who were expecting essential shipments, medicines, paracetamol, etc., to be shipped. And we have a network which is completely choked. That's where we kind of flexed our AI muscles that we've been building for the past 5-6 years. Largely three key use cases here. Number one, we needed to figure out which of the shipments are essential and which are not, right? So we've been investing in our in a deep learning model for a while on shipment, given the product description of a shipment, whether this shipment is, what's the category of the shipment. So we have around 500 categories that we predict one of those 500 categories for any given shipment. We further classify a shipment as whether it's dangerous or not, whether it can fly or not. And over the weekend, we spun off another model during this COVID time that is able to predict whether it's essential or not. Right now, the problem was that the definition of essential during that time was changing every week, and different states has essential. Right? So we had to retrain these models very, very quickly as soon as we were getting more information from the ground. But we managed to do that, and what we in the outcome was that we knew which shipment is essential or not. We realized that around 20-25% of the shipments which were in our network were indeed essentials, and we kind of green signal them to move forward. The other key parameter here was containment zones. Right now, there were different rules around. The pin codes were red, orange, green, and then there were containment zones which were like deep red and nothing to move there. And containment zones, as defined by the government, were kind of They were not entire pin codes. They were small sub-localities or a set of few houses. Those were containment zones. And again, that's when our investments in the maps past 5 years really helped us. So we have an in-house highly accurate address disambiguation / geocoding service, which is able to predict the lat long of given address within a couple of 100 meters. So we were able to define which areas on a map are containment zones, and we had a manual team that did it, depending, the information coming from the government. And as soon as an address would come, we would know whether it's in containment or not. And that was the second checkpoint, right? So if it's in containment, if it's essential, it can move. If it's in containment, if it's not essential, it can't move, right? And so we had like different combinations of what can move, what can't. The third important thing here was that our clients, right? Our clients being e-commerce companies, largely, a lot of them, okay, guys knew what they wanted to do. We have a long tail of 100,000 clients. A lot of these clients didn't know of the changing regulations, right? They didn't really know what can be shipped, what can't be shipped. We had like pharma clients who were shipping anything from perfumes to paracetamol. Now, they could ship paracetamol, but they couldn't ship perfumes. And we also kind of enabled them to get back in the game. So at some point, they totally closed their operations. But we enabled them, look, you can ship paracetamol, you can ship these things, you can't ship those things. So that helped us also bring our clients back in the game. And within a week of the lockdown, we were operational in around 15,000 pin codes. And that's when, the rest of the country, most logistics companies in the country were not operational. So these are the some of the, AI tools that really helped us go from 0 pin codes on the 27th of March, or whenever the lockdown happened, I think 27th of March, to around, 15,000 pin codes by the first week of April. And that really helped us kind of deliver essential supplies to the entire country. And I'm kind of quite proud of the fact that we invested in that helped us really service essential goods throughout the country in a short amount of time.
No, that's I think that's quite commendable, Kabir, going from 0 to 15,000 pin codes in a couple of weeks. I'm sure you all had sleepless nights during those times, and gladly, companies like your company and other companies also probably churned the whole challenge. Basically took it up on yourselves as a personal challenge to see that how we can deliver services to the people who need the most during those times. I think that's great. Coming to you, Bhuvan, I think while telecom and logistics companies really had good challenges and they were able to operate during the initial stages of the pandemic, and subsequently, I think they were able to exploit, as the things eased out. But manufacturing is something that hugely got impacted. My assessment of the whole situation was that manufacturing completely came to a standstill and could not open for at least for the next about 2 to 3 months. And especially, I think with automobile sales going from going to a bare minimum, almost to the zero level. With manufacturing not happening, I think it would have been a huge challenge for a company like yours, for Mahindra, to be able to restart the whole thing. So what's your thought on that? How did it impact a company, a manufacturing company like yours, and how did you manage to come out of the whole situation?
Yeah, Ravi, I mean, we have the situation is still on, right? It is not over, so we still.
Yeah, it's still on. I agree, it's still on. But yeah, but
yes, the lockdown, the reason that has helped. That is correct. Look, the need for lockdown was severe, and I think that was the right thing to do. Operations were closed, as you mentioned. But coming back to AI, I think we had the advantage of having invested in some of our digital systems ahead of unpredictable lockdowns. And what that gave us is the time to invest in doing things that we would not be able to do when the systems were, or when the plants were running at 100% capacity. I'll give you a few examples. For our automotive sector, we had started already last year, we had started doing things in the areas of predictive maintenance, which I think everyone's doing. To be able to predict when a machine goes down is not easy. especially when you have legacy plants been there for a while, etc. With different OEMs and so on. So we had started doing that. We had started monitoring when machines were going down. But when the operations were down, we were able to actually quickly deploy those models and so on. We also started reducing our dependency on manual things. So, for example, every engine that we make goes through 3 types of tests. Right? There is a cold test, which is the vibration. There is a hot test, which is where you fire up the engine and test it. And then there is a load test, where you actually attach a load and test if the engine performs. We are now using AI to predict the outcome of the subsequent test, and hence trying to assess whether or not we need to actually do a test, because the pass rate of these tests are so high that it's eventually a waste of time and labor and also money. So we were able to deploy models very quickly to assess whether or not a certain engine is going to pass, and kind of come out with the right parameters at the end of the next test or not. And we tested against the previous few years of data that we had. That gave us the confidence in deploying those models, and those models are live now. We are able to not just reduce the cost of testing, but also improve customer satisfaction when it comes to warranty claims and so on, because we know we are able to forecast the performance of an engine by assessing parameters that were true at the time of that engine getting assembled. So that's another example. On the customer experience side, actually, what happened when the lockdowns eased up a little bit, the behavior had changed. No one wants to, even now, no one wants to walk into a dealership or a showroom anymore to check out a vehicle, and everyone's doing more and more research online. Except for a test drive, I think most of the customer's life cycle of purchasing an automobile is now happening online. Like everyone else, I think we had to launch, and we quickly launched a portal, which was first in India to do an end-to-end journey of doing your research all the way till getting your vehicle delivered at your doorstep, sanitized, including things like exchange with our Mahindra First Choice partnership, financing, and insurance, and so on. So we put out that portal, and what happened was suddenly we were getting a lot of data. Right? A lot of data was getting generated about auto customers and auto buyers that we had never seen before. Right? Everyone who wanted to buy a vehicle is now online. So now we are actually going through that data and figuring out how we can improve the experience of our customers and make the auto or make a SUV purchasing journey much more delightful for our customers, knowing what they're doing offline, online, etc. So those are a couple of examples that we're doing. One interesting one, which is actually the last one I would talk about and then hand it back, is some innovation we are doing in our paint shops. These are things, paint shops are shops where the bodies in white are sent, they are spray coated with a primer, then the base paint, and then metallic paint, and so on. Traditionally, the industry has significantly high defect rates in automated paint shops, even with high-end machines, because the ambient conditions, temperatures, and things changing so fast in the paint booths. The defects like linting, dust, bubbles, etc., are quite common, and they are attended to manually. Now, what we did was we applied predictive calculations and modeling to assess parameters of a paint shop, and gave to our paint operator a simple controller which they can now use in order to change things that they can change, like humidity of the booth, or temperature of the booth, or viscosity of the paint going in, to ensure that the defect that would have been caused because of the historical data and the conditions and so on, the probability of having that defect is minimized. So we invested in some of those interesting moonshot ideas, things that have not been done before, plus some of the things that we had to catch up on, like predictive maintenance, etc. And we've seen significant results of using AI in a traditional function like manufacturing of automobiles. So I'm pretty excited about it, and I'm sure there will be a lot more applications of these technologies that we will bring out. Back to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Bhuvan. Coming to you, Katrina, I think you represent the financial sector, and I think that is one sector that's operated 100, in its 100% potential in both physical as well as digital world, right? So I think this was one sector that was fully operational through the entire period, and I think there's a lot of dependence on this sector as far as the continuity of any kind of business or any kind of economic activity was concerned. So, Katrina, can you let us know as to how financial sector dealt with the whole thing, when that there was immense load on it initially and probably over a period of time?
Yes, Ravi, completely right. So during last year, we had to move very quickly, not only to transition fully to digital channels, but also to revise all historical models. Obviously, that they didn't work anymore. So we had to have a full revision of all decision engines across the board. But luckily, we started this work far before pandemics. So focus on digital channels was always there. So I think just to give you guys some interesting examples here, let's say in traditional financial services, touch point with the customer, physical touch point was always very important for some kind of final judgment of customer worthy of credit. So credit manager would come to some small business shop and try to interview the customer to assess stability of the business, maybe some kind of signs of potential risk. So all of this is a wonderful application of AI, right? All of this human judgment and human capturing signals of risk or stability can be digitized. And that was our focus in the last 3 years. For example, what credit manager can see that we can request customers to send us online as a photo or video of that small business. Of course, behind it was a lot of GST, financial statements, bank statement, cash flow models, that's for sure. But interesting example, for example, electricity usage of the small business. That's your surrogate data for economic activity of that small shop. What traditionally credit manager will come and see how the small shop is operating. Is there enough customers? What is the location? So that can be captured, for example, with traces of electrical usage, specific geographical locations, and so on. One more, I promised, interesting example, video analytics. So when customer applies for the new loan online, we capture a small video of the customer. Currently, we use it for identity verification to compare the customer with actual IDs provided. But we also hoping to develop emotional sentiment models. So not only for facial recognition, but to capture customer emotional sentiment during the loan application and connect it in the future with the payment history, with the payment behavior. So I know it's right now it's still work in progress, but that's some of our internal focus of our AI scientists is to truly understand customer ability and willingness to pay through video analytics, psychometric questions, alternative data points, digital footprint of the customers. So I hope, Ravi, that's a kind of couple of examples how we use AI in finance.
Thanks, Katrina. I think, yeah, so I completely agree with you. New models had to be adapted and they had to be adapted really, really fast. I think most financial organizations who were IT enabled, but who probably hadn't adopted AI as a normal business practice, probably, had to face their whole transformation story and do it. And I'm glad that, your organization has been able to cope with it. I'm glad that. Coming to you, Kanishk, Amazon Web Services, again, a big player. as far as providing web connectivity to the environment, right? So you must have had huge challenges from the time this thing set on sometime in late March, early April, as to how to meet this huge demand of organizations. Every organization wanted to go online, consume huge bandwidth, and I believe the bandwidth was a big requirement for anybody and everybody that time. So, what are your thoughts of how your organization adapted AI both internally and externally to meet this challenge?
Sure. So I think a couple of, I'll more go on the external and how we enable a lot of organizations across to take care of the bandwidth requirements, things coming up, the surge coming up during the pandemic. Look at what is, as I alluded at the beginning of this discussion, right? Look at what has, how the edtechs or any online courses have actually taken up. So there's a lot of capacity that came up, a lot of media streaming, the need for you to offer virtual proctoring, and virtual proctoring is essentially the ability for you to monitor students if they're taking a test, or monitor students even in a class. So some of these challenges started coming up, which were earlier on the fringes, suddenly became mainstream. There were schools asking for it, educational institutes such as engineering colleges, degree, postgraduate institutes that started asking for it. And this was beyond the regular coaching institutes that we spoke about, right? And what we really did was we were well prepared in terms of making sure that they had the relevant capacity as well as the bandwidth. We had teams that were deployed with each of these customers to help them scale up, help them understand what it takes to bring this at a mass sort of a dimension. And then take it up from there. The same thing happened, for example, in video consumption. Right from Amazon Prime to Netflix to any of the other OTT platforms, there's a ton of video consumption that went up in those 3 months of lockdown. And again, how do you actually make sure that the experience still remains crystal for each person, irrespective of the bandwidth that's going on, or the consumption patterns that are changing? How can you start providing them new content or even propose new content to them? So again, machine learning put in place, behavioral patterns looked at of customers or viewers as they look at this, push out new content, relevant content for them to consume, and at the same time push this out in a way that bandwidth is not choked, and they always are scaling up or scaling down based on how they see the need of consumption going in. So there's two areas where we saw a lot of ups and downs as far as the infrastructure requirements were. But then while shift a little bit to areas that were traditionally never machine learning or even an IT specific problem to solve. If you look, Holland is something that we all know is got tulips and flowers. It's generally a place that you associate with a lot of flowers and this everything around it. Royal Flora in Holland, which is the largest auctioning of flowers that happens in the world, that is a physical event that happens. It's about 128-acre property where people actually come in every day, buy flowers. These are transported, so flowers may be coming in from Africa, from Madagascar, getting transported to Hong Kong or some other place. And this is a transaction that happens in a physical setting as you start off. Now, once pandemic strikes, how do you actually start moving a transaction like this online? And there have been a lot of technology that has been deployed to just showcase to buyers as well as sellers what is the flower that you're purchasing. Can you enhance the image so that people get a better sense of what is the species of flower that you're picking up? How do you actually manage the logistics to transport these flowers from point A to point B? And similarly, such solutions have been put across with generally low-touch tech platforms and low-touch tech businesses to make them now suddenly a very high-touch tech business. And what we did was we leveraged some of our learnings that we have from Amazon.com and pushed that to a lot of our customers on how they can leverage this through, especially during the pandemic.
Thanks, Kanishk. I think that's very insightful. Coming to you, Shantanu. Shantanu, I think telecom companies. I would say, while it was a huge opportunity for telecom, while it was a huge opportunity for telecom companies to have basically expanded their operations during this part of it in terms of the demand, in terms of the kind of dependence people had on telecom companies and mobile phones. I'm sure there would have been serious challenges also as far as implementing tech in such a short span of short span of time for such a large user base, right? So any kind of tech for that, a simple MIS to very complex AI solution. I'm sure implementing such such solutions at such pace for such a large user base would have been a huge challenge, right? So how did your organization meet this challenge so very effectively? Shantanu, you're on mute again.
Thank you so much. The right contextual question for COVID-19, where, as I said, all of us went from become somewhat digital to largely digital, right? So there are a couple of ways it happens. And this is not necessarily just us, pretty much all organizations. First of all, what has been happening in the past few years as the organizations undertake digital journey, right? First of all, let's take the technology out of it. The technology, as Kanishka might say or Kavin might say, is available, Katrina or anyone else, is available off the stack. The invention of new AI technologies is actually not that hard. There are thousands and thousands of researchers around the world are working on developing new algorithms. And they are becoming available as an open source very, very quickly. It's how you take those toolkits and sort of use them in your context, get the right data, train them, and how your organization changes its work practices around it is essentially what makes it successful. Just building the AI tool for COVID-19 wouldn't have done it. So what happened in the past few years, though, a couple of transformations have been going on. One, in general, just with the push in the past, say, 6-7 years with the UPI, digitization, demonetization, and so on, people are getting used to the idea of using digital, transactions. So, for example, if I go to the US, where large chunk of my family lives, paying using your phone is very reality still today. Here outside the office in Gurgaon, there's a banana seller who sells one banana for 10 rupees. I can actually pay him for one banana using, UPI or whichever. So first of all, it's in the people's mindset. You are starting to, because of, I guess, a push for digitalization, a younger generation comparatively, compared to the rest of the world, the push for digitalization and the cheaper data has sort of gotten everyone's head that the digital is the way to go. So that's on the customer side. On the enterprise side, what had happened, typically data science was spearheaded in the world 40, 50 years back. The early guys were bank and the consumer products goods companies. What they had was a mindset of being what we call is a data science or data products out, which is I have 3,000 SKUs of insurance products, loan products, just taking banking as an example, insurance, loan, credit, and all of that stuff. I'll have 3,000 products. Data science will build model, tell me which segment I should go after, and I have 9,000 people calling me every day. So, for example, I get calls from banks all the time. Do you want a 2 lakh rupees loan? That sort of lack of data science. But a lot of people sort of did the work as a product out approach. In the past 7 or 8 years, what has happened in India and around the globe is people have started to think about consumer in as the new generation startups have sort of started looking at all the problems that the consumers. So, for example, do I really need 3,000 loan products? Or do I understand Shantanu and enough saying that he does not need a 2 lakh rupees loan, right? Or a gold loan for that matter. So the consumer in is a very different way of thinking organizationally, because what it does 2 or 3 things. Once it cuts the clutter, instead of having 9,000 products that you're trying to push to Shantanu, of which you think Shantanu is eligible for 100 and trying to push him 100, you figure out 3 things he needs and you sort of try to see if you have that or you should build a product to serve it. That's one, right? There are innovative startups, for example, in finance space in the US, where it actually allows you to go online, tells you how much loan you need, allows you to sort of say, this is the interest I'm willing to pay, and let others pay for it, right? As opposed to everyone calling you, right? So that's a second transformation. One is we are going digital. Second is companies that are starting to think outside in. Once those two are happening, and there are leading companies like us, for example, the outside in thinking has starting to get rapidly within the rest of the work. And once that happens, and once the third ingredient for it is the internal digitization, right? We have built over the period of time a lot of legacy systems, a lot of data is not digitized, just so that, we collect about 500 billion records per day now, right? Just getting that in a mammoth scale itself is an engineering challenge. So when this trio sort of meets, one is sort of the consumer getting used to the idea of digital. The second is companies getting used to the idea of sort of product inward, which is what does the consumer need? Let me go solve for it. And third, having both a national as well as an internal infrastructure to serve that. The rest of it is just task. But unless those three shifts happen organizationally and within the mind of people, any of them doesn't work, the rest of the ecosystem would not work. And I think 5 years back, I would not have taken that bet to say that India is ready. But I think today, most of the Indian companies, not only leading, I work for delivery for full disclosure once I came back to India in 2015, not only leading sort of startup first, digital first companies, but also like us or like Mahindra, right? People who are present here. Are sort of getting into that over that hump, say that look, digital is the way to go, data is the way to go, product is the way to go. Let's go solve it. I think what you just said, Ravi, to begin with, saying that we are, whatever percentage of the economy and we need to get to the 15% in next 5 years. Had you told me 5 years back, I would have said, Ravi is smoking something that I need. Today, that's no longer a sort of a something that's unachievable. All we need is all we needed was an event like pandemic like this. So in some sense, COVID-19 was a bit of a blessing for a lot of companies in India, push them over the hump to get to the new world of being digital and data driven.
Thanks, Shantanu. I completely agree. I think this pandemic was a wake-up call for several organizations, right? I think several organizations were still, while they had gone digital, they were still in two minds as to what kind of investment do they want to make in technology, and probably if there was an option for them to postpone it for a couple of years. I think all these thoughts played up in minds of various organizations, but I think this pandemic has changed that idea completely now. Now I think everybody realized that the future way is to not only get digital as soon as possible, but to implement everything that's possible for them to remain relevant and for them to continue. Having said that, Kabir, just to seek your input, are there any best practices that you have encountered, or probably that you can suggest, for organizations, especially startups, mid-sized organizations, vis-a-vis the amount of AI, the amount of technology that they want to implement in the organizations, vis-a-vis the operations that will benefit from those. So, are there any best practices that you can talk about here?
To me, right? Sorry,
Yeah, that was you, Kabir. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. There are quite a few innovations that delivery in particular we have been doing in our operations. I mean, just to give a sense, we are largely an operations company, and we employ over 40,000 people on the ground to deliver like 1 million shipments a day, right? So the innovations that tech and data sciences bring to optimize all of this movement is largely around, I'll give two examples to actually help you understand this, right? There are two key focus areas. One is for us to optimize our network better, right? Which is where should we have our facilities, where should we have our sorting centers, where should we have our distribution centers. The other is once we have the network in place, what should be the movement of 1 million shipments from point A to point B, right? You can't let 40,000 people on the ground make that decision on the fly. For the cost to be minimal and speed to be as fast as possible, you need a system to make these decisions. So So while a lot of optimization techniques, they've been developed in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, right? So there's not much innovation there happening in terms of optimization itself. The main job really is you have tons of data, use it to optimize, you solve these two optimization problems, and you're done. However, when it comes to AI, there are a couple of best practices that I can suggest here that we have really benefited from in the past 3-4 years when it comes to optimization, right? Number one is joined delivery. By the way, I come from an optimization background myself. I joined delivery in 16, and Santanu was my manager back then, for full disclosure. Before this, I had an optimization background in academia for several years. The first learning for me was that an optimal solution does not work on the ground, right? People on the ground always have constraints that you, you tell a delivery person that, look, this is the route that you should follow. Go to location A first, then B first, then C first, and do these 50 things and then come back to your depot. The person on the ground will always say, look, you don't know about this. You don't know that Mr. Sharma is always sleeping at Sunday, 6 o'clock in the morning, or is not available. Place 10 is 5 o'clock in the evening. He won't be available. I can't do this, right? There are always these constraints that people on the ground will give you. That's where machine learning plays a massive role. And that's some of the innovation that we've done. For example, we know for every customers that we've delivered to around 120 million unique customers so far. We collect a lot of customer preference data, right? So I know the chances of delivering successfully delivering a ship to Santanu Bhattacharya would be between 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., right, on a weekday. There, the chance of successfully delivering would be 82%, as opposed to outside the slot, it would be something like 70%. So here are where machine learning models are actually really helping us optimize our delivery. The second one is that there are so many constraints on the ground, right? India, I mean, the urban landscape keeps changing very rapidly. The rural landscape keeps changing very rapidly. There are constraints on the ground that you need to learn. Your optimization models are not going to work unless you build in those constraints in real time. And that's where a very important feedback loop needs to be built in, right? So all optimization models can benefit from a feedback loop that your operators on the ground tell you that, look, this is not a feasible solution. It should be like this. And then the next day you need to make the same mistakes. So that's where, it's marrying of traditional optimization theory with machine learning models, and it gives us the best of both worlds. So we've started to do this a lot. We've published a few papers in this area as well, and that's the couple of best practices I would say that, ensuring we have a very strong feedback loop from operators that enables your model to learn the real ground challenges on a regular basis is very, very important. I'll just take 30 more seconds to give you a COVID specific example here, right? Now, earlier I spoke about our ability to identify what was essential and not. Now, again, it's a machine learning model, right? You create a certain threshold. At some point, you say this is essential, and on the other side. Now, if you're very harsh on your definition for essential, then a lot of people might not get essential services, right? They might not be actually getting shipments which are actually essential, but our model doesn't think so. On the other hand, if you're lenient, then and we might be shipping stuff which, right? In some definition, it could be essential, but our people on the ground are going to face the hate of the policemen if we're shipping those things. So there's a very good trade-off that we need to learn how to make that trade-off, and that happens by the feedback loop. So that's in a summary what I have to share.
Thanks, Kabir. Sarika, how are we doing on timing? Do we have a time for a couple of questions from the audience?
Mr. Reddy, we already have the panelists for the next session already here, but there are 2 to 3 questions which we have already pasted for the benefit of the panelists in the chat. So maybe you can run through in 5 minutes, and then we can wrap up the session, please.
Yes. So, I think questions from audience have been posted. Please feel free to take on any question
I can intervene in that. So one of the questions which has come, and it has been repeatedly asked in multiple ways, that what are the challenges and opportunities of applying AI and ML models in Indian industrial areas in this pandemic phase? So I would request the panelists to kindly volunteer. Someone who wants to take it up, Bhuvan, Kanishka, anybody who wants to take it up, or anybody else. So kindly please take up this question.
I can start it, and perhaps Kanish can add because he has a more broader view.
Yeah,
Challenges
sure.
and opportunities, I think, is simple. Challenges are lack of data, right? That's one big one. Lack of single source of data is more a recent challenge that I've seen, where industries, especially manufacturing and traditional industries, who have grown over a period of time with different systems, have different sources of truth for the same data. So it becomes difficult to correlate and kind of bring everything together. So the barrier to become intelligent is higher. So that's a challenge. However, I think the biggest challenge, these are all small ones, the biggest challenge is how do we convert the traditional decision-making mindset towards a more data-driven decision-making mindset, right? How do we ensure that people's behavior, decision-making process, and their KRAs are aligned to what the data says, and so on? So these are I think small and big challenges that I'm sure everyone's going through. Opportunities, we've all talked about. Opportunities humongous. Uh, the wave of Industry 4.0 gave us huge amount of data in the past. So over the last 4 or 5 years, most of the Indian industrial players have put in robots, have put in digital solutions, etc. And now the ground is fertile to do much more intelligent usage of that data and bring out unmatched efficiencies that we've never seen before and delight our customers with things that they would have not expected of an Indian company. So I think on both sides, these are some of my thoughts. Kanishka, if you want to add something.
Yeah, thanks, Bhuvan. So, a couple of areas, right? So, I think from a challenge, Bhuvan, you've probably got some of that, absolutely nailed it. One of the other areas that we often look at is general people's tendency, or general people who are at the shop floor, people who are driving, regular operations, to hold on to data, to hold on to the existing process, and in a very Indian way, ये तो ऐसा ही होता है. How do you change that bit of mindset to help them understand that, guys, when you start bringing in efficiency, you're actually, one, pushing up not only the output of your organization or your particular function, but at the same time, you might also be creating new skilled job workforce. Take, for instance, when you deploy robotics, right? And we had this example, especially with our warehouses in the Amazon retail part of the business. When people actually created robots to move shipments from one point to another, yes, people had to skill themselves up, but suddenly we found that it created a brilliantly new job category of flow control engineers. People who are just monitoring these robots, their health, the traffic management, them moving across those grids. There is a humongous efficiency. And automatically, when you start shipping a lot more, you start fulfilling a lot more orders, you then require more people to service those orders despite the automation coming in. So there is a big pyramid and a domino effect when you start bringing in efficiency to the supply chain, or in this case, industrial areas. Right? We take, for example, steel. Just at a blast furnace, or the ability for you to know that specific temperature point when steel is ready and to be out into an ingot is a visual exercise. So a foreman standing in front of a blast furnace will actually look at that color change, and that's when he opens up the blast furnace. Now, what if I could deploy a video camera which exactly knows that color change in the temperature and pushes that out, right? So can I bring in that bit of efficiency and have this person deployed elsewhere, have him do something that is a much more higher skilled job than something that could be automated with simple ML intervention?
I have a comment to make. I am the Rinka Sutana. I think.
Hi, Sarika here. Yes, sir. I think Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Niranka Saxena is here. So yes, sir, over to you.
Thanks. I just wanted to just mention two things that this task is fungus.
So you're not audible, sir.
On it. Now is better. The voice better.
Yes, sir, much better.
So I think the task is among us, and you have to understand the time has come post and during COVID. Artificial intelligence for impact is going to create a backbone for entire industry across sectors, whether it is industry or private sector, academia, or universities. So setting up some sort of a global forum. Think about in 2001, we have set up a global GSM forum when mobile was evolving. So where collaboration from private sector and academia and government have to build in one pool. And here I would like to acknowledge one global company called Novartis, in a lead in healthcare sector in setting up an open data source platform for everyone. It's called Data 42 platform. You can search it in the Google. So Mr. Vas, who is the CEO, has set up a huge Data 42 platform for entire drug industry, where they have put in entire source of data from all academic institutions and private sector. So the spark is if we can, or FICCI and other leaders can set up a forum, a global forum, and purely on the business value. This is the need of the hour where best practices, problem statement can be shared with students, with universities across the world and the private sector. I know Cargill University has dedicated platform on AI where industries have center of excellence on specific healthcare and logistics. So, okay, this is only one CM. Need of the hour is my request to all our leaders, the forum. Think about creating a global forum for AI for impact. That's it. Thank you. Over to Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. I'm sure, sir, you have proposed a creation of a global forum on data, along with the support of industry. We can take the deliberations further. Thank you for that sparking thought. So we will be happy to discuss it with our partners. Since we already have a joint secretary who's joining in for the next session, is there any last comments from the panelists? Otherwise, I'll hand over to Mr. David Reddy for his concluding remarks and when we switch on the next session. Dr. Shantanu, Dr. Kabira Sogi, Ms. Katrina, any last comments, or we ask Mr. Reddy to wrap up the session, please? Okay, so Mr. Reddy, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sarika. I think the session was very insightful. The panelists were from varied backgrounds, from varied industry associations, and I think the perspective that they've given, has been very informative for me as well. I belong to the consulting background with some background with IT, ITAs, but then when I hear specialists speaking from other industries, I think the whole perspective that we get from listening to such experts is very satisfying and very informative. I would like to thank all the panelists here. It's been great to be your moderator, and I hope that in future we'll get opportunities to interact and discuss such things again. Thank you very much, Sarika. Thank you very much, FICCI, for having organized this. And I look forward to interacting with you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, the eminent panelists who've taken your time. I'm sure this is not the end of the journey. This is the beginning, and we stay connected to take the journey together for the AI and digital transformation in the country. We have heard our government, and so we have to work together as partners with them to enable this whole system. Thank you all, and with this we come to the closure of this plenary session, and we shift to another special session. The special session now focuses on the role of AI and the cloud ecosystem in a post-COVID-19 world. We all know now that in this time and even the new era which is emerging in the remote working and collaboration has intensified. And cloud and AI has to go hand in hand. The infrastructure and the service has to go hand in hand to enable it. And there are multiple initiatives which has been done both from the government side as well as from the industry side, and we have to take it further. We understand that all the companies are looking for the business continuity. So keeping that in mind, we have taken up this crucial discussion. I would like to personally thank Shri Sanjay Goyalji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, who has taken his time and is joining us for this session. So it is very privileged to hear you, and we look forward to have your suggestions and your way forward and guidance to FICCI. So thank you for joining in. Just quickly, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The panelists for the session would be Mr. Anil Bansali, Vice President, Engineering and Head of India Development Center, Google, Mr. Venkata Pingala, Co-founder and CEO, Scribble Data, and Mr. Nikhil Narendran, Partner, Trilegal. And the session is being moderated by Ms. Shilpa Gupta, Public Policy Expert. Over to you, Shilpa.
Thank you, Sarika. Very warm welcome to this very exciting session. My personal thanks to Sanjay ji. It's such an honor to have you here with us and to share this panel with you. Sanjay ji, you've been such an inspiration, not only for the sector, but for the policy enabler framework which the country is right now seeing in all the sectors. You are one of the leads who are taking the policy to level next, if I can put that way. Now, thank you, FICCI, for giving this opportunity for this session in your conclave, which has a very unique name. Sarika, compliments to you. It's AI India or India, however you want to call it. So welcome everyone to Conclave 2020 AI India. So we start, and just to set a background, now today they say that, not today, they've been saying it for time and again, that crisis is the mother of invention. The pandemic has so much proven it true. It can never be like this. We are doing everything from home, work from home, create from home, study from home, so much so that we are celebrating from home. All this wouldn't have been possible had the technology not been prepared, had the policies not been enabling, and had the industry and entrepreneur not been shouldering the responsibility of safety, security, and comfort of all of us sitting at home doing our normal, as usual work, and yet seamless, without stress, without interruption. So a big thanks and applaud to all the panelists and the policymakers like Sanjay ji who've enabled this in overall ecosystem and environment. While I say that, it's also very, very crucial to understand that cloud computing and AI tools is a new normal, is a way of living, is a way which is inevitable. You have to have an entire dependency framework on cloud, AI, and all the modern technologies. Now, without taking much time, I would invite Sanjay ji for his keynote. Sarika has given his background. I would just add to his designation. He's a policy maker, but more a policy enabler with a very unique talent on technology. Over to you, Sanjay ji.
Thank you, Shilpa, for those very kind words. And thank you, FICCI. Thank you, Sarika, for having me here. I am looking after the policy for data centers and cloud cloud enablement within the government of India as Joint Secretary MIT. And for the last 2-3 years that I have been here, my focus has been on the cloud and the data center initiatives, development of cloud and data center within the country, particularly for the government sector, because we have been at it for development. We have been earnestly working for development of IT and IT-enabled systems within the government, which we thought at one point of time was lagging behind. Now I can say we are making good progress, and we are, if not there, we are almost there. And government is taking good strides in this direction. Today's discussion regarding AI and cloud computing in the post-COVID area, I think the pandemic has, as Shilpaji pointed out, has already thrown up the virtues of IT-enabled society. We have done well. We have not done exceeding well, but we have done certainly very well. We have been able to keep our heads up. We have been keep above the water level, and we have the economy has thrown up the virtues of how being electronically enabled has helped us to stay afloat. And a great credit goes to the past policymakers who have thought in these lines, developed the infrastructure over the ages, and brought us to this current stage where we are, I dare say we are IT enabled, we are technologically enabled society. I would talk about cloud computing first, because that is an area where we are really doing a lot of work in this in the government right now. We taking a step back, I would give a brief background. We started with our Meghraj cloud in 2013. That is the first time the government of India thought of moving on to the cloud. Till then, and even after that, I mean, I dare say, even after that, anytime any IT infrastructure had any IT enablement was required, people used to go buy data centers, buy switches, invest heavily into that, and run a small application on it. And then every 5 years, there was the system of warranties expiring and the hardware to be changed. And a person, let's say in the petroleum ministry, who would be more bothered about petroleum, would have to work on how to work on this IT infrastructure. So that is where the thought of cloud enablement came into the government. And Meghraj was launched in 2013 based on NIC data center, NIC cloud features that was provided. But then we realized soon it was not sufficient. So there was a thought and there was a thinking, and then we went in for what is called the cloud service provider empanelment, where we thought that the private sector should step in, chip in, and help the government, and government should use the services to proliferate to overcome the infrastructure bottlenecks that we are facing. Cloud, I dare say, is the infrastructure, digital infrastructure of the future. We were working out of data centers, but cloud is there. We are here in government. We have enabled to a great extent. There are a large number of projects like GEM, for example, government e-marketplace, even Poshan Abhiyan. They are all migrated to this private so-called cloud service providers, and with good effect, with good experiences, and that ecosystem seems to have developed and is here to stay. Besides that, we have realized now that the cloud requirements of this country, you see, DOT study has thrown up a very nice piece of statistics that we are using about Indians are very, very data savvy, and they're using as much as 9 GBs of data a month. And with 700 billion users, you can imagine the kind of data generation that is taking place. We don't want this data to go all over the world. We don't want it. We need to have places to store this data. We need a place to keep this data. And this data today is like oil. It is no less than oil. A curated data, refined oil, I mean, in terms of refined oil, curated data can work wonders. The world is hungry for data, and data analytics, the kind of tools we have got into data analytics throws up such marvelous results, such intriguing results, that data indeed is the oil of today, and data can throw up a lot of things. So the ministry has embarked on the policy of encouraging setting up data centers, cloud-enabled data centers, and hyperscale data centers in this country where we are lagging. We are encouraging more and more players to come and set up data centers. Already there's been a wonderful response. There are a large number of multinationals. I believe Bhansali sir shall confirm. Google has ambitious plans for setting up data centers in this country. And so also a large number of companies, Indian and foreign, have plans to come up, roll out data center plans here, and all cloud enabled. We want to become a data center hub. That's our object. That's our vision. We should become the data center hub for the whole world. Why India? It should be for the whole world. And we are working towards that. We are also working on a data center policy, which will see the light of the day soon. And we aim to encourage setting up a vibrant and a great data center system within the country, which will then give to the cloud computing, a flip to the cloud computing. Cloud in India, as it is understood in the government, I would say in the government was, as I said, was about data centers. Now the government departments are realizing, and they have migrated to the cloud scenario, where they realize it's much cheaper because they are able to write down the expenses. The expenses on hardware is gone. It's converted capex that used to be usually expense that used to be a capex has got converted to opex. Costs have come down. It's encouraging them more and more to move cloud. CSPs are having a field day. They're getting good business from the government. And I see the future of digital infrastructure is cloud, hyperscale data centers, cloud enabled. And in that direction, we are moving very, very systematically. We have also a cloud management office working with us, which is working towards adapting the cloud to government requirements, and where we have come out with certain innovative features where the security is not concretized. I mean, it's a fluid security system that we are offering. I can get into it. I don't know how much time Shilpa, do I have for this?
So you have time. So I mean, here everyone wants to listen to you. So I mean, we have another.
I can go on and on. It's something. I think I'll regulate the time accordingly. I have something to talk on AI also. Okay, but yes, cloud is the way we are going, and we are wanting hyperscale. We are in fact talking of data center parks, cloud economic zones. We are thinking, and we are having industry consultation. We are very bullish on this area, and we want the cloud to become the ultimate in digital infrastructure. It will become the backbone of the virtual world in this country. Data centers per se, the data centers, the way it has evolved in the government over the past few years. I want to set up a small project. I put up 2 racks and make a small data center and start operating. There were buildings in government where there were 3 or 4 data centers, small data centers operating, mini data centers. We want to do away with all that, and hopefully we'll be successful in that direction. From data, the obvious next is AI, artificial intelligence. AI is data hungry. The more we have data centers, the more we have cloud data centers, cloud-enabled data centers, the more data we collect, and the more we power that AI engine. AI is data hungry. AI works on data analytics. The tools of the way data analytics is evolving is amazing. The way the compute power has gone up in this country. I mean, I would love to. I'd love somebody to throw light on that. The way the computing power is going up, the way the technology is leapfrogging ahead, it's a very exciting times for us. We are in very exciting times. Data can be used to amazing effect. And the speed of computing, even the passwords which used to be encrypted and are getting crunched in no time. I mean, the cyber security people, the security people having a great challenge tackling the speed of computing for security purpose, in fact. So this throws up a lot of potential in the AI area. AI is all about crunching data at a rapid pace and evolving and coming up with intelligent solutions. I dare say AI has always been there with us. I mean, I go back 20 years, 25 years. We used to work on optimization programs. We used to make small programs to optimize. Essentially, it was AI at that point of time, but we didn't use that terminology. Automation, then we had CNC machines going down the line. They in part artificially intelligent equipments, artificial intelligent systems were there, always there. Now we are talking of a stage where digital explosion is taking place. There's an era of digital transformation, data coming in, compute speeds going up, data analytics hitting the roof. I mean, what we can't do in data analytics, and the heart of AI would be data analytics, machine learning, coming up with unimaginable algorithms because of the speed of computing has enabled now. And with this kind of thing, AI is on the cusp of launch here in this country also now. AI, there are certain in e-governance. I would like to talk about the role of how we plan to take it forward in the governance sector. In governance, our aim throughout has been to deliver service to the people in an efficient and transparent manner at a low cost, perhaps as far as possible at their doorsteps. And towards that, we had started a national e-governance program, and we succeeded to a certain extent. We have come to a level where processes are digitalized and services are okay, digitally given, imparted. We need to go to the next level. The next level would be through automation, through through artificial intelligence engines, so that the delivery of service is more automated and instant. Still, as of now, there is a process driven where individuals have to validate the data before a service can be delivered. We want to take the e-governance to the next level where AI engines are used for validation so that the delivery is instantaneous. You sit on a system, enter a keyboard, everything is digitally signed, everything is validated through your records, and you get a birth certificate printout there and then. Not, you don't need to wait for 5-6 days. Maybe you can even extend it to a passport. The system takes all your details and you just press a key and everything in the background is validated, including your police verification, including your history of travel. Everything is validated, and you get an e-passport as a printout. We are that's the vision we are looking at for the governance services. I don't think it's there in any part of the world, any part of the world. But we have the vision that we can probably go to that stage where all services are on a fingertips. All services are available on fingertips. The truly and really the invisible government, where we get everything in our hands as we want it and as we like to have it. That is the vision. I don't know how much we can achieve, but we are moving in that direction. We are looking at that kind of a governance pattern. And AI today, see, the government is looking already at AI in the area of let's say health, education, agriculture. I can give you an example how we intend to use agriculture. Let's take an example of agriculture. Agriculture, we have a lot of applications. We have soil health card. We have ENAM for marketing. We have weather data coming in. And we have so many applications, but these are all isolated applications working in their own cocoons, not talking to each other. We intend to create a digital platform, a public digital platform where all these applications come together and the data is exchangeable. They talk to each other. Thereafter, if you see, if we put an AI engine on that, a developed AI engine, it takes data from the meteorology, it takes data from soil health card, it takes data from marketing area and what all miscellaneous, or maybe from the market also. Perhaps it's again a vision. It can probably throw up in the future. It can throw up a solution where it tells the farmer, grow this crop. This will give you this much of profitability. Grow the weather conditions only enable you to grow these 3-4 types of crops. Out of this, the profitability, you will get a profit of this much in this crop and this much in that crop at the end of the growing season. Maybe we can go to that extent. This is the power of artificial intelligence, that we can, the power of data analytics, the power of data. I'm only giving you an example in this field of agriculture. Probably this is true in health, education, all these areas. These all greenfield areas. They have to be tapped. I mean, I would appeal to the AI entrepreneurs. The field for you is there. You just have to step in and let your imagination go free. We are limited by our imagination today, not by technology. It's the imagination that has to be. That is
Definitely. Definitely.
So the field is there for them to just exploit it. I would also like to point out, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know, time is running out. Okay, I put an end to it here now then.
Okay.
I can go on and on this subject.
Yeah, I know that,
passionate about
Sanjay.
it. But I only say that the future is bright. It's a digital future, whether it's infrastructure like cloud computing coming in, or with applications through AI, with the machine learning and robotics coming in a big way. The whole field is open, and we had a few awards some time back, and there were public service delivery awards, and I was surprised that 60-70% were all IT enabled. IT is looking like a second nature to us now. All IT solutions were coming out. We were looking at solutions in public service, but we got all IT solutions. So somebody turned around and said, "Is it the IT? Is the IT age now? Everything is IT driven." With that, I think I'll stop here. I have been able to convey the perspective of the government to a certain extent and the vision what we have in both these areas. Of course, we have things, startup, etc. coming up, but I will not talk about it. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Sanjay ji. I mean, it's always like this. Whenever I meet you or whenever I listen to you, it seems that it's never ending. There's so much to learn from you. Truly, data is the oil, and therefore data centers would be the reservoir to preserve these oil. However, it has to be a hyperscale model. It has to be integrated. It has to be safe. It to some extent local also. So with this, I would also now invite Anil Bhansali, who's here with us. Anil is Vice President Engineering and Head of India Development Center, Google. Anil would talk to us about what is his perspective of the cloud potential, the global technology space, the impact on India, and he has a small presentation for us, and his presentation would talk about the hyperscale cloud service and what it has for countries like us. So over to you, Anil. We'll request FICCI to put up Anil's presentation.
All right. Thank you, Shilpa, and thank you, Sanjay ji, for those inspiring words and the policy framework that you talked about. That's going to go a long way towards taking India to where we would like to, to the stage. And good afternoon, everyone. Privileged to speak at this August gathering. I'll take a few minutes to talk about our experience as a hyperscale cloud provider and how we believe the combined power of AI and cloud computing can bring transformational changes to India's digital economy. Next slide, please. So just as quick context, according to a report from 2018, AI will be the #1 driver of global GDP growth by 2030. And hence, I think it's essential for the government to incentivize the adoption of AI and for the industry to integrate AI into their systems to reap the productivity and efficiency gains that it can provide. Slide, please. India is also one of the largest and fastest growing public cloud markets in the world. A 2019 BCG report project will continue to grow at a fast pace. The increased deployment of the public cloud among traditional large enterprises, along with the progressive regulatory framework that we just heard from Sanjay ji, can really help drive the cumulative GDP impact to as much as $130 billion and total employment impact to about 1.7 million jobs over the next 5 years. Next slide. With the expanding role of cloud computing technologies and AI to help organizations, there are, from our perspective, 4 trends that we see emerging right now. One is, of course, the need for resilient infrastructure, a need to enable digital transformation of Indian businesses, the need for industry-specific AI and cloud tools, and of course, which has now become very apparent in the current frame that we are in, the need to promote remote work and business continuity at an accelerated pace. So, next slide. So looking at all these growth, basically, hyperscale cloud providers like Google infrastructure and deliver value to their customers. By leveraging our global network, we provide localized solutions to our customers, including a choice of where customers' data should be stored. Currently, we're live in 24 regions and 73 zones, and allowing us to service customers in over 200 countries. And yes, as Sanjay ji mentioned, basically, clearly we are investing heavily in India. We have a GCP region in Mumbai since 2017, and we are adding a Delhi region in 2021. At Google, we're also very our continued commitment to renewable energy, and we've been 100% carbon neutral for many years now. Next slide, please. So briefly, I wanted to share some thoughts on this. As organizations transform digitally, we see them grappling with various choices and trade-offs that they have to continuously deal with. First, agility, which is the core objective of a business, important to address the potential security issues that also come along with it. And usually you always have this trade-off between agility and security. Secondly, organizations are constantly balancing the cost of more reliable systems with the need for greater uptime. Another question that often comes up is around portability versus consistency, which can lead to a vendor lock in some cases. Should they go, as organizers think about going towards the cloud, should they go public, hybrid cloud, a multi-cloud strategy? So at Google, with Anthos, we provide a different kind of hybrid cloud software that overcomes some of these trade-offs. So you don't have to compromise between agility and reliability, or between choice and consistency. With a software like Anthos, you can manage applications across both on-premises as well as cloud providers without any vendor lock-in, with cloud of your choice, and build applications once, and that can run anywhere. Next slide, please. Coming to AI, recognize the transformational potential of AI, but there is a problem. A gap remains between the potential of AI and its ease of deployment. And we can definitely help close this gap, and we're looking at how to deliver deployed AI in 3 ways. First, looking at building horizontal solutions for general purpose business workflow. Second, looking at how we build industry-specific work with customers. I mean, as an example, we have our contact center AI tool, which has helped banks manage the influx of customer inquiries related to COVID-19. Our documents AI tools have helped banks and other financial institutions extract information from loan documents efficiently and at scale. The other important thing is to have platform and development tools for building custom models available. As an example, we have TensorFlow AI Toolkit, which is used by millions of startups around the world. Next slide, please. So we do recognize the power of AI, and we want to do this thing in a safe, secure, and responsible way. Our AI principles that you see out here outline 7 things that we believe AI should do, and 4 broad AI applications that we will not pursue. Many other companies and organizations have developed similar sets of principles and values around AI, and most touch upon similar ideas, fairness, privacy, safety, accountability. We are making our AI tools and solutions like TensorFlow and Wolf externally available to startups and other businesses to identify and tackle the issues around fairness and privacy and things like that, and to promote a more responsible approach to AI. Next slide. It's also important for businesses to understand the data management lifecycle and to ensure that the cloud service provider handles customer data in a safe, secure, and reliable manner. You'll notice that at Google, we have a very firm commitment to privacy of your data. We recognize that your data is your data and no one else's. When you move the data into the cloud, it is still your data. And we use this data only for the purpose of delivering the services that you're consuming in Google Cloud. Next slide. Lastly, I just want to talk about the role of cloud service providers in the wake of the global pandemic. COVID has created an urgent need for Indian businesses to digitize their internal processes, how they engage with customers, how they equip their employees to be more, so on. Like everything that's there to run a business needs to go digital. In fact, from recent Google Trends data, we found that there was almost a 4x growth in users searching for, work from home tools, for example. Digital transformation is no longer just a good to have anymore. It is critical to ensure business continuity in the face of similar disasters in the future. Google Cloud is working with governments to bring a unique combination of easy to adopt tools and technologies, things like Gmail, Meet, Google Drive, Google Docs, etc., to Indian businesses, as well as bringing local trainings, adoption workshops, and deployment support. And we are quite confident that with the accelerated cloud and AI tech businesses across the, it will result in India's digital transformation and spur economic growth during these challenging times. So with that, I'll hand it back. Thanks.
Thanks, Anil. It's such a relief to listen to you when I see that my data is my data, even if it is through my Gmail. So this is a wonderful news to consumers like us. And interestingly, Anil, my organization is completely gone to G Suite. So we know how functional is all your products, and for people like us, when meetings are at the drop of the hat, how critical it is to align all your information, team information, and client information at one place, and yet very, very safely. So this was very, very interesting, Anil. I would wanted to check, Dr. Pingali, you come from a very interesting background and space. Dr. Pingali, for our viewers, is a founder and CEO of Scribble Data. He understands the startup space and he understands the data space and the security space as equally well. So, Dr. Pingali, how do you see India maturing itself with the pandemic situation, and how can India leverage the cloud technologies and AI tools going forward, specifically from the lens of a startup?
Thank you very much, Shilpa. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr.
Pingali. I'll take a couple of minutes. I can see that we are over time, and a number of points have been made in the previous sessions as well. So when I look at it from a startup's perspective, we deal with Scribble, do a bunch of machine learning related work, and we interact a lot with data teams across the industry and across the world also. So one thing that we think is that Anil's firm, Google, has provided a fantastic platform in terms of GCP. AWS is also fantastic. The limitation now has shifted from whether or not we have strong cloud building blocks to organizations and processes that are able to effectively utilize it. And we see when we go around talking to companies, we see basically four bottlenecks, if you will, to adoption of cloud. And I'm hoping that this COVID actually clarified the thought process of a bunch of companies. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. There are four things that we see are required for organizations to effectively utilize the cloud. First is just a streamlined workflow or processes, better coordination, because cloud strongly rewards organizations that are very disciplined. So if you have poor coordination, if you don't have clarity about your applications and what problems you want to solve, cloud cannot solve your problem. But if you have clarity, cloud can accelerate your performance tremendously. The second thing that we see, especially with the growth of work from home, and because we deal with a lot of sensitive data, enablement of trust is a big deal now. If there are my clients' staff are sitting in Lucknow, in Jaipur, and other places, and they are dealing with very business critical data, which has PDP sensitivity and so on. So one of the needs that we see, that gaps that we see that need to be fulfilled over the next so much time is something that will increase the trust in the overall application that you are building, and so that it is safe from multiple perspectives. Third thing that we are noticing that my clients, the first thing that happened during this pandemic is my clients lost some of the key staff members. And so it had a dramatic impact on their ability to deliver services. The staff that does very well in the cloud environment and in the work from home environment is also the staff that is very mobile, that shifts across organizations, across projects and things like that. So we see a dramatic increase in the need to better understand and manage the talent pool that you have. Talent will become the critical resource with GCP and AWS, everybody giving us a lot of the building blocks. The last one that I would say is that the cloud enables you to build very complex applications very quickly. And the depth of the talent in the community to be able to manage very complex solution development is still limited. So what we see happen, what we have observed happening in the last 6 months is, first thing, organizations, because of the shock, the hidden risks that were always there in the organization came forward. So that clarified in their mind what are the areas that they should be investing in, whether it's people, technology, better processes, and so on. The second thing that happened during this whole time was the value of data suddenly increased in their perspective, simply because your past understanding and past history is not, you're not able to utilize it to determine the course of action. So what we definitely see a very significant course correction among all the enterprises, both in startups as well as beyond our own clients in the enterprise space. I will add thing which came as quite a bit of surprise to us as a small machine learning company. We started getting inbound requests from around the world. We have talked to companies in Brazil, in Mexico, and all sorts of places in the last 6 months. And what the pandemic has opened up people's minds as far as who they can collaborate with and how they can achieve the solution. Let me stop there, and would love to hear other people's perspectives.
Sure, Dr. Bengali. That's very, very insightful and gives a lot of food for thought to understand, how do we address all the points that you've mentioned. It's a true experience that one can borrow from and learn further. So now I would like to invite Nikhil. Nikhil Narendran is partner Trilegal. Nikhil, we would like to understand from you that given the situation, the opportunity is very, very ripe, and you have policy makers like Sanjay ji who are talking about the policy. But as a legal expert, as a policy expert, what side of the policy making you think will enable this AI and cloud to go to the level next, or what are the challenges that comes to your mind, Nikhil? Nikhil, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. So, what I was trying to say was, look, one of the key aspects about cloud is there is a huge dependency on telecom, huge dependency on the network. There's a huge dependency on the infrastructure per se. So one of the reasons why we saw a significant growth in the cloud sector in the past few years is because of the fact that largely most part of these regulations are unregulated if you look at it from a cloud perspective. Because a large number of applications on the cloud layer is on the application layer, or even the infrastructure for that matter. Only the telco part of it is regulated. So I think one of the key aspects, if you want India to develop and become the data center, epicenter of data center, epicenter of data centers in the world, or for the cloud industry, one of the things that we should ensure is that the status quo remains and ensure that cloud is regulated in the least possible manner, because that will ensure that there is more cloud adoption, that will ensure that there is more competitive rates available in the market where India can offer rates which are much cheaper to global destinations, other global destinations for cloud services and for data centers. So that's one aspect that we need to keep in mind while looking at cloud from a legal, regulatory, and policy perspective. The other aspect to think about is, in fact, how to sort of take away some of the bottlenecks that exist in forms of regulations itself. So one of the key aspects here is, again, it's not really on the side of information technology, but largely on the side of telecom, because there are several restrictions which sort of dissuade cloud players from getting large fiber. There are specific restrictions which are related to, let's say, for instance, dark fiber. A cloud company cannot, or a data center company cannot purchase dark fiber directly due to India's telecom regulations. Those telecom regulations have been existing to serve a purpose, and those purpose is pretty valid. But we should probably look at coming out with a much lower level license for players such as, or a lower level registration for players such as cloud players who'd like to take dark fiber and utilize the dark fiber so that they can come up with more innovative products, more competitive prices in the market. So I think that's another area where we need to probably look at it. And the third aspect, of course, is largely at a federal government side, the state government side, where many of the actual roadblocks with respect to construction of a data center are at a state government level. So there is a question about unification of policies that often need to come in, especially when you're looking at a hyperscale data center that's opening up in a particular state. Most of the policies, most of the state government policies at an information technology level are very geared towards large number of outsourcing, or for that matter software development, where the focus is largely on employing large number of people. The incentives are usually geared towards industries which employ large number of people. So I think there could be several examples that one could take a look at. For instance, Tamil Nadu is one example where you see that there is a focus on employment per se for a large number of projects, where in fact a cloud project or a data center project will in fact bring the same amount of investment into the state, but not necessarily create the same amount of jobs. Which means that there is a need for bespoke policies to be created, for data center policies to be created at a statewide level itself. And I believe some states have done exceptionally well over the others. But probably we need to think along those lines where we could have unified policies which will bring in policies around employment, policies around power tariffs, better infrastructure, better connectivity, etc., so that there could be more cloud adoption. And it's something which is possible pretty much throughout the India, provided that we have the fiber available, the good bandwidth available, and the other infrastructure to sort of support it. So I'll probably sum it up at that. Thank you, Shilpa, and thank you, FICCI, for having me here.
Thank you, Nikhil. No, truly, coming from regulatory background myself, it is critical that we showcase Advantage India to the globe to make data as an industry per se in the country itself. So, Sarika, I know we are just not there with the time. The previous session flowed up, and now we are also, because there's so much of intelligence on your panel, what can I do about it? So, over to you, Sarika, for how do you want to conclude it?
Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you, everybody. There's special thanks to Sri Sandeep Banerjee for taking out your time and, of course, sharing your thoughts. And we can understand there's so much to it. I'm sure this will obviously give a cue to my team to have a separate session on cloud with you, because there's so much of learning to have it. And I'm sure the same, the audience, we have more than 400 people who are viewing it. They would love to hear the initial deep thoughts of it. So we'll come back to you, sir, with the same. And Shilpa, like you rightly said, the subject is so vast. I mean, the whole area of AI is so vast. And as we say, AI is the new electricity. I mean, data is an oil, but AI is an electricity. That's what we call it. So that, of course, the every session has so much of a power pack speakers that I don't know how we have to do the justice, but we have to intervene here and we have to wrap up the session. This one, we already have the panelists for the next session who are already there, and the session will talk about the smart health. We will request, if your schedule permits, do continue viewing it. But definitely, thank you all. Thank you, Sanjayji. Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you, Mr. Anil Bansali, Dr. Venkata Pengai, and of course, Mr. Nikhil Narendran. With this, we wrap up this session, and we look forward to be connected with you. As I said, it's a journey which has started, so we'll be connected with you for reaching to the destination along with all of you. With this, I simply switch over to the next plenary session, which is on the smart health. Health is a key word which has been, it's in everybody's mind currently because of the current condition. And we know that how AI and can play a role in that health area, especially starting with the contact tracing, or you talk about diagnostics, or you talk about reducing the time in clinical trials, research, everything. So we have a good set of experts, both Indian as well as international, who are going to delve deep into the topic, transforming healthcare using AI and robotics. I'd like to just call up the panelists. We would be having Dr. Jody Albo-Canals, who is the Chief Scientific Officer and co-founder Lighthouse DIG. Welcome, Dr. Jody. Dr. Om P. Manchanda, CEO of Dr. Lal Pathlabs. Welcome, Dr. Manchanda. Mr. Rizwan Koita, CEO Cytus Tech. Welcome, Mr. Koita. And Dr. Geeta Manjunath, CEO and CFO, LMI Health Analytics. Welcome, Dr. Manjunath. And of course, this session is moderated by Ms. Preeti Ray, who is a partner with Dolite. Welcome, Ms. Ray, and over to you to take over the proceedings. I know the session has overflown and we're taking up your time. Just request you, maybe you can take 5-10 minutes extra, but you can stick to the limits because everybody is committed to the further schedules. So over to you, challenging question, Mr. Ray, important topic and the time. Over to you, Ms. Ray.
Thank you so much, Sarika and FICCI, for inviting me to participate in this new vision of India. It's very close to my heart. and it's my privilege, to be a moderator for this session. And so just a little bit about me. A chartered accountant by profession. I am a partner in Deloitte, India, and I've worked in the areas of security, compliance, focusing on life sciences sector and life sciences and healthcare sector, though I worked across sectors. Um, and I have worked in the entire gamut of cybersecurity, IoT security, business resilience, data analytics, FICCI, HRE compliance, med device security, data integrity, etc. And currently, I'm also working with life sciences and healthcare companies on the industry outlook and the emerging trends. So, very, very happy to introduce our esteemed panelists. And basically, is there an echo? I can hear an echo.
Yeah, can I request the panelists who are not speaking to put themselves on mute?
Yeah, I think this is better. I think this is better. So we'll be talking about smart health, transforming healthcare using AI and robotics. Now, if you look at the healthcare industry in India, is one of the fastest growing sectors, growing at a CAGR of 22 to 24%. And this is, backed by the rising income, health awareness, especially now during COVID also, and also due to the access of insurance, especially the government has implemented the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, and that's why the healthcare industry offers a huge potential, right? And if you look at it, there's a huge shortage of healthcare professionals, lab technicians, hospitals. And so we have so many startups in India which are focused on improving access to healthcare and critical care. So this is the biggest need of the moment. And further, we are seeing the doctor to patient ratio is abysmally low in India. And if you look at it, our country is ranking at 145th among the 195 country on the healthcare index. So this actually goes to show that how much of AI, there's a potential for AI and robotics, which is going to enable healthcare in our 1.3 billion plus economy. Although all the panelists have spoken about the benefits of AI and robotics, but we are going to focus on how it is to be important in the healthcare sector. And there are many initiatives which have been taken, like Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey spoke about the personalized elderly care, and there are many diagnostics also which is being happening. We have mobile technology, we have software applications, robotics. But there, we will speak about these and some challenges as well. So my first question, I would like to, call Dr. Geeta on this. So, Dr. Geeta, you've been working with, you're doing a fair amount of work in AI and analytics. So, according to you, what do you think? How emerging trends like AI and robotics or data analytics can help in the healthcare sector? You're on mute, Dr. Geeta.
Yeah, thank you, Preeti. It's great to be part of this panel with the esteemed panelists as well. So I consider myself as a computer scientist. Yes, I am a PhD in AI, and I've worked for over 25 years at Hewlett Packard and Xerox, leading AI-enabled solutions. Particularly in the last 8 years or so, I've been focusing more on healthcare industry. And currently, I'm the CEO and founder of Niramai Health Analytics, where we are developing a new way of detecting breast cancer using AI. Okay, so when you actually sort of look at AI as an emerging technology, actually AI has gotten into the sort of the normal stream of lifestyle in many ways, right? Without knowing, like the Olas or the Ubers, they're all using, right? In healthcare, many devices already have inbuilt, AI solutions. Having said that, healthcare is almost the last one to adopt, obviously, because the decisions that are being made by machines are very critical. We need to figure out the appropriate domains and specific problems where AI can be used. Broadly, I would sort of categorize the AI-enabled solutions in healthcare and two broad. You can have multiple categories, two broad things. So one is in enabling better delivery, right? In the operational efficiency, increasing the operational efficiency of healthcare delivery itself in terms of, for example, reducing waiting time, ensuring better utilization of resources and so on, which pretty much is a problem which is very similar to any other domain, right? And here, definitely we have seen adoption of AI quite a bit and quite early as well. The second broad solutions is where AI is helping make clinical decisions, right? Or clinical procedures, all of these sort of, helping the doctor or making this, the doctor machine together trying to solve a problem. Right? We are far off having, there's a lot more to be done, but early instances of where AI is used for making some predictive analytics. There's a lot of data right now, many devices are available, collection of data itself, it's all digital right now. So that's not an issue at this stage. There's an EMR, EHR system. So you can take all of this data and predict some abnormality that may occur a few hours later, a few minutes later, a few days later, or even a few months later, right? This kind of a multi-level prediction of a potential abnormality that can come into the patient or in a preventive setting, not yet patient, will just enable the doctor to prioritize patients and then give the right time diagnosis and treatment so that we can actually pull the person, instead of going further down in reducing the health status, the person can be pulled and made much more well, and the treatment efficacy will be fine, and so on and so forth. Particularly, AI has also seen a lot of applications and real usage in imaging-based applications. In radiology, for example, myself, have been involved in Miramai, where we're using AI with thermal imaging to actually enable early stage breast abnormality detection, right? Especially when there is a huge digital divide or a healthcare access divide between, let's say, rural areas and the hospitals, where at the hospitals or diagnostic centers, the really good radiologists and clinicians are overworked, because there's huge number of patients and you need a way of improving their productivity, making sure that, by mistake, they don't call out wrong decisions. And so AI can be just a helping tool for them, right? So they can have more time at their hands to serve many more people, increase their scale of treatment and analysis, diagnostics and so on. And in the remote area where, healthcare facilities are really poor, AI-based tools can be almost like robo-doctors doing some providing some additional skills to the health worker so that we can identify people who need to be brought to a better healthcare facility at the right time to save lives, enable better healthy society. Several more things. Obviously, we are talking about robotics. I'll let the other experts talk about it. But yeah, so how can actually AI and other kind of robotics and AR, VR, all of these, how can it help in a better precise surgery, right? So that's also another big huge area. And all in all, what we're talking about is, as we have more and more data available, how can we make use of the data about the patient to provide better healthcare, better personalized healthcare, so that it's not like one shoe fits all, right? It's really about getting precise medication, precise treatment, and precise diagnosis for this person, as again having a better effectiveness at the end of the day, right? Having a healthy society and making affordable healthcare, high quality.
Absolutely. Accessible to rural, affordable. The robo doctors concept is extremely encouraging, right? And so in COVID scenario, did you have any example? Do you have any example where you've used analytics to help treatment faster?
Yeah, thanks for asking, because initially we continue to use thermal imaging and AI for breast cancer detection. We've done more than 30,000 screenings so far. But when we were struck with this sort of huge, unprecedented challenge, right, we just posed to the world with COVID, we said, as technologists, as scientists, what can we do to this, right? So we immediately sort of researched and then came up with this thermal screening, which is obviously used in every office which is opening up after a lockdown. Now we said, let's do an automated COVID screening, right? So now we have a thermal imaging device and a software put together. It can be kept at the entrances of hospitals, entrances of buildings, buses, metros, whatever. So as and when people are walking, it kind of watches basically we do face detection, mask detection, whether they're wearing masks or not, and face then, whether the person has high temperature. We also look for breathing difficulties. All of this is done completely automatically using AI and computer vision. So that's another, beautiful solution, which is being used by many people today, especially corporates, and also automated analysis of X-rays to detect whether there is pneumonia and possibly COVID in this. And that's again available on WhatsApp called Swift service. It's used by more than 300 doctors, especially in rural areas, to almost use X-ray as the initial screening test till they wait for the RT-PCR test. So, I mean, these are like, trying to cater to real life need at this stage.
Excellent. So coming to Dr. Manchanda, if you would kindly introduce yourself. See, I mean, you don't need an introduction. You're an icon in the diagnostic industry. And we all know how you've turned around Lal Path Labs in the last 10 years. So if you could kindly elaborate how you are using AI in your area of work, in pathology testing, as well as, if there's a service-oriented perspective also, we all would love to hear.
Yeah, thanks, Preeti, and good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In fact, as Dr. Geeta mentioned, there are two broad dimensions in healthcare. Everybody is trying to achieve. One is get excellence on operations, which is operational excellence. Then other is clinical excellence. Now, operational excellence is mostly demanded, of course, by the customers. And there's a lot of pressure on healthcare organizations to be like best in class. Comparison is not within healthcare, comparison is with the Olas and Amazon and things like that. So everybody knows what kind of service levels are there. So that's one aspect of AI or this whole robotic stuff. The other is clinical excellence. I'll actually try and touch upon both as I see in pathology or diagnostics. As everybody knows that output in diagnostics is already in digital nature. We actually churn out data, and that is what a report would look like, right? There are lots of numbers. Now, in addition to that, you also see images and certain text also, because most of the reports are actually in digits, but very few reports like histopathology slides, biopsies, etc., they may be in the form of images. So clearly, one area for diagnostic is how do you read slides? There is a human component in that, right? There's a doctor seeing these slides through microscope, or there are images whether it's X-ray, CT, MR, or ultrasound. Again, a human eye is trying to make sense of those images. What we have found is that what is really exciting is that the level of accuracy which one is seeing through machine learning or AI intervention is much more is much more precise, and probably one can pick it up early as well. So in diagnostic, as it is said that either you there are two things you are trying to achieve. One is to make an accurate diagnosis, and other you are trying to do an early diagnosis. So there are sometimes lesions which you can pick up on slides or on scans. Sometimes machines are able to pick it up much early than a human eye. So there is one dimension of this whole area of clinical excellence. I think other area which Dr. Geeta touched upon was that there's so much of data being churned out, and now this whole area of genomics. As you do this genetic mapping or genomic human genome stuff, there is so much of data which gets churned out. It's humanly impossible to actually make sense of that. So the machines are actually making sense of it. And the interesting sort of a journey of this healthcare would be that most of the diagnostics actually will quickly shift genetic based. Right now, a lot of it is biochemistry based. We have seen now molecular based, whether RT-PCR, which whole world knows what this test is all about, but it's now actually going down to genetic related stuff, and lots of diseases are actually have some kind of linkage with family history or genetics. And actually, it will take the entire medicine to on a personal level, which we call it a personalized medicine. And all that actually would be possible with this whole area of analytics or AI or machine learning, whatever you're talking about. The other interesting dimension that we are seeing, and actually I'm already seeing in our company, is there's a huge shortage of medical manpower, especially highly qualified doctors. And I'll give you an example of simple example of histopathologists. And there are very few far and in between, and many of these histopathologists are actually based in urban areas. Now, there are times when we find it difficult to actually transport tissue samples, whether it's a kidney biopsies or bone marrow, etc., from remote areas.
Right.
What we are now seeing is that you don't need to probably transport these tissues, just make the slides where there is collected and just transfer images to a central control room where a top-notch histopathologist can actually read the slides. I'm seeing a lot of good results on histopathology. We have good quality scanners, and I think this is a very beautifully a histopathology network which is likely to emerge in the system in maybe a couple of years' time, where probably we can service remote markets which so far we were not able to do. And this entire thing can get extended to hematology, where you can see blood smears, etc., sitting at a far off place. So I think it's going to address manpower shortage, sort of a distribution of manpower, which is a big issue in our country. So, and I'm very happy to share that tier 2, tier 3 towns will have access to quality diagnostic services. And of course, I'm not from hospital space, but even on hospital side, I'm seeing, thanks to this, a positive upside to this COVID situation, which is otherwise doom and gloom, is this whole online OPD setup, which really is revolutionizing the way healthcare is being accessed today. The third area is efficiency in our operations. Generally, it is perceived that healthcare is very expensive, though in relation to Western world, we are very cost effective, but still it is seen as a costly affair. But I think this entire automation, robotics, and health track, I'm already seeing that the automation that we have done in many labs, where sample distribution, all that is actually done through this technology. And as the scale picks up, it's going to be very, very helpful. Now, coming to some of the real life cases, some of the use cases that I can share with the audience from Dr. Lal Path Labs. One is we've actually recently launched about a year back expected time of reporting. Now, it's a very common thing. We found out a lot of calls coming to our call center, people asking after giving the blood sample, when will my report be available? It's very natural for all of us to know that, right? But then we thought that we actually developed sort of an algorithm where we, through machine learning over a period of time, we can actually nearly accurately estimate the time of reporting. And every customer actually gets a notification that your report would be available so and so time, without that customer actually calling up. So it actually reduces the anxiety level amongst patients, saying that when will the report come? And we are finding it very useful. We have launched it all India. The other is recommendation engine, which is, I think, a very interesting tool that we have developed, which is good for clinicians as well as for patients. There is so much of data. We must develop an ability to connect these dots. So let's say if I find somebody with a very high level of sugar, and there's other parameter which is also very high, and if these two numbers are connected, and I can actually infer something which otherwise not possible, but through these algorithms I'm able to make sense and make a recommendation to either clinician to order some new test and give a heads up that this patient probably may be requiring, may be suffering from this, and you may order some new tests or something. So we call it a recommendation engine, which is really helpful to clinician to diagnose as well. Then there are simple stuff like we have developed bots where people can just go and type their query, There's no human intervention. Machines are able to actually address it. That probably one sees now everywhere in all these areas. So I think that's where I'll end as far as our experience on Dr. Lal Path Labs. I'll be happy to come back in the next round of questions.
Sure, excellent. Actually, excellent insights you've given because, shift to genetic-based diagnostics, something so interesting, and it is going to be the future and which you're already working. And, remote consulting, we have this problem of accessibility in rural areas, and with, histopathology going there. I mean, that's excellent. So, a lot of we can see there's a lot happening, and I mean, more is going to happen also. So coming to Rizwan, so you have a large, healthcare technology company, which is making medical devices as well as softwares. So I wanted to understand, how the emerging technologies has enabled the healthcare sector, right, to expand its horizons in telemedicine, which we are talking about, remote consulting, and e-health. You're on mute. And if you could also give a brief introduction, that would be good. Yeah.
So first of all, Preeti, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join all of you all on the panel today. My quick background. So I am the founder and CEO of FICCI Tech. We are probably the largest healthcare technology company out of India today. We are about 4,000 healthcare professionals globally, and we do a lot of work with hospital systems, health insurance companies, life science pharma companies, as well as technology companies worldwide. So that's what we do, and we only do healthcare. So it's a very specialized domain for us. A part of the work that we do includes, supporting our customers in their innovation journey. A lot of the innovation today is happening in areas of, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, and others, including some of the examples that, Geeta and Om mentioned earlier. So in my mind, at a very simplistic level, some of these tools and technologies have evolved over the course of the last 5 to 10 years. So, in some ways, COVID is well timed from a technology perspective, because if you look at, remote monitoring, or you look at, remote patient and, telehealth, you are essentially, there are two parallel streams of communication. One is a human-to-human communication between a physician or a doctor and a patient. And then there is a healthcare data that needs to exchange. So if you look at the human-to-human interaction, a lot of this today happens on mobile devices, and the fact that we have not only sort of worldwide, but even in India today, we have extensive presence of 4G. Without 4G, video communication on mobile devices is probably going to be very difficult, Secondly, there is, the very high penetration of smartphones that have happened even in poorer countries like India. And thirdly, the ubiquitous presence of video communication tools. Like today, in the last 9 months, platforms like Zoom and WebEx, the one that we are currently using, have become so popular that you don't really need to train anyone. You don't have to ask anyone. You just get onto a Zoom call and you assume that the world is on. Everybody knows. So some of these tools have become very, very ubiquitous, which have enabled a very easy exchange and human interaction between physicians and patients and others, irrespective of their distance. The second thing that has happened in the world is the ability to exchange healthcare information, which is so critical in a telehealth or a remote patient monitoring setting, that increasingly healthcare applications are moving to the cloud. Healthcare applications are using cloud technologies, web services to become far more interoperable than they used to be before. Even consumer devices not only are becoming much cheaper, like for example, you can buy electronically enabled, a blood glucose monitor, or a monitor to track your blood pressure or what have you.
Currently, we've been using oximeters, right,
and
during
oximeters,
COVID.
exactly. So
Yeah.
I've seen some of these are offline devices, but even the online devices, which are important for a telehealth, even a lot of the mobile devices, smartphones like iPhones, etc., are increasingly having capabilities to be able to track, human parameters, including, stuff like ECG and others are going to become increasingly popular. And the fact that there are standards evolving which are enabling ease of data communication between these consumer devices, the rapidly evolving and cost-effective consumer devices, and hospitals, physicians, for them to be able to track stuff in a remote environment. A lot of these things have actually evolved in the last 3 to 5 years, and that is really driving the notion of telemedicine. I'll give you a couple of examples. It's an example of a large Texas hospital. Despite their best efforts to promote telemedicine, they were able to get about 40 visits a day, pre-COVID.
Yeah.
During the months of COVID, March and April, that 40 visits a day jumped to between 2,000 and 3,000 visits a day. So through April, May, June, it had peaked to about 3,000. Now the viral load of COVID in Texas has dropped a little bit. But the good news is that once consumer and patient behavior changes, even physician behavior changes, it is now no longer at the peak of 3,000. Now it's kind of come back to about and steady at about 2,000. As the inpatient volumes and the folks using ambulatory and physician offices have gone up, a lot of consumers and a lot of patients have actually stuck to this new experience of engaging with their doctors and physicians on their devices and sitting in the safety of their homes. I think it suffices to say that a lot of these things were driven by COVID, but they are going to be around for a long, long time. I think
Absolutely.
It's a new way in which healthcare will be delivered around the world.
It's a new, right. People are comfortable. It is affordable, accessible, and so it's actually really, really helpful. And virtual care is going to be the new norm. And because of COVID, I mean, it's much, much faster. It has got preponed probably by 10 years. So yeah. So thank you so much. Coming to Dr. Jodi, I mean, I'll come back to some of the challenges which you were talking about. Like there are some interoperability challenges which we'll discuss, but I'm going to park that question right now. But coming to Dr. Jodi, see, what I have seen that you have a deep passion about improving people's quality of life, right, through technology. So it would be great if you could share your views on how artificial intelligence will make the healthcare industry safer and more efficient.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Preeti, for the introduction, and good evening, everyone. Good morning for people like me. I'm in Boston. Just to give a brief introduction about me, I was a faculty for 14 years working in Spain, the Netherlands, and the US. And my professional work is between research and technology transfer and related to health applications. So right now I'm running my own company in the States, but also work for the Barcelona Children's Hospital and conducting research between TAFs and some projects related to MIT when I was for the last 3 years. And my field of expertise, it's so it's like if we use American words, it will be like empathic AI and embodied social agents. And one of the ideas, it's like gaining trust with people. So it's like having AI that can connect to people and augment human doctors to do a better job. So well, it's like I'm the fourth panelist here, and you have been mentioning a lot about how AI can make that better job and more efficient in the field of health. I would say that it's like a part of minimizing the errors and getting an earlier diagnostic about what is happening. It can conduct us to
to gain trust with people, so they are able to share more information that are more valuable, and through that we can reduce the number of readmissions. In fact, that was one of the main jobs that I have been having in the last years. It's like how AI can help us to avoid people to go to the hospital at the end. Assuming that readmissions at the hospital, most of them can be avoided if we can avoid mistakes, if we can better understand what is happening. And probably all agree that it's like if people can be treated at home instead of the hospital, they will have like a better recovery. And AI can really empower that. I can give like different examples. It's like just related to one of the last mentions here about how smartphones can help and empower people and facilitate the task of doctors. If, for example, if you go to globalvitals.com, you will see one of the technologies developed at MIT that allows you to measure your breath rate and heart rate from your smartphone through your browser without installing any app in your phone. What it means that it's bringing that accessibility to everyone, and you have like a free demo there that you can test. Yeah, so I think that it's like yeah, that's a short summary.
Sure. And in fact, there are certain devices like some dozy slates and all in India also available. You just slip it under your mattress and you can, see your sleep patterns, your heart rate, and all those could be measured. So thank you so much for this. And coming to Dr. Manchanda again, I mean, just wanted to understand, like, what are the challenges your kind of, little older organizations are facing in adopting these new age technologies?
Yeah. So I think that's a great question, and this is one of the challenges for many people at my positions are facing, because on one side, the world is expecting us to transform and keep pace with these new age technologies. On the other side, internally, you are stuck with the cultural issues. Some of these legacy organizations, which are in healthcare business for many decades, while they may be very young in terms of recent growth, but there is a culture of its own. So I think the first challenge that I find is basically, I think getting this whole strategic vision right. Loosely, everybody is talking about this AI, and wherever you go in these conferences, people talk about big words. But I'm not very sure how many people actually know what we are talking about. So, including me, of course, for that matter. I think it's important for us to really understand what exactly it is, and actually become a little more granular in nature, as saying that what exactly needs to be done in terms of nuts and bolts, rather than talking about 30,000 feet. So I think, to me, getting the strategic vision for AI or machine learning or technology is very important. Otherwise, you can just get paralyzed when it comes down to action. The second most important thing is many of companies are actually stuck with some old software applications. Unless you do something with them, you can't really bring in the new ones. So you, again, probably it is linked to the first part of strategic vision. It is always helpful to take outside help to see how you will transition if you have to do that. The third important area is talent. While at my table, I can actually put a grand design on a piece of paper, but it has to be still done by people. As you know that either you upskill existing set of people, or you bring fresh talent. And probably one has to do both. Normal tendency is to upskill, and why bring talent from outside, but you may end up paying a price in terms of pace with which you want to change. But then you have to bring people from outside. It has its own problem of old boys, new boys network. So, I think there are a lot of these cultural changes. You need to bring in talent. So, if I were to put in two big issues, companies which have longer legacy, is one is to get the strategic vision right, And the second piece is how do you really get the talent which will convert, which will execute this? I think two pieces.
Yeah, very, very good points brought about. It's absolutely right. And I'm you talking to a consultant, so that is something which we definitely can understand and relate to.
So I can do your job sometime, right?
You're already doing it here. So, Rizwan, I wanted to bring this, because you spoke about, sharing data in the cloud, a lot of solutions and a lot of, your technology tools and interoperability and all. I just have one question. Look, especially in healthcare data, we find there's one big challenge, bringing the healthcare data all in one centralized database. See, it's like globally we've seen health information exchange is there. It has been mandated by respective governments. How in India we are still in the nascent stage of digitization of health records, like patient records. And if you look at it, our ecosystem is extremely disjointed. We have, so many stakeholders. There is, besides the payers, patients, and providers, there's pharma companies, there's med technology, tech vendors and suppliers, government, all the healthcare regulators. So we have so many stakeholders. There is lack of trust also, security issue, privacy, standardization, besides this interoperability issue. So how do you think, it is imperative, but how do you think there would be a seamless health information exchange?
Sure. So this is a topic that we have seen very, very closely worldwide over the last 15 years. I can spend a day talking about it, right? But I'm going to only be given 2 minutes, so I'm going to really come up with a very condensed version of it. In no industry except for healthcare do you expect participants in the industry to exchange data freely about their customers. So, for example, there is HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank, right? There is no expectation that HDFC Bank will share all its customer information with ICICI Bank or the other way around, right? If you look at any industry, you can look at airline industry, you can look at hospitality, you can look at every industry. Every industry is very protective about its customer base, right, and doesn't want to share. No company in the industry wants to share with other participants because they're competing with those guys. And the same thing is true about healthcare. You may have a bunch of hospitals operating in Delhi or Mumbai, or you may have a bunch of OMS path labs, right? So there are lots of path labs. They're all competing with each other. So getting industry participants to exchange data for the good of the customer is a complex problem worldwide. So it's nothing to do with India. Everywhere in the world, they have this. And what we have learned is, and I'm going to draw extensively upon what I've seen work in the Western world, particularly the United States, is that there needs to be, the regulatory framework has to be the first thing that comes into the picture before industry participants, whether you're a doctor, you're a physician practice, or you're a hospital, or you're whatever, will agree to share data with other industry participants. So one of the important regulations that came about in the United States in 2008, which is about 12, 13 years back, was the need of where it became mandatory for healthcare organizations, especially hospital systems and physician practices, to implement what is called electronic patient records. So there was Center for Medical Services in the US, CMS, essentially came up with a guideline which says, hey, if you are a hospital, you are a physician practice, you must deploy electronic patient record to capture information about a patient electronically. Second thing is they made it mandatory for hospital systems and physician offices to make their data interoperable. It started off with a low threshold, and now with every few years, they're increasing the threshold of the amount of information. Sharing information, especially in healthcare, requires you to use standards which are very specific to healthcare. So, for example, in the sharing clinical data, there is a standard called HL7, Health Level 7, which is very important. There is now a more sophisticated version of HL7. HL7 was a batch information transfer protocol. There is a web services based protocol which is called FIRE now, which is becoming increasingly important worldwide, including the United States. So as a country, we have to first look at it from a regulatory perspective, making it mandatory. We have to define standards for healthcare data exchange, so it becomes possible for two parties with different IT systems to start talking to each other. There needs to be certain criteria for security. So these are all layers that they have to be built in before industry participants can start to share data. Now, after we've done all this, we still need to have nodal agencies like healthcare information exchanges that need to be defined, whether they are private agencies or they are public agencies. There are different models worldwide around them. And these nodal agencies have to then take the responsibility of establishing connectivity and be able to share data in a fair, transparent, and secure manner with all the participants in that network. So a lot of this infrastructure needs to be put into place for there to be effective data sharing. So let me pause here. Happy to take any more follow-up questions that you may have for me, Preeti.
So I totally get you, but the first thing, nodal agency is required, but we need the support of the government, the regulator, and then the nodal agency comes in, and then you mandate it using like their blockchain technologies where you can have these, consent, explicit consent you can take from patient to share. But the thing is, what is first and foremost, we need that, I suppose. I mean, so these forums, I probably will help us, to get there.
Yes, absolutely.
So, Dr. Jody, I would like to, if you could share an example of a case study where robotics has played a crucial role in times of COVID-19.
Yes. Well, it's like what most of the people probably have seen through the news and in different places is that robotics has been very efficient in terms of disinfecting using UV light and things like that. One of the applications that I think that has been very powerful in different places where robotics has been applied in that way, it's like right now the best way to fight COVID, it's with social distancing. And one of the ways to keep social distancing, it's with telepresence and telemedicine. And well, we have been in different initiatives, and I have like a small guy here in Boston that it's not a crucial role because it's still in pilot in different places, but in Spain we were already using and also in Chile and here like telepresence robots to communicate the doctors with different patients in different areas, also the nurses, so they can avoid to have like a physical presence there. So I'm going to like show, this is like the little guy. So this is like, it's like a social Alexa or a social Google Home. The difference is like, it can keep track about, well, it have like a pill dispenser. It can keep track about your well-being or your medication, and also can connect you with the caregivers, the family members or the doctors. And you don't need to visit them, so you take care about the senior people or the people that are sick, and without being physically there. And I think that this is like something very important. So I would say that the both examples, like disinfection and the social distancing.
Great. I think we are running out of time, and there are a lot of questions which the audience has given. So I mean, it's in the chat. I can pick up, or if you would like to pick up the questions. So one is, how much are we prepared on AI and smart manufacturing? And the other is, yeah, so who would like?
Yeah. Hi, Preeti. Sorry, this is Sarika. I think that question was for the previous session. The questions in your session, I can just read it out for the benefit of everybody.
Yes, please.
Yeah, how the implementation of AI and ML framework can help us in post-COVID era, especially in terms of rural healthcare. So they would like to know your views on the rural healthcare. And also, I think this has been quickly discussed, that what are the main challenges a health institute has to face by implementing technology-based tools. So over to you, Preeti, to take it up with the.
Sure. So, Dr. Geeta, would you like to take this?
Sure. No, my favorite topic of how do we use technology to enable rural healthcare? Yeah, sure. So we heard from the panelists about telehealth. Definitely, the numbers you're seeing, people adopting telehealth. So what this actually has driven, due to thanks to COVID for the first time, is that the infrastructure has been now like really rigorously tested, and so telehealth is feasible from a technical infrastructure perspective, the mindset of the doctors as well as the patients, right? So both of them sort of are now ready to talk remotely, despite not having the physical distance. Now, what this is also going to enable is think about, having this telehealth as like a substrate on which we can actually have obviously AI, because there can be sort of digital data passing through, as well as connecting it through, let's say, point of care devices. I think robo example is one that previous speaker spoke about. But you could think about, there are several of these variables and little more. You could actually have home services or whatever. So all of these point of care devices at the home, which actually take health vitals and more, doing some kind of diagnostic screening at home, collect the data, use the telehealth as a substrate, and get the doctor's expert consultancy. So all the three putting together, what it enables is obviously a remote, like a hospital or a diagnostic center, right? Available anytime, right? So that is one. Now, the same thing can now be replicated at the rural area. It doesn't, the other side of the person, the patient doesn't need to be in the urban area anymore, because we do see quite a bit of internet penetration now, right? Even in the villages. So you could think about every PHC, for example, is now a center where it's like a telepresence center. If you cannot have it in every home, at least every PHC, every village, which is, every PHC will be connecting to some 10 to 20 villages, sometimes even more. So all of these people in the village can now just come to a nearby facility to actually access the best of the doctors. This improvement in the infrastructure really is going to be a boon to rural healthcare, according to me.
Right. Excellent. Sarika, how do you want me to take the session? Should we conclude, or is there time?
So thank you, moderator. What I would request is maybe a 1 minute concluding remarks from all the panelists and final from you, so we can wrap up in 2 minutes from your side. Yeah.
Right. So yeah. So if you could just give your closing remarks, Dr. Manchanda. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this, as you mentioned, that healthcare has been slightly late in adopting these technologies. I personally believe that this whole AI and digital and data analytics a big role. In fact, about 6-7 months back, just before this COVID, I had attended one conference in Amsterdam. In fact, there was one doctor who actually made a comment that our education system is such that in 12th standard or early stage, we actually either we pick up physics or technology in one option, or we either pick up biology. So this whole biology and computing stuff are seen as two different worlds. But the new world actually is converging. So it's very important that both these worlds converge into one. And the medical schools and IITs in the world must come together and find new solutions to these solution problems. So I think for healthcare, it's going to be exciting time in coming days or coming years. It's going to be very beneficial for our country, where there's so much of supply side constraint, where there's a manpower shortage. I think a lot of solutions to our inherent problems in medical field lies in the area of new age technologies.
Correct. Thank you so much, Dr. Jyoti. How about your? What would you like to? You could also say like some example. You could share global example on So if you would like to share that, I remember you spoke about those rare for share.
Yeah, well, the Share for Air project, that's one of the examples that it's like, I think that what we've been talking today, it's like AI applied to health and also robotics can put the focus on the user. We can create like empower the user to drive their health. And as the example that you mentioned in Europe, we have a project called Share for Air, that it's like, and sorry for the analogy, but it's like the Facebook of rare disease. So the patients can upload the treatments, and then the AI and machine learning are crossing the path and finding similar patterns, even with diseases that are completely different, but with the same secondary effects and the same stories to share. So the rare become common, and then it's like people can also talk between them. And I think that it's like this, it's like a kind of relevant thing that data-driven applications and the big data and the new technologies, as the one that mentioned in the previous session, can empower us. It's empowering the user to take care about their health.
Totally, through crowdsourcing. I mean, completely excellent. Yeah. So, Dr. Rizwan, sorry, Mr. Rizwan. Everybody's a doctor, so my apologies.
So, at least from my perspective, the whole notion of AI in healthcare is an idea whose time has come. And there is just tremendous opportunity which is in front of us. The good thing about COVID is it has really moved consumer behavior as well in that direction. Now, having said all the good stuff, I think there are two main deterrents which will prevent us from moving as fast as we could. One is the whole regulatory piece that we just spoke about, both from a perspective of encouraging all the participants to share data, a regulatory framework around security of healthcare information which needs to get protected. And the second big impediment is going to be on people and the talent side, which is, I think, Om mentioned about this a couple of times earlier, that the ability to be able to have the right talent pool and horsepower in the country, because it's a skill set which is in acute short supply across the entire world, right? So how do you channelize that in healthcare is going to be very critical there.
And thank you so much. So, Dr. Geeta, over to you.
Sure. I would like to just make a comment on, will AI replace doctors? And that's a very controversial sort of, a lot of debate happens. I think there's absolutely no worry that nobody can replace doctors. They are really, as COVID has seen, right? They are the like, God on earth kind of a mode at this stage, right? So what AI can do is to enable the doctor to be more productive, free up some time for their actual life, because you see doctors from morning till night all the time. So I think future healthcare will be delivered with a marriage of AI and the doctors, the AI tools, being really helping the doctor to have better, less set of error based, diagnosis at a faster rate, and making it accessible and affordable to everyone. I think it's really the joint work that we need to sort of see in future more and more.
Totally. Thank you so much, all the distinguished panelists. Excellent insights. And in fact, you all have summarized it very well. I just would like to add that, because of AI analytics, we are the affordability, accessibility, and the cost is coming down. And also we are moving from curative to preventive with predictive analytics. So these are the few things which, is going to go, and its healthcare industry is going at a very fast pace. So we have a very bright future. Thank you so much, Sarika and FICCI, for having all of us over.
Thank you.
And we really thank all the panelists, Dr. Oman Chanda, Managing Director, Dr. Lalpat Labs, Dr. Jody, Chief Scientific Officer from Lighthouse DG, and Mr. Rizwan, CEO of Citus Tech, and Dr. Geeta, who is the CEO and CTO from Niramai. Thank you all. It was really an insightful session, and we already have the panelists for the next session. Thank you all, and we'll continue the discussions further on the health area, which will definitely be an area of focus, I'm sure, for a couple of months for sure now, and it in any case would continue because of its the nature of the area and the work it carries on. Thank you all. With this, we immediately shift to the next session. We already have a panelist for the next session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I request all the 400 viewers who are viewing the session to kindly stay live, because we are on with the next session. After talking about hearing the government's vision, talking about the partnerships with the government and the FICCI and the industry needs to do it. And then talking about how AI can help digital transformation. You heard about smart health. Now there is an important topic called ethics and security. AI needs to development, but it can't go without ethics and security. For this, we have a special session which is being addressed right now. The speaker of the session would be Dr. Rohini Shrivastava. She is a National Technology Officer for Microsoft India. Dr. Shrivastava, we look forward to see how we take up the development and ethics and security all together and then work into the area of the AI ecosystem development. Over to you, Dr. Rohini Shrivastava.
Great, thank you. I'm assuming you can hear me?
Yeah, you're audible.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Sarika, for this good session. And hi, Avik, how are you? Look forward to the conversation. So the topic, of course, of AI and ethics is pretty topical and gets the attention it deserves. What I'd like to do is share a little bit of the journey that my organization has had in thinking about this topic, and potentially that allows us to get a sense for what are the challenges in front of us, and what might be the issues to think about. So I'm sharing my screen. I'm assuming you can see it.
Yes, it is visible, clean.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay. Perfect. So this area of ethics, and I actually would like to use the term responsibility, because the word ethics is a very big word and has every culture, every country, every part of the world has a thinking around ethics. And as a technology company, we actually would like to think about it as a responsibility, and because responsibility is something that transcends national boundaries, cultural boundaries. So in that sense, to me, it's a word that I would like to stick with from just appropriateness perspective. So why are we even talking about this area? One is that over the last few years, the kind of advancements we've had in artificial intelligence are really bringing certain areas which one would have earlier thought to be pretty much a human capability, reserved for humans only, like speech recognition, synthesis, language understanding. Some of these we really think of that, these are human qualities. But what is happening over the last few years is that AI in some of the narrow domains is now reaching human parity. So the years that you have on the slide that you can see are the years when machines have been able to achieve in narrow domains human parity, whether it is object recognition or speech recognition, machine translation along the board. What that does is, and then second thing is, as AI is developing, more and more acceptance around the world, it really, the developer population that is using AI is in the millions. Because Microsoft as a cloud company, we are seeing developers in the millions use Azure Cognitive Services, for example, right? 60 languages are supported by PowerPoint translator, and so therefore there is a real acceleration of how AI can be used, and which is the right thing to do, because there is a lot of economic impact and real value that can be obtained from AI. But the question that raises is that, as computers behave more and more like humans, what should be the issues to think about? How will they impact real people? What are the issues that surface? And in some ways, Microsoft has been thinking about this topic for about 4+ years, and we've gone through a journey in that respect. It started from 2016 when Satya presented an article that was introducing the early concepts of what responsible AI would mean, and from there on, we have come through a long journey and really have taken it from early ideas of principles into having our own internal think tank and governance governance systems that allows us to go deep into these topics, create standards and guidelines, and also then work with external bodies in terms of policies and regulations. So we've come down a long path, and that is why I would like to share our journey from really taking principles into practice. So we started out, as I said, by looking at what are the responsible AI principles that we would like to work with, and in the journey what I'm talking about is that from a principles perspective, we've looked at the formulation of them, and then we have gone down this journey of how do you bring them to practice. So I'd like to spend a little bit time taking you through each part of this journey to give you a very, very quick sense, given the short time that we have together, as to what are the kind of things that we have been thinking about and really wrestling with. And we're kind of on our own learning journey on this subject because it is a complex subject and it is an evolving subject. And I'd like to share with you our journey in this and how we are evolving. So if you go down the principles part, which I would start with, there is a set of 6 principles that we formulated, and not to say this is like a universal set, but we just feel that these are pretty good, mutually exclusive, cumulatively exhaustive set of things, right? We've kind of use these to hold themselves as a mirror to us when we look at a new responsible AI or ethical situation and say, if we look at this, what are the areas we should think about that should concern us? And we have again and again come down and said, these 6 are a pretty good set to start with, to think about the areas of ethics. And they are fairness, reliability and safety, privacy, security, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. And I'll just talk very briefly about them. Fairness is the idea that everyone should be treated fairly, and that people in similarly situated manner should get similar treatment and not get some biases, some other ways that are hidden. An very good example becomes, is there gender bias in lending, for example, based on past data, right? So fairness is about everybody should be treated fairly. The second one is about reliability and safety. And I'm going very quickly on these because I do want to spend time on the whole journey of taking principles to practice. Reliability and safety comes under situations where you are looking at autonomous systems that need to operate safely, consistently, reliably. And you can think about, let's say, mining, where you might have robotic systems that are working, and can you rely on them to be safe and reliable? Third one is privacy and security. We do understand the idea of privacy and security. It is very top line in the country. Security is clearly getting even more attention today in the world of COVID, as we are looking to work remotely, work from anywhere. But the idea being that, how do you ensure that AI systems are able to protect private information? And in the areas, the example that you have is Microsoft's own example of a bot called Tay that learned wrong things when it was put out there, and we learned from our own mistakes in terms of what can go wrong if we don't have the right checks and balances, right? So we sort of learned along our own way. But the idea of privacy and security is important. The fourth one is that of inclusiveness. AI is going to enable certain groups of people who really could not have access to digital amenities and services so far. And therefore, it really is important that even beyond saying, okay, what can go wrong, but we think of this as something that should happen in an AI system, meaning inclusion should happen when an AI system is deployed that empowers everyone. So it's kind of a principle that is an enabler principle that we sort of say, should be part of an AI system, right? It's not a deterrent. It's something positive. Then there is an issue of transparency. You really need, the previous panel was on healthcare, and one can imagine going to a doctor and getting some kind of a diagnosis about, let's say, cardiac risk, for example. You would want to know why that decision has been made. You want to have the transparency, you want to have explainability to say, why the AI system is making certain decisions, especially when that decision has a significant impact on somebody's lives. So transparency becomes important. The last one is that of accountability. Now, accountability is an interesting one. Accountability is when you build an AI system and you have packaged certain algorithms into a product, at the end of the day, somebody is going to get impacted. Who is accountable at that stage? And that could come in the way of facial recognition. It could come in the way of saying, law enforcement having certain data within their systems, which is potentially harmless, but could have ramifications, and who's accountable, right? So some of these topics become important in terms of saying that, do we have a clear understanding of this? But in the spirit of moving forward on this journey of our principles to practice, we started with these principles, but we soon realized that really to have something like this work at scale in a company of our size, with the range of customers and partners across the world that we deal with, we have to think of it systemically. We have to think of it very holistically, and have a process and systems and governance in place. So we had put together something called Ether Committee. It's a group of experts who serve as advisory committee to the senior leadership in the organization on AI ethics and its effects in engineering and research. There is a whole range of working groups that work under the Ether Committee, and who focus. It's an active area of research and development within Microsoft, and there are areas around safety, reliability, fairness, inclusion. All of those are talked about that people work on. Then we went into saying that, okay, we had these principles, we are putting together governance with an ethics committee. And I'm going a bit fast, and I realize that, but so to give an overall, a high-level view of, the gamut of things that we are doing, we've over a period of time developed guidelines for use by our customers and partners, such as on human AI design, such as on bots, conversational AI type of systems. And then as we look at rolling this out in our engineering teams, for example, or for our partner community, you need tools to incorporate responsible AI as part of your development cycle. So just like we've had in the past, quality checks, we've had security checks, we've had all kinds of functional testing in our large software development cycles. You again need to have responsible AI tools and techniques that help you across each stage of the development cycle of an AI product, to help in terms of just scale in terms of the checks and balances. So moving further along on responsible AI. So given so far I talked about the principles, I gave some view of what it takes from a committee, from a governance and checks and balances, checklists, guidelines, and tools perspective to really advance it and make it come into practice. But then you have to look beyond your organization, and you have to think about, how are you taking a role in the community, on a global stage, in really being advocates and helping to create awareness about the issues of responsible AI. And we are reasonably active in that domain at a world level. From a World Economic Forum has a Global AI Council, and Brad Smith, who's a co-chair for that council, has been an important proponent and leader in this space at a global stage. And there are many other things we are doing across the world in this space. In India, just last couple of weeks back, NASSCOM had an AI summit wherein Anna Roy was speaking about responsible AI, and Niti Aayog has a working document out there on responsible AI, which is India's framework. And in many ways, with both Niti Aayog and World Economic Forum, we are contributing based on our understanding, experience, and expertise in this area. Then finally, we come to the topic of empowerment. At the end of the day, as I was mentioning earlier, the idea of responsible AI is not just something theoretical, which goes into principles and the whole tools and techniques we talked about. At the end of the day, every organization, every company will have to think about, what does responsible AI mean in their context, in their world. Therefore, it is important for people to understand the topic, understand the nuances, and internalize as to how they will make part of their practices, their governance structure, their operations. So there's a lot that is out there. If you are into this topic and want to learn, probably you can take down some of these links out there. There is a lot from a perspective of just learning on responsible AI that is available on a AI business school, and the guidelines and tools I talked about earlier. Those are being put out there on the right hand side of my slide. You've got an responsible AI resources, and this area is just exploding in terms of the level of active research happening in this space. So a lot of guidelines, checklists, tools which have got links to GitHub that are available here for developers to use in terms of building their own AI systems. So we are putting these out there because we do believe that everybody needs access to them to incorporate them in their own responsible AI approach. I'll end with the idea that at the end of the day, sorry, hold on. At the end of the day, AI is also about, is this not moving? AI is about doing good for the world. I'm assuming you can still see my screen? I hope so. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. At the end of the day, AI is a very potent technology, and we will be able to solve problems that one could consider so far were not possible, or the technology was not accessible to people at a democratized level. That domain understanding, let's say somebody who's actually an ecologist, can they use their domain understanding and really use AI to solve problems? So many of those are actually today solvable. And so there are many areas of AI for good that we are working. And the reason I bring this up is that I think, when we hear about responsible AI topics, it has this sense of saying, there's so many things that can go wrong. But the issue is that actually AI can do so much good that you have to remember that you have to use it for the right things while keeping into mind issues that have to be considered. So I'll just share one particular example, and hopefully you can hear this.
We can't hear that.
Can't hear the video? Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. There needs to be I'm sure there is a way to share this with the audio. Oh, hold on 1 second. Stop sharing 1 second. Okay, yeah. There should be a way to share this with audio, system audio. Hold on. Connect to video system. Okay, I'm not seeing a text. This thing, motion and vertical. Let me try. Share your computer. Okay, got it. Okay, done. Should work now.
Right. Children. Got
for refugee purposes to discover directly for content. We also have the toolset.
So the potential for impact is huge. And I think what we need to remember is that ultimately it is going to be up to us to determine that what computers can do versus what they should do. And therefore, the thinking around responsibility and ethics in AI is going to be something fundamental that we will all need to learn, understand, and put into practice. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for the story which you told about the whole ethics in the security and the tremendous work which the organization is doing here. It must have been a really insightful for the people to learn about it, and we will all like to cooperate and work and all together as a team. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. It's been helpful. With this, I know we are already spinning over for the next session. I'll come to the next speaker, who's Dr. FICCI A, Professor ISB, School of Business and Former Head Data Analytics Cell, Niti Aayog. Dr. Sarkar, over to you. Just a small information, since we are spinning on the next session, just requesting if you can wrap up your comments in 8 to 10 minutes, that would be helpful. Over to you, Dr. Sarkar.
Sure. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So thanks, Dr. Rohini, for the excellent session, and thanks to FICCI and Sakshi always for inviting me. And it was really nice to hear the session on the healthcare just before this. I will take a step back when I talk about the aspect of security, ethics and regulations. Dr. Rohini gave a very nice overview on those things. I think I'll be talking about a very similar thing, but from a different perspective. And I'll just talk to you what the perspective is as I go along. Who are the stakeholders? If I take a step back and look at the AI ecosystem, who are the stakeholders in our ecosystem that we are interested in? The first stakeholders are the end users. This can be citizens whose pictures are taken. This can be patients, this can be farmers, this can be students, be it EdTech application, aggregate tech application, or the health tech application. So the first user group is the end users, and to them what matters the most is their safety and that they are treated fairly. The next group that matters is the companies that are providing the AI services. So it can be a hospital chain that is taking up AI services, or maybe a government school or a private school that is taking up some educational AI services. So that's the next group of services who are adopting this thing. What are their interest in this? Their interest is possibly better quality of service, better profitability at the end of the day, and a better brand image. That's what corporates are driven to most of the times. The third important group whom we always talk about, and the other groups are possibly left out, is the AI developers. So there is a group of developers, and as Dr. Rohini was talking about, maybe a technology firm like Microsoft might be the AI developing company who is developing some of those applications for EdTech, for health tech, for agri-tech, or it can be any other application. So that is their interest. So their terms often they are commercial tools, and this can often be open source tools that they're using, and their interest is to bring the solutions to the market in the fastest time possible, ensure the safety of those applications and things of those nature. The first user group is the regulators and government, and they have to ensure that there is safety for the citizens and their rights are taken care of. And this can be also very country specific regulations that we are talking about. The government also has to ensure that there is a vibrant innovation and the industry goes in that country, because that growth and economic growth is also one of their very primary interests. The reason I bring this different groups is that the various groups that I interact with when I'm working with government is that we just don't look at the AI developer group, but we have to look into all the other groups, and how can we form a set of ethics and regulations that will take the concerns of all of these peoples together. And that often becomes a challenge. And because each of them has a divergent interest, and how can we bring all of them to a common ground? So balancing the stakeholders' interest, as I was talking to, there are various stakeholders groups, and how can we balance the stakeholder interest in this case? The one is the AI benefits. When we talk about AI, we always talk about the AI benefits, and who wants to take care of the AI benefits? It is definitely the AI developers, the people who are developing the AI want this multiple people to use it so that their benefits of AI are realized, and there is no nothing hidden in the fact that there are enormous benefits that we can derive from AI, as a lot of the speakers have spoken this morning. Next is the corporate. How can they use this AI to make their processes faster, cheaper, and more efficient? That's on those benefits. Possibly the bigger aspect that we often miss out is the safety. It can also be the safety and the ethics aspect, where the citizens are at the core of it. Yes, I know all the applications are developed with citizens at the core, but are there regulations in place? Often we don't have a regulation in place, and the industry is working in that direction. I'm working with a few state governments, which Dr. Rohini is also a part of, the Telangana state government particularly, where we are trying to come up with some of these rules where we work together in ensuring that this different partners can talk to each other on a common platform. Government, and then how does regulators form a role? In the previous session on the healthcare, they were talking of a central regulatory body who will do a lot of things. But the reality is that we don't have that regulatory body today. So who takes the call on that in the absence of the regulatory body? This was something that is very interesting, that Dr. Rohini also talked about the healthcare, a lot of the examples, and I also bring in the healthcare domain examples. It's actually quite interesting because it becomes quite easy to set apart what the stuff that we want to talk about. In the interest of time, I will run through a few things. Like healthcare, as we know, that can be used in a lot of those areas, from research to end of life to early detection. I'll not walk through all of this because we had just gone through that recently. There are a lot of applications that we are working in India now, like early detection of cardiac risk. Diabetic retinopathy is something that I think 5 major players, industry players, are trying out in the Indian context itself. Wadwani AI has done a lot of things with healthcare for the early child health. When we look at the societal issues in healthcare, there are these 3 basic aspects that we have to balance that I was just talking about. First, AI benefit. Next is patient safety, and third is ethical concern. And walk on to some of those things. The first one is that when we are talking about healthcare, when to use AI in healthcare is the first major question that comes. And the first is that the question that we have to answer ourselves, and this is coming from an angle of the regulator and the government's perspective primarily, is that is this AI bringing an improved healthcare output, or is it just improving the productivity of the doctor? So we have to answer this 2 questions. If the same patient is going to in a chain, there are 5 things done. In the first phase, all the 5 are done by a human. In the second scenario, maybe out of these 5, 3 are done by a human and 2 are done by a AI machine. At the end result, which one is better? We don't have studies of this nature, to the best of my knowledge, about this aspect. There are better things that, okay, as compared to a human judge in identification of some cancer images or some diabetic retinopathy images, machines are doing better than doctors or humans. So those sort of studies are there. But at the end of the process, like the overall healthcare of the patient, which one is the improved alternative? The second aspect that comes in is that when the AI is used in the healthcare process, do we actually tell the patient that, okay, certain tests of yours have been done and been looked at by a machine and not by a doctor? Do we tell that upfront? to the patient and make it transparent or not. That's a bigger aspect. And the law of the land, what the regulators decide, will be a very important part to play about how these things play a role. A lot of the things I was hearing to Geeta ma'am talking from Nidamai before the session, and she had an important aspect about rural healthcare. When we go on to rural areas where there is no doctor, in that case, do we use AI doctors or AI in some part of the process? I think these are very basic questions that we need to understand before we go onto the ethical aspect of AI that we all love talking about. And the rest of the slides also talks about those ethical aspects of AI, where we talk about the data, the bias, and the fairness aspect. And I'll quickly walk about these things. But when we are setting the regulatory framework in the country, I think we need to understand and answer these basic questions first. Why are we doing healthcare AI? Is it because we have less doctors, or is it giving us better outcomes? And I have spoken to some of the people, maybe not all the healthcare AI companies, but some of the healthcare AI companies, and they all have a mixed reaction around this. So coming to, again, the same issues that I think Dr. Rohini talked about, the issue of bias and fairness, and I'll walk very fast through this slide because this have just been discussed very recently in the last two. The first is that access to training data. The training data might leave out certain racial groups due to which there might be bias in the data. There might be comorbidities which the electronic health record do not capture, and then what do we do? How do we take that trade-off between collecting more data, my last point, that will increase the accuracy, and the cost, which is the time to market? Who decides that? How does we decide? Like, does a company decide on their own, or does regulators set a standard around that, about what we do there? Around the aspect of data privacy, medical health records, privacy became a fundamental right in India only in 2017 after the Puttaswamy judgment that came into. There are, I know, hospitals that are in India who are using health record that was collected long before 2017, and they are now making it available in anonymized format for research in AI. Is that the correct thing to do? We do not have a judgment yet on the personal data protection bill, and the non-personal data privacy Form 80 is still under discussion. And how do we take this aspect into consideration? The Ministry of Health has come up with the Disha Act, and people can read this in the interest of time. I will not go into the details, which talks about the personal data aspect from the healthcare angle particularly. All of you talked about the aspect of explainability and transparency. When a doctor is taking some decisions from an AI system, and he has to explain that thing and give a judgment to it, how does it do? In some of the deep learning algorithms, there is no easy justification that is provided as compared to, say, simpler algorithms like regression trees and stuff. How do we communicate those decisions to the patients? What are the objectives of the algorithm? The algorithms are fine-tuned for maximizing the prediction accuracy. Even if they give a wrong prediction, they give it with very high confidence. How do we circumvent that issue that we are talking about? When you're talking about the accountability and liability, I talk about this aspect because there is something about treating the patients, and there are various patient scenarios that can be considered. How can the doctor and the system collaborate in that whole angle? When there is a mishap, how do we hold the person or the doctor accountable? When it goes to the court, like something really, really bad happens in the healthcare aspect, that it goes to the court and there is a legal case going on and there is some fine and liability, how do you prove medical negligence? Medical negligence for doctors, there is a prescribed thing after the Consumer Protection Act came into being in 1986. There has been a lot of legal cases around doctors been filed in India, and there has been people have received compensation for that. And there is a very specified rules about three things that is followed. The doctor followed the right course of treatment, is skilled enough, and followed the best method suited for that patient in that condition. These are for a human doctor. Which of these scenarios can we expect for a robot? is something that we have to extend and see whether they are at all extendable or not. We have not started thinking of those lines yet. When we talk about clinical trials, and I know this is common knowledge now because COVID clinical.
Yes, Dr. Saka, this is Sarika. Sorry, I had to intervene, request you, because we are already at 3:21. So maybe if you can come up with the conclusive slides. I'm sure it's been, and we have.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
give me just 1 minute. Just the last.
Yeah. Also, there's been request from the audience which we are receiving it. So we would request Dr. Shivasa and yourself to kindly share your PPT so we can share it with the people who are viewing it. So we have many viewers right now who are there, more than 400. So we would want you guys to select, share your PPT, the version you want to share with us, so that we can share it further with the members, right? So over to you, Mr. Tata. Request you to wrap it up.
Yes, I will wrap it up in the next 2 minutes. So we have a very full-blown phase for clinical trials for drugs, and all of you know this because it's like common knowledge because of the COVID drug testing that is going on all over now with Oxford University and AstraZeneca and all. There is a procedure when we want to put a healthcare AI into the market. Do we have some defined success trials that has to be tried? Do we first try it on training data at your end, and then there is a training data at the regulator's end, and then when the states are met, then we tell that it is ready for the market? The third and the last one is that I wanted to just talk about, and I remember Dr. Geeta talk about it also, automation and job losses. I want to bring a very interesting aspect. I'm not expecting that robots will take over doctors, but then I want to take the analogy from the very interesting movie 3 Idiots that came a few years back, where we see engineers being produced from IITs or from engineering colleges, and they move on to do MBA and study finance. In 10 years' time, we might see doctors who are passing out, and instead of doing healthcare practice, they might be helping develop AI systems, because that might be a more highly paid job than sitting whole day and seeing patients. Because building healthcare AI systems might be a very sought after job, because they require a doctor to give in very insightful insights at the end of the day. So they might be spending a lot of the times there, and there they might transition. Doctors might be doing that job into training AI system rather than seeing patients. Well, how do we deal with that transition? And for now, I think it will be an augmentation model where it will help the doctors to do certain things, and the aspect of empathy and care will remain, which I think we are still far from replacing. I think with that, I come to an end, and thanks again to FICCI for this opportunity to present in this August gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Saka. Thank you, Dr. Rohini and Dr. Saka, for being part of this important session on ethics and security, which we all know it's an important component which is required along with AI. Thank you all. We would be staying connected to take the discussions to look forward in this area. Immediately, we move on now to the next plenary session, which is on another important topic, and we have all the eminent panelists who have joined in. We know that as the lockdowns are opening up, now thinking about streamlining the processes, cutting costs, maintaining the business continuity, and doing various measures. So now what the session focus is on now, what is the potential, and how we can accelerate the adoption of AI, especially in the post-COVID. And we have a very, very good set of panelists. I'll start with, we have Daisy Chittapalli, Managing Director, Digital Transformation Office, Cisco. Dr. David Hardoon, Senior Advisor for Data and AI, Union Bank Philippines. Mr. Ranganath Sadashivas, CTO, HPE. Ms. Aditi Avasti, Founder and CEO, Mvibe. And Mr. Sudhanshu Hait, Senior Principal Technology Architect, Infosys. And the session is moderated by Mr. Feroz Khan, Partner for KPMG. Sorry for keeping you wait. I think that was a spillover which has continued and it has gone on. So over to you, Mr. Khan. Important topic, and you can wrap up by 4:15. So maybe the time again comes with you. Over to you, Mr. Khan.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Sarika. So since you have already introduced the eminent panel members, so I'll not do that again. But just want to tell that the topic is very interesting, and the topic what just now Sarika mentioned is about AI adoption, and what is the real potential which we see that this AI would be leveraged across sectors. It's not only about one particular sector. Instead, it is across industry vertical, and specifically if we see that from the post-COVID era. And since all of you are there, you all are stalwarts in in your own industry verticals. So let's hear from you people that what do you really think about the AI adoption in your respective areas. Now, before I jump in, let me give you some context of it. When we talk about AI adoption, and that too particularly in different industry vertical, we all will agree that there are different industry verticals which are already using it. So it's no more a starting concept or a thought process. Instead, it has been matured enough. So a lot of industry vertical has started using it for different advanced analytics. And then if I name few of it, so let's take an example of manufacturing. If I talk about manufacturing, I think what we have seen is this: over a period of time, yes, data analytics was leveraged, and the same has gone to till artificial intelligence. But it's not only for the purpose of just doing predictive analytics or doing some cost monitoring or even monitoring the shop floor activities. It's much more than that. And what we have seen is this: the organization, specifically the manufacturing industries, they have started using AI for different purpose. So, the adoption is higher. People are moving on to Industry 4.0. There's a smart manufacturing process which is already coming up, which is powered by intelligent automation. Of course, IoT is the base for that. And this entire sector, if we talk about, there's a lot of adoption which is already happening. Most important thing which is to mention is this: that yes, the adoption is happening, but then there's a change management problem which is there in almost every sector if we talk about. Now, as I said, that it's not only about the predictive maintenance, monitoring, or shop floor activities. Manufacturing, if we see, even companies have started using it for the supply chain purpose. So how do we really model the entire supply chain, be it inbound, be it outbound? How do we really model the full shop floor activities? All of this are really happening with leveraging AI powered. The algorithms, the data is being modeled in AI. So really, manufacturing is one of the industry which has seen the adoption very high. But then let's talk about other industry segments or other sectors which was not a very high user in terms of the AI adoption. And specifically, if you talk about healthcare, because I know since March everyone is there in the in this pandemic stage, and everyone has really witnessed the problems which are coming due to various healthcare related things. Now, is it that we have seen AI adoption, or maybe post-COVID, do we really agree that yes, AI adoption would be there in this industry segment? And the true fact of the matter is this: that we never have used a word called as telemedicine earlier. But now, if you see in last 6 months, there are so many companies, so many medical institutions which has come up with this concept, and this is using AI technology underneath. And not only telemedicines, when it comes to real interaction between the patient and the doctor, AI is really supercharging that with the power of it. So healthcare is definitely seeing this, and I'm sure post-COVID also we'll see this getting spiked up. If you talk about media entertainment, since the lockdown, all of us have been stuck to Netflix of the world or the Amazon Prime of the world. I mean, that's also using the AI power with this. If you see the more and more personalized offering, or the more and more the personalized content which is coming up, which is nothing, which is a power given by AI. So this industry is also seeing the growth, and post-COVID also, I'm sure this will serve. The most important industry vertical when I want to spend time and want to go with some of the panel members also is the education industry. Many startups we have seen that they have come up with a very innovative idea using AI power, which really empowers this particular sector, this particular segment. There are a lot of AI based or virtual chatbot based classes, or the learning system or the education system which has already come up. There's it's no more a traditional learning. It's a learning which is very personalized as per the need of the candidate or the student. And then since we have Aditi with us, and Aditi is the CEO of Imbibe, which is a company which provides education technology platform, and truly it uses AI, which is obviously changing the face of the education. by offering personalized learning. And this is for different individual. In fact, I think it's worth to mention that she has also been awarded for this particular thing as an innovation award. So Aditi, why don't I come to you and start with you, because I spoke about education as a sector, and since you have already worked into this segment, so just want to understand that what, as per you, should be the priorities in terms of the AI adoption, if you think about this segment or this sector, and what will happen if the post COVID, when everything gets settled up. So what do you see would be the real change which will come into this? So would like to hear your perspective, Aditi.
So hi Feroz, hi everybody. Really excited to be here. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. So I think before we get into education and technology and AI, it's really nice to look at the world first principles, right? So the way I look at it, the content is always going to be what's required in education. And it's like you can never have, an art museum without the art, right? But the frame is technology. And the frame has to be unobtrusive and complementing the content that it showcases. The second thing is AI plays the role of the right painting appearing in front of the right connoisseur, because you could walk into a museum and walk out if you don't like what you see. So this is basically, I feel, how algorithms, technology, and content come together to play the right role in sort of making a learner improve his learning outcomes or her learning outcomes. Now, let me I want to actually show you guys some stuff, because it's always so much more fun to see the extent of application of AI in education. And I put together a short video, which I will just use to comment through most of my conversation with you. But before we go there, I wanted to talk about pre-COVID and post-COVID, right? So COVID has become this large marker in the edtech space, saying, oh my God, now everybody in edtech is booming. I think that that's a very irresponsible way to look at the industry. This is just my personal views, because even before COVID hit, around 30 to 80% of teacher posts have been vacant all over the country, just in India. We're going to run short of teachers. So the question is, how do you encode a powerful teacher brain from a content sequencing and a student understanding standpoint, such that the requirement of a great teacher from a talent supply standpoint, from a human supply standpoint, becomes a lot less. And we look for very effective social coordinators and we make them the best teachers. So this is basically what I feel. And I think that our mission would not really change pre and post, because we've just been steadily on the course of how do you solve this hard problem of using artificial intelligence. And by the way, AI is such a cool word. We're not a very cool company. We became an AI platform because that's the only way we could fulfill our product promise, right? So without sort of further ado, why don't I actually, I think showing is more powerful than telling. So why don't I kind of just show you guys, some stuff that we've been building. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to play this and I'm going to sort of walk you guys through some fun. So this is our new brand identity. It stands for personalization. We say education is now personal. So let's start to dive into what are the requirements to build for edtech or for education. The first thing is you need to build curriculum aligned content. We went for an OTT-like experience because we don't want students to feel that education is onerous and overarching. A large part of the time when people talk about AI platforms, they think about very boring entities that are not exciting on the front end. But if you think about Google search, Facebook, all of the biggest and best consumer products are the ones that consume education the best. Behind the scenes, however, we've built a lot of very powerful stuff. So if you see here, what you're looking at is a knowledge graph for education. So if I take it just back 1 second, I want to assert a very simple point, which is again, first principles thinking. What is the best part of a great teacher? They know how learning is connected. And we all know this. Anything you have learned or will ever learn, we say lifelong learners, right? Is centered around basic arithmetic and basic comprehension of reading. And then when you go to advanced grades, you draw upon previous grades. But have we ever seen what that looks like? So we said, from the age of 5 to 30, can you actually break down your content and your educational curriculum into tiny, tiny concepts and further into competencies? And can you mine the relationships between all of them? So what you're looking at right now is basically CBSE 1st to 12th grade concepts knit together and interconnected. It also reinforces what the new education policies say now, which is really there is nothing called a grade. There were lines as arbitrary as the paper partition of Africa, where people just sort of said that, this is how we can divide kids. So when we started 6 years ago, this was simply precursors and successors of concepts. Now it's connected learning sequences. There is a bunch of stuff. So if I want to decide how to teach a particular content, to the child, I will basically ask the graph, show me the shortest path if it's for an exam, or show me the most optimal paths to fix, and take the child as far back as required to fix any learning gap, irrespective of what grade they're at. So at grade level performance gets solved through personalization driven AI. Now, when you know what the weakness is, the next thing becomes, how do you give content to a child, right? And how do you sort of help the child learn? So in most cases, people learn through videos. We've invented a new experience to learn, which is browser-based learning, where the clickstream from learning events themselves becomes a massive, massive input to designing the learning system per se. So if you come to the dashboard for our AI platform in the back end, you actually start to now not just see the learning stream, the data from the learning stream to be played video, paused video, and dropped off video. At this point, you actually see frame by frame, the video had this learning object in it. This is how we interacted. This was the expected interaction. And then you sort of model whether that is working or not. So you basically rise up from content transactions, which is basically just consuming, and you got into closed loop feedbacks, or you close looping into personalized adaptive learning systems. And when you've done enough of that, you actually end up discovering that what are the things that actually impact learning outcomes proactively. There are other things like smart tagging. So for example, you have a concept or a question. If you're doing such deep classification, you need to know how to be able to create content in an effective way without using human intervention. So here, somebody put in like a handwritten note or a Word doc, and you basically used computer vision to decipher the question and arrived at step-by-step solutions. So if you're building for many, many curriculums, you're building for many, many different exam types, you want to make sure that you have the ability to set expert teacher tests, you have the ability to tag a question to many concepts, just like you do in an e-commerce portal when you upload SKUs and you want to know what this is it a shoe or something else? Then you bring it all together in terms of data, right, and personal constraints. And you say for every single child, I'm going to produce a personalized achievement journey, which could either be score-based or grade-based or salary-based, because what, the world works a certain way right now. And success is aligned to that. So how do we help the child, crack that and actually get a personalized achievement journey, irrespective of who they are or where they stand? And coach them on what behavior and that. So this is basically like what a journey looks like in the back end. So we have this thing. The other thing that I wanted to sort of talk about is it's not easy to build a platform like this. The commitment that you have to make as a company is towards a business model that allows you to gather the data to get to where you are. So not only did we build the graph, we've acquired over 500 million hours of engagement to understand how students perform when they engage with the platform. So just to summarize, what could be the role of AI in education, right? AI could basically help every student sort of, so let me stop sharing for a second, could help every student sort of discover, their true potential, because whatever be the goals, you can growth hack it. And then the underlying data captured by the continuum can be used to reform education at scale, because we're still spending 16 years times 16 years with 8 hours a day times 150 school days times 1 billion kids every year, when a machine learning algo could pick up most of this content and rote and comprehension within a few hours and be the equivalent of human intelligence. So the other responsibility we've taken on as a company, just a final comment, is that we're working on higher order thinking and 21st century skills, that while a child is consuming what is VibGyor, somebody should ask them what happens to the spectrum if there is no color red. And introducing these and introducing debates and other things, which kind of makes your mind really tick, like, should Ashoka have fought the Battle of Kalinga? What would have happened to the history of India if the outcome of the Second Battle of Panipat was reversed? So that's what we're building, hopefully for all of your kids, and we're coming out soon.
That's really interesting, Aditi. I mean, I'm sure that the viewers will get benefited, because learning is one of the most important thing, which I think everyone will agree to it. And the way you have taken this to a personalized offering, obviously you are using this, the power of the technology, what you are talking about, the AI. Definitely this is going to be a game changer, be it pre or post COVID. Definitely, this is going to change the entire learning methods and the methodology, which is different from the traditional. So let me go to David. And why? Because since we spoke about manufacturing, we spoke about education, TMT and all, there's one sector which definitely I think everyone will agree is financial services, which has been working, be it COVID, no COVID. This industry segment never got impacted due to anything. Now the question is, just want to hear your perspective. That what do you think? Like how are the different emerging technology, which is primarily I'm talking about the AIs of the world, is helping this institution? Because even in COVID era, we have seen this institution, this sector really working and keeping on their toes. So how do you think that AI is going to help this in terms of operationalization? And most important thing is the security one, because the more and more AI we talk about, the more and more security risks, obviously comes to this. So how do you deal with this also? So would like to hear your perspective, David.
No, absolutely. And thank you very much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure. So let me start off by sharing, one of the key important elements, and I think we can't underestimate it, whereby COVID-19 has put a tremendous push in terms of digitalization. Now, notice the difference that I'm making between digitalization and AI. But that focus on digitalization is in fact a critically important one, because many times in the stage of operationalization AI, it gets stuck with a lot of the necessities of the hygiene of data, the infrastructure requirements, the plumbing effectively that may have not been fully in place. So that's something that now has been really on everyone's agenda because of that necessity of engaging with consumers, services, as well as underlying providers. So that's the underlying infra level. Where does AI come in and provide a truly additional level in terms of operationalization? Is first of all, let's remember what AI really is. And let me break it down from the marketing hype associated with it. It's in an oversimplistic way. AI is fundamentally about finding patterns. It is then down to a business, to an organization, to an individual, to seeing how we can, lack of a better word, monetize those patterns. So to give you an example, and especially in the case of this increased digital engagement, is using more sophisticated machine learning, AI-based techniques, for example, in identifying suspicious transactions, irregularity in transactions. Now, having suddenly a sophisticated algorithm, quasi-bot-like, working together with people in identifying first and foremost which are the ones that you shouldn't be spending time on, because remember, now the volumes have increased dramatically on the digital channels. Which are the ones that you not be spending so much focus on, and which are the ones that you should be? And just to share with you the rates of improvement using AI solutions, we're talking about almost reducing, if not a third to more than 50% or should I say it differently, increasing efficiency from a third to almost 50% by leveraging on those capabilities of AI. And that's one example in terms of the ops and back end. Now, of course, you also have extreme value coming in from the front end by now actually having the ability of providing a more hyper-personalized, relevant, and specific services to consumers based on what they truly need, when they need it, and in a way how they need it. So it's a very much back to office, middle office, and all the way to the front of office. There are immense possibilities.
Great. So this is also interesting, because the way you have said that the efficiency will increase and using this technology, that's really in fact all of us are witnessing that. We are seeing that, and you're very true. In fact, even in financial services also, the way this is being leveraged in terms of lending, mortgages, wealth, opportunities are huge. So really this has proved it. Now, the most important thing which I heard from you is you spoke about the infrastructure part also, which I also truly feel like the underlying infrastructure has to be really robust. And I want to come to Daisy. First thing is, it's so good to see you again, because we have interacted in some other session also. So good to see you. You heard David talk about infrastructure, and since you come from a background and company which deals in infrastructure, networks, and all. So just want to hear from you, because when we talk about COVID, obviously there are different scenarios which comes to mind, and obviously there's a change which we expect in the industry. So what do you think would be, what's your expectation around the change in your industry, which is primarily related to IT, infrastructure, networks, and all? And in general also, if I talk about what's your view or what's your going on hypothesis when we talk about the post-COVID era. So would like to hear from you.
Sure. So Firoz, right? The nuances around what they care about, try and put some color on that. So there are 3 or 4 things that occupy space all enterprises. Clearly, they are focused on their customers. So customer experience is key. Now, the way they deliver customer experience before and after COVID has changed, because the customer is increasingly becoming invisible or remote or not accessible physically. So that's clearly the nuance. But customer experience was a care about before. It continues to be a care about after. The second thing that COVID did, and this one was maybe perhaps very, very visible, is supply chain disruptions. So customers have obviously first thinking about how to stabilize supply chains, and then planning for how not to have further supply chain disruptions if a pandemic or a disaster of this type or a black swan event of this type comes around next time around. So supply chain and how to keep it continuous and moving is definitely a boardroom conversation. There are many, simply because cost is a big concern at this point. Is doing so, clearly taking out costs through more efficient operations is definitely a care about. And perhaps the last thing which COVID has thrown into the spotlight, perhaps did not, maybe a lot of companies were doing lip service around, was this whole conversation around employee experience, because work from home has shifted the agenda away from just focus on customers and supply chains and operating efficiencies, and to the employee, because most companies have realized, maybe in a very hard way, that if the employee from anywhere that they are, then it becomes very difficult to match all of what you want to do on all the other parameters. And then cyber risk was always a concern before the pandemic, continues to be. If you look at, we're really living in a world where the data center and the identity is the perimeter, right? So it's really flattened the world. COVID has really, perhaps we were in that direction, but it's certainly a flattening of the, in that sense. And David alluded to it briefly. As a technology company, we don't look at AI as a standalone line of excellence. Certainly it is that, but as an infrastructure technology company, we really look at exposing insights and intelligence into decision-making processes and decision-making engines, right? So that's perhaps the most visible here right now. So even here there are AI engines which can transcribe this entire meeting, that can figure out, there are 2 Firozes on this call. The moderator is Firoz Khan. So that's engine that is already here, right? But that level is coming into every piece of tech, and they're the like I said, the complement and expose intelligence into the decision-making processes and engines. Customer who is in banking or in education or in healthcare, and so on. So I'll pause there.
Great. No, you also brought in 2, 3 very important points, which I think that it's very, very worth mentioning. One, you spoke about experience, that yes, that matters. And when we talk about AI, the underlying experience is something which matters a lot. So that's, and then obviously you spoke about security, which in fact David was also mentioning, and in fact I was talking to David also in the same regard, which is also very important. So it's not only the underlying infrastructure, but yes, there's an experience also associated to it. Then only we will see that real difference, which is coming out. Now let me go to Sudhanshu. Sudhanshu, since you come from NP and being an architect yourself, would like to connect the dots. And when I say connect the dots is basically, want to understand from you that what's your outlook, if I ask, in terms of various applications, because we are talking about AI. So yes, there's a relevance of AI, ML, there's a relevance of IoT, and we spoke about so many sectors. You heard we discussed with Aditi on education. I spoke about healthcare. Financial service we also spoke about. So I want to understand from you as an architect, Sudhanshu, so what's your outlook of the applications for AI and ML in these segments and these sectors? How do you see this getting stitched together and connected together?
Thanks, Firoz, for coming to me. I think it's been very interesting to hear all the panelists, and thanks for having me. I think AI, means it's been said, Andrew Ng says this, the AI is the new electricity. I think the fourth industrial revolution that is being driven is from AI, and there's huge amount of interest, and obviously I'm very, very enthusiastic and interested in AI. I have been working for last many years. The new possibilities that AI bring in, like Daisy mentioned, as this conference is going on, there is a back-end insight mining thing that is happening, right from transcriptions to figuring out who is talking, what is being said, who is saying what is their sentiment and all that, right? So all this was probably not possible maybe a few years before, 3 to 4 years before, because we had to rely on probably the last 5 minutes or certain key moments in the conversation where who said what and pick up that sentiment or pick up that emotion and say that this was the key moment in the conversation kind of thing. But today the AI provides us the capability to actually go through the complete conversation, figure out what happened at what time, and it gives you significant insights. And that is happening primarily because of multiple capabilities that are coming in. One is obviously the speech capability, which is doing the transcriptions behind, and that has application across the industries, whether it is call centers, where we connect and ultimately we are asked to give feedback. And that feedback could be a moment in time where we say, okay, on a scale of 5, 4 or 5, what we feel. But the real feedback is how the conversation went over last 10 minutes or so, and how our emotions went and what went back and forth between us and executive, right? And that gives the real insight, that gives the real product opportunities, hidden opportunities, and that is available to enterprises today. That drives the complete new set of opportunities for enterprises, whether it is in financial segment, telecom segment, manufacturing segment, each segment. In the financial segment as well, if you are talking, you're placing your trades, many a times you have to go back and say that I didn't place that trade, there was a mistake from the trader's point of view or the trader's desk point of view, and there is no way to support that. You have to go back to the call center conversation, all that. But with the speech engines that are available today, you can mine such insights. So that is on the speech. Obviously the chatbot is more mainstream now. Lot of front-end apps uses chatbot, but beyond that experience, there is huge potential in the conversation that happens. Second is obviously the documents that are there and unstructured data in the form of contracts, in the form of KYC documents and all that. And basically there is a huge opportunity to automate that, derive insight, derive intelligence from that unstructured documents and quickly do that. Otherwise, it takes huge amount of effort, time and cost to digitize that information, structure that information, and then start finding the pattern. Again, AI, NLP is making that possible. Again, applicable across industries, whether it is tax audit, finance, legal, healthcare, and AI is powering that. There are platforms, including our own platform, that helps you do that. Then there is a computer vision. The driverless car has been kind of pushing this concept for some time, but now more and more, how do you do a lot of things, right? From when you enter the store, what all products you browse, the experience that you get on a web channel, the same experience can you put it into a physical store, where when the customer came in, where all he went, what all he spent time on, what he bought, what he didn't buy, right? That is available in near real time to a store's executive to really plan their product shelves and stuff like that. Similarly, also on the railroad side, on the car accident side, which are the places where accidents are happening, why it is happening, using because the CCTVs and the similar kind of setup is already in place, but how do you use that data to derive intelligence, figure out pattern, and have an impactful way to really influence the human life, where the accidents keep happening, but there is no way to figure out really why they are happening and how do you stop those, right? So computer vision industry, use cases can help you do that. And similarly, there are other areas, be it just simple conversations over the textual mediums that are happening, be it blogs, articles, where you have to figure out what things have happened in that article. Like, I want to just find out which are the 10 Bollywood stars that were named by Ria in her interrogation. I don't have to necessarily go through the complete article and figure out, okay, A was named, B was named, and that insight is available. And this AI is what it is doing is it is primarily making a lot of things that we just thought out few years before real. And the opportunities and the possibilities are immense. And if I have to take one example and one industry, I think healthcare, because we are in the mid of pandemic, a lot of people have lost their near and dear ones. And I have a very, very interesting way to look at it, that it is how come these two industries, especially healthcare and legal, they always used to hide around certain regulations or certain ways, saying that this is not possible. There always used to be a barrier where this is not possible. We have a human intensive industry, we need very strong touch points. Whereas if in IT industry, if we have to turn around any project, be it any complex project, we have to turn it around in a critical situation within a given time frame. We don't get these years of time when it is impacting the human health and human life. Whereas these industries, in legal industry, if I look at, the person dies, but the verdict on their cases comes after they are no more there. In the healthcare industry, what we are seeing today is there is huge amount of damage that is happening, but the amount of time it is taking for trials, discovery, and all that is huge, and that has impact to all businesses, all human life. So how do we? There is a now natural transition to come to this, where how do we reduce this time? We can't be in that situation where IT has to have a complete work from home. We had this transition few months before, that we can't have 100% work from home. We don't know whether people are working and all those kind of inhibition. But when we were put into the difficulties, I think we came out flying color. And the same is required and will happen with healthcare and similar other industries, whichever were not very aggressive on adopting first and foremost the digital part, and the next maturity comes in the AI. I have a cousin who works in a legal industry. He works for a high court, and I always have a debate and discussion with him that why does it take years for you to turn around cases? And he always say that we have these processes. This is how we have to look at it from human perspective. And finally, I told him the other day, why don't you treat AI like your third umpire? The way we have in cricket, a third umpire giving a decision, and it is not necessarily the final decision. Use that capability, use that input to decide and accelerate your action, accelerate your course, so that you can progress faster. So there are huge amount of opportunities that were there even before. With AI, they are there. Now I think everybody has understood the importance of speed. The importance of speed was not there probably before, because people were in their own zones and their own thinking that things have to be done this way, and that is the way to do it. But now with this pandemic, I think hopefully a lot of things will open up, and a lot of people will think innovatively and creatively to make things possible. So from a AI architect perspective, I think the opportunities are immense. The problem statements are immense. And the second part, or the other side of it, is the innovation that is happening in the AI, be it open source, be it algorithms, be it the cloud, the ecosystem that is providing the necessary compute. All that is coming well together. The amount of data that is required to do and build models and then use these models to quickly deploy it into environment and start giving results. All of that is coming together well, and hopefully these synergies will help us improve the AI adoption, and I think realize things that are mundane move out, and we have more time for all of us to spend more time with families and other things.
Thanks, Sudhanshu. In fact, you have connected all the dots very well, which talks about different industry vertical also. And in fact, you spoke about so many sectors at an enterprise level, and that gives me all the reason to go to Rangnath because generally what happens is this: we keep on talking about different industry vertical from an enterprise point of view. But one thing which we miss is this: that is there anything for the smaller industries or the MSMEs in the world? So we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about AI, ML, and all those things. Is it only for an enterprise? So let's hear from Rangnath, because you come from an industry which deals into all segment, be it enterprise, be it MSMEs, and you have various product offering to this. So just want to hear from you is this: what would be your advice to the MSMEs who are considering a shift to online? Because in this pandemic, I think all of you will agree is this: more and more MSMEs now they are becoming digital natives, they are moving online. So how is it that they get benefited by using AI, or is it only for the enterprise and the biggies, not for the MSMEs? So Rangnath, would like to hear your perspective on this.
Hey, thanks, Firoz. Just before I start, today's Engineers Day, so want to wish, we are talking about technology. A happy Engineers Day to everyone who's there on the call today. So I guess MSME is one of the business segments that we definitely go and address. But is there a limitation, or is there a conservative approach that one needs to have towards MSME or any kind of organization? Is very debatable. To me, technology knows no caste, religion. If it is creating the right kind of impact for their businesses, it will be adopted. And AI, to that extent, I feel is a very important technology. I think we have spoken about the viability of that as a technology. The need for having AI in every given segment is all established today. So from our perspective, it is our ability to ensure that we are able to accelerate these kind of AI journeys in organizations. The use cases are very, very diverse. So you essentially have to look for some amount of commonality and some amount of differential aspects for every given customer, because the use cases are so diverse today. What is good for one organization is definitely not good for the other one, as we see. So in that context, it is a journey for every given organization. So if I'm able to accelerate that journey for them, simplify that entire journey for them, help them unlock their insights, then helping MSMEs or large organizations around AI becomes an easier task. And that is what is our charter when we look at what we try to do from our organization, whether it is the tools that we come out with, or whether it is the infrastructure that we were talking about, or we were talking about data per se as well, how we can cleanse that data and make it available for AI tools to really use that entire stream of data points and intelligence that is there. But what I also see is that, in certain situations that for MSMEs, even though it's not a complete fit, some solutions are really making a lot of sense. And the deployment of that is starting with very rudimentary experimentation, right? Whether it is video analytics to start with in smaller organizations, or using that in their manufacturing processes. I know for sure, when we talk of telemedicine, people have used AR, VR to a great extent, right? Along with AI tools together. So I see the first efforts, the green shoots coming out in terms of utilization of this technology. I think whether it happens with a cause or a need is something that the businesses will have to really tell us about. But every CIO we are speaking to, or every organization you're speaking to, wants to have an AI strategy. They want to delve with, they want to figure out what they can dabble with and come out with, in their respective organizations. That's how I see the MSME segment as well. One that is, curious to understand this technology, and I'm sure they will experiment a lot as we move on, because I see this as a wave across every given entity in the country today.
Very, very rightly said, because even that's the general sense also, because the curiosity is there. We can see that, and the fact of the matter is this: if you see most of the MSMEs, specifically if I talk about the consumer and retail segment, you
Right.
see that they are moving towards the shift of the e-com. That's a curiosity. That's something which they are curious to move and leverage more and more technology. So definitely that's going to change it. So the fact of the matter is this: it's not only enterprise, but yes, when it comes to the smaller and medium also, definitely we will see that change which is going to come up. So in interest of time, we will not go with other, but there are a few questions which I definitely want to take up for the benefit of the audience. And one of the very interesting question which has come is this. Let me read that question, and any one of you who feel free to take up that question. The question is this: we are talking about AI, ML, and different technologies. Even you mentioned about the AR, VRs of the world also. Now, the question is this: where do you see India after 5 years in terms of adopting this technology and really leveraging it for efficiency? So, anyone has a point of view?
I'll make a few comments, Feroz.
Yeah.
Which exists. The assessment is that about 30% of companies in India use AI for some meaningful business outcome, and that number is expected to go up to 80% by 2023. And parallel to that, I think Niti Aayog has done a study which says that AI deployments will add 1.3% of growth annually by 2035. So in the next 15 years, 1.3% growth will come from directly attributable to AI. So the AI initiatives in the country. I will say that a lot of conversations have happened around banking and healthcare, which where the early AI deployments have happened, right? So we always look at early adopters as test points of whether an idea will work and whether it has a real life use case that we can use it for. And I will look at industries, but I want to give you two examples from industries which typically are not the place you will look for. Rangana talked about MSMEs, but let me talk about two other industries: agriculture and construction. And the reason I picked these two in India is because it's largely unorganized. It's largely considered to be there. And if you're seeing the green shoots of AI in these two industries, then I think these predictions about 80% in the next 3 years and 1.3% of growth addition in the next 15 years is true. And the good news is, in agri, we have pilots on the ground where farmers are using AI to decide what crops to plant, when to plant, what resource inputs to make, whether that's water, fertilizer, or pesticide. What's the efficiency of some communal farmers, because we have very small land holdings and they actually rent farm equipment on in community basis. What's the equipment utilization like? They are also using, and the government and some banking institutions have started to look at data to decide which loans have to be written off, which insurance claims have to be approved, what speed at which they can be done. So, all of I think one of the earlier speakers spoke about all the stakeholders having adoption use cases. And agri is a space where we see the government using it, we see the farmers using it, and we see other institutional users like food buyers, agri buyers, and banks using it. So that's one very good thing that's happening. I think in the construction industry, again, largely unorganized, largely the realm of not so corporate names. That for the bulk of the industry is really about laborers who are not really big corporate names in themselves. Again, you are seeing AI is being used to create many versions of a BIM model, do project management, to predict labor force capability requirements in project to project, all of those. So I think if we are starting to see real life use cases in the most technologically disadvantaged sectors of our society, I think these data points that in 5 years from today, we will certainly be at that 80%, 100% number in India across all sectors. And for India as an economy, this is a space of very few skills worldwide. We have a young demographic. We are either number 2 or number 3 as far as the startup ecosystem and innovation is concerned. So we must also look to, in the next 5 years, to reinvent ourselves as a center of excellence for AI globally as well. So that's the opportunity for the country. So just giving it back to you.
Firoz, just on that point, I remember reading some kind of stats which spoke about, when questioned, people were asked about, how beneficial is AI. I think almost the highest numbers was in India when people said AI is going to benefit them in some way or the other. Irrespective of the typical fact that people believe that AI might take away the jobs, but they see the benefit in a bigger sense. So that kind of answers the sentiment around the question that was asked as well.
Very true, because I mean, see the number what Daisy is talking about, 20% moving to 80% in 2023. I mean, that itself talks about the growth. If we talk about the adoption today at 20%, that itself, and the agri example and agri analogy is perfect, bang on. If you see that, if forget about MSMEs, if in agri this thing can happen. So obviously there's a tremendous opportunity, and we'll see that growing, and very rightly has put in by Daisy that India is a hub for innovation startup. So definitely this is going to come up. So at least the questions which the audience has put in, they should not be worried about it, because yes, the uptake would be there, and next 5 years and next 3 years definitely there's a lot of adoption which will already happen into this segment. So in interest of time, we will not take one more question which has come for David. So I'll just take that question and then we'll end it up in interest of time. David, for you, there's a one question specifically for you. And the question tells that, what are the global best practice when we talk about leveraging AI for social good and financial sector? So audience wants to hear from you.
Wow. And how many hours do we have?
Well, very quick. So let's say in 2 minutes if we have to know.
No. So if in Hemingway, if I had more time, I would write you a shorter letter. So in 2 minutes, if I can send best practices, and in fact, I think this is best practices for all industries, not just finance. Is one is to remember that data science, AI, machine learning, or however you want to refer it, isn't technology. It is very much dependent on technology, and we need to remember the requirement of layer, but it's not about technology. Equally, it is not just about the business. It's this segue in between. So when going down this path, it is truly important to understand that how do you bring together people from different cohorts of the organization, from a technological point of view, from the business-centric perspective, from the data scientist point of view, and how do you bring them together to truly identify how to solve a problem, how to create the solution, and then most importantly, to operationalize it. I find that we at times come up with wonderful ideas, excellent proof of concepts, but kind of forget that we need to actually get it going. So it is too important to focus on the operationalization as well. So that's what I can say in 2 minutes.
And very rightly you have put in that it's not about what and how, it's more like how do you really operationalize it, because generally people think about great technologies and all, but then it has to come and solve the business problem, for which that operationalization challenge is always there. So we really need to learn about that operational issues. So thanks a lot to all of you. In interest of time, we'll have to wrap it up, but just to summarize that, yes, different industry vertical, the message is very clear that AI is going to be leveraged for different industries in different forms, in different segments. And next 2 to 3 years, as Daisy mentioned, that the growth would be very high. So there's a lot for this, technology as an enablement, and we will see that growth even post-COVID also. So thanks a lot for all of your time, and it was wonderful talking to you. Over to you, Sarika.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, and thank you for everybody for ending up this session on a very positive note. Morning we started off when the government said that we all have to work towards a vision of that 1 trillion digital economy, and of course AI would be the major contributor in that. Daisy did mention about the 15% additional GDP contribution. So that's something which numbers we are looking at, and I think the discussion which the panel had across sectors, and especially taking the analogy of agriculture and construction sector, I think it is a really good future we hold in. And of course, Dr. David mentioned about the global practices which he thought about can be actually taken it over. We all agree that there are the difference between the POC and the real production is a major challenge apart from data and other things. So that is something which needs to be taken care of. And I'm sure that will be something which we will work, and that is being taken care of by the organizations. So thank you all. Thank you all for such a thoughtful session. I'm sure our audience have learned a lot. It was a really good learning experience throughout the day which we had. So I would like to officially thank you, Ms. Deji Chitapalli, Dr. David Hardun, and Mr. Ranganath Sadashiv, Ms. Aditi Avasti, and Mr. Sudhanshu Haight, and of course our moderator, Mr. Khan. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and we'll stay connected for further discussions. For the viewers, and just for the benefit all, there are more than 450 viewers who are online right now, so you can understand the questions which we are receiving. But in the interest of time, we could only take up 2 to 3 questions. So for the viewers, you can just post the questions to us, and we were happy to take up with the individual panelists offline. So thank you all. With this, we come to the another session, which is now which is on the mentoring the innovators of tomorrow. The session will be taken forward by Ms. Rachel Burshin. She is a global program manager of Carnegie Mellon University. CMU is one of the partners for our event as well. And like it is said that what we do today defines what we get tomorrow. In the similar lines, what we teach today will define the world tomorrow. So Ms. Rachel will further take us through the CMU's RISS program on mentoring the innovators of tomorrow. Over to you, Ms. Rachel Burshin. Can you hear me? Yeah. She's there.
So much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Really.
Welcome. I would say good morning to you, and of course, a very good afternoon. Good afternoon to the viewers who are there online. So, over to you. Now the session is with you. Please take it forward. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Sarika, thank you so much. And thank you to the FICCI community for giving us this opportunity to connect with you today. Over the previous hours, you've been talking as a community about how AI, how robotics, high technology is impacting all of us. And so what I'm going to be talking about this afternoon is how, as a community at Carnegie Mellon, within the Robotics Institute, we thought about how do we, and to reach back to one of the former panelists, David, how do we operationalize? How do we work on really creating innovative groups and create opportunities to ignite new scientists? So I'm going to be talking about a replicable, innovative research program that is specifically trying to mentor future scientists. And I will be also talking about and providing information about some free teaching resources about robotics and AI, specifically looking at connecting math with robotics. So I'm going to try to share my screen, and we'll see if this goes well. And okay, there we go, there. Okay. Sarika, are you able to see everything?
Yes, Rachel, you can go ahead. It's clear.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So, okay, please let me know at any time if you're not able to see the screen here. So, Carnegie Mellon University is located in the eastern part of the United States. It is noted as a school of excellence for many subjects. Specifically, there's a lot of attention about robotics and AI and computer science. So today I'm going to talk about the role of higher education and industry in developing talent and around robotics and artificial intelligence. Why do we look at this? Why are we even interested in this? Because we know, and thinking about the previous session, robotics, AI are going to contribute to the development of opportunities, economic growth for the vast parts of our society. It's going to impact so many aspects of our lives, whether that be through transportation. We see a lot about autonomous vehicles. Logistics is being transformed. Manufacturing, there's so many competitive advantages that we can capture through that. It can become safer in mining. Agriculture is a very interesting conversation. Financial engineering, defense, communications, healthcare. We're seeing the impact of being able to, of the biotech and how tech can help us in times of need around health, energy, media, and other things as well. So I would like to first play a short welcome from my colleague, Dr. John Dolan, who is unable to join us this evening for you, but the morning for us. And John wanted to say a few words.
Hi, and greetings from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Carnegie Mellon's Robotics Institute. My name is John Dolan, and I'm a faculty member at the Robotics Institute and the director, along with my colleague Rachel Burson, of the Robotics Institute's Summer Scholars Program. And I just wanted to briefly give you greetings and thanks and tell you something about the impact of the RISC program. I'm sorry I can't be there in person because of class responsibilities that I have. Thank you very much to FICCI for the great support you've given to the program in the past. It's been foundational to what we're doing, and it's enabled us to fund students who have then gone on to do great things. And then the second thing is the impact. The funding that FICCI has provided and the support have led to great opportunities for students, and we take great delight in seeing them go on to graduate school, develop a passion for research, or nurture one that they already had when they entered the RISC program, and in some cases go on to become faculty members who then give back by helping us with RISC students and with other aspects of the educational program at CMU. So again, briefly recapping, thank you. Thank you very much for the support and for the continued interest. And don't doubt that the impact of that support and the impact of any support in the future has been and will be tremendously beneficial in students' lives. Thank you.
Okay, so we really want to thank FICCI for being an early supporter and partner for the Summer Scholar Program and thinking about how we can really help to ignite future and open futures for researchers from around the world. Carnegie Mellon is very special in the area of robotics. So we're one of the largest groups in robotics and have played a major role in the development of some key technologies. I'd like to talk about a model and a program that can be established by individual universities and colleges and replicated. So at the Robotics Institute, we've created a platform that enables students from around the world to come to our university to be immersed in guided research. We amplify that with professional development in a mentoring and nurturing relationship. So there's really three pieces to this model. Guided research, we have over 25 faculty members and labs across the Institute. This enables students to have an opportunity to really explore a number of areas of robotics. So students have the opportunity to work very early on and to do research in robotics. If we are going to have the leaders in 5, 10, 15 years that each of us in our communities need, we need to ensure that early on in the student's career that they are being inspired, encouraged, and prompted to think about complex, nuanced problems. So I'm going to be talking about the undergraduate space now, and then moving to the K-12 space later in this conversation. So the program was started in 2006 and has been very successful. But we started as a really small program with an idea, what if we were able to take the kind of research experiences that we expect of graduate students, and could we scaffold the types of supports that students at this early age would need to begin to explore? And what we've seen as a trend globally since 2006 is that research is being embedded earlier and earlier into a student's career. So we see that translating into high school, into project-based learning, and to other opportunities for students. Through this program, we've hosted students from over 50 countries. And really core to this experience is working with the students in a cohort, including scientists from around the world, including scientists that are within our community there, and then helping to scaffold opportunities for those students to explore and learn. So students are immersed in their individual research experience, but then are exposed to as many parallel projects, different types of projects, so that they can start to make really interesting connections. The students, as I look at these pictures here, the students that came and they're trying to see, what are next steps. So many of these students are at top universities, are at some of the best companies worldwide. And they really felt that this spark, this opportunity to have guided research made the future possible for them. We need students that are being engaged, that are being prompted, that are immersed in, rather than just doing projects within the classroom, rather than just competitions. These are all part of the student experience, but can we move as a sector, higher education, to provide really deep opportunities for undergraduate students early in their careers to explore what is research? How do I think about a problem? How do I scaffold an approach to work on an aspect of that? How do I scope? How do I communicate what it is that I am doing? We've been really lucky at the Robotics Institute to have industry partner. Industry is absolutely essential to the success of the program. The students need to see their research and where it could be in 5 years. They need to understand how that connects to what is going on and what the needs are. This group here that you're seeing in this picture, these are the founders of one of the largest robotics companies in the world and an IEEE president, coming to share with those students that what they're doing right now is relevant to their future. So we find ways to get students who maybe are interested in something that's more theoretical to do hands-on activities. And then we get students that are in different aspects to explore topics that they've never thought about. We also, through the program, make very direct connections for them with younger students and teachers. They are the generation that will lead. They are the generation that will be teaching. And so we scaffold and create opportunities for the students that are with us to then teach, to share about the projects that they're working with. RIS is really a transformative program. So it is a simple model, but it requires really a community of effort. And in each of our communities, we've had groups that, and still have groups that are underrepresented in STEM. And if we look at the impact of AI, if we look at the impact of smart automation, of robotics, we want to make sure that all members of our community are able to engage. We have so many female scholars that come through and then go on to PhD and other programs. We work with the students to help them build critical skills, and that's part of the model. What are the skills that it's not about a summer, but instead it's really about almost a whole year of preparing, immersing, and then post-program coaching. So it's a simple model, but it requires a community to lift. The students learn how to present their research results to a number of audiences. So we saw earlier where one of the scholars was presenting to teachers and to students. We talk about that. What is the role of a scientist? How do they contribute to public discourse? We also work with the scholars to be able to write and present. So each university can work with their undergraduate students and the students that they might host at their own university to create, to publish, to present. And so many of us are recognizing that we need to do it much sooner. We need to give the students the space, the opportunity, and the mentorship so that they can create and invent what we will see in the future. We've been really fortunate to have a number of partners, and we start that journey with the students at their undergraduate, and then we continue post as well. So many of the summer scholars will come and stay on at Carnegie Mellon or return to Carnegie Mellon as graduate students, as staff members, as researchers. And for this fall, we've had over 25 offers of admissions to Carnegie Mellon. So graduate programs. It's really a journey that we need to be linked on together. We work extensively with industry throughout that process. So students are designing, they're solving, they're approaching, and industry has a huge part of that to help them show what the future will be. It's not about education in a vacuum. Instead, it's about how do we connect all these pieces? How are we and what are we doing together? What are the key problems that industry is facing? What are the key problems that as a society we're facing? And we're working on that together. The number one thing that we try to really impress upon the students is that this is part, as a scientist, you're part of a community. And the work that you do has value. The contributions that you make through your research and through those efforts are value. It is equally valuable, your teaching, your mentorship, your coaching of other students, your contributions to community. And these are part of being a scientist in this day and age. So I invite any of the participants that are here today or are watching this to reach out to us if you're interested in exploring this model, talking through some of the possibilities, but really thinking about how is research, how is higher education, can I partner with industry to bring opportunities to students to innovate sooner? And the majority of the research projects are really looking at something critical. So we need to go beyond competitions and projects. Those are some of our first steps with students. We need to go very deep with some of the research steps, and we need to walk with them on those first steps to help them to build some of the core skills that are going to go forward with them. So as a university, we're embracing and working with and supporting graduate students, undergraduate students, but we also need to make those linkages to the what would be kindergarten to 12th grade in the United States. And we talk about community of how are we going to really mentor, teach, and help that generation to grow and learn. And every university has that mission and that objective. And I'll be talking in a moment about a partnership with a Carnegie Mellon spinoff. So this is RoboWits is a spinoff from Carnegie Mellon University that is in the self-driving space, so autonomous vehicles. And through that industry, through that a partnership that was formed, this company has developed a series of free resources that are available worldwide to help teach math. So we need to inspire students. We need to remove some of the barriers to high-tech careers. And for us, as a community in the United States, we're looking at how to excite students, but also how to help them build some of the foundational strengths that they need to be able to pursue high-tech careers. and how to help them make those connections to careers as well. So COVID-19 has had a great impact on all of our educational institutions, and we're working through that at Carnegie Mellon. But it has also brought some opportunities that may not have been there previously. It's given us an opportunity as a community to think about equity, to think about access, and to go beyond thinking. So this spring, through a partnership with RoboWitz leading content creation, so that Carnegie Mellon spinoff, we created a partnership to produce a TV show that would teach math through the lens of robotics. We worked with a public broadcast station, a series of those. So Pennsylvania has 7 different broadcasting stations on within our Commonwealth. We created a series that enables us to really reinforce. So we're teaching about critical math concepts. We're trying to make those connections for the viewer. What is the math behind this piece of robotics? And we're also trying to decrease that perception that maybe STEM careers aren't available to everyone, by helping the students realize that if they invest in some of their high school math courses and really those cycles there, that there will be new worlds and new opportunities to them in the future. The series is called The Robot Doctor, and this is a series that we put out to 5 million households in the US. In Pennsylvania, it's going national. It is available free to stream or download at this website here, robowitz.com/education. And we also have created a offline learning channel that can be used with a Raspberry Pi. So there's a lot of ways to use this to create access. And that was one of our concerns during COVID-19, is that how many students wouldn't have access to materials. So we decided to make this broadcast on TV also streamable, downloadable, really as easily accessible as possible. And now we're driving offline pilots as well. There's a number of math lessons. There are 8 different lessons that are available for download from anyone from the community. And they help to tie math to robotics. So we go through and we look at robotics, and then we talk about some examples of learning about a robot, but then, what is the math behind that? So we look at robotics, we're going through and we're explaining what's important there. And then we're linking it back to the high school math that they're learning. There are also free and downloadable homework questions as well. So the series can be watched on TV. It can be downloaded, streamed, used in an offline format. There are student prompts, discussion prompts, and free homeworks as well. So we're working and we're launching a series within the US where it's really a collaborative and co-design for the next stages. Very early on, we were working with stations across Pennsylvania and also a group of teachers. We've launched a program in Pittsburgh that is completely free to all of the educators in our area, and it's called the Robot Doctor Pioneers. So as a industry, as a company, we are creating technical solutions, but we realize that we also need to be contributing to education as well and creating an awareness and accessibility for robotics and AI. So we are launching a series of supports for educators to learn about ways to connect math and robotics. So I invite anyone that is interested in learning more about the Summer Scholar Program and that model, or would like to visit and download some of those materials, go to our website, you're welcome to do so at robowitz.com/education. The materials are there free to download and to use in your classroom or after school environment. And we're using those materials to support educators and just the learning of math through the lens of robotics worldwide. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you and to join you this afternoon. And I wish you a really good end of the session. Again, thank you to FICCI for the opportunity to share this information with you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for taking us through to the whole presentation and letting us know the efforts which is being done in this area and the immense work which is being done by the course and the intentions with which is being run and the various partnerships you are running in. And I'm sure the participants who have been watching it, if there is some questions to it, we'll of course like to share that offline with you and maybe connect with them with you, because I'm sure the slides, everything which you have shown has risen interest. In fact, I could see questions being posted to us. If you're fine, then I'd like to take those questions with you. So, Rachel, are you okay? Okay,
Yep.
so one of the questions which participant is asking is, from RISI, how do you see the future of industrial robotics post-COVID-19?
So how do we see the robotics post COVID? So COVID is showing us that robotics is going to be even more important. And I'll give an example of that. If we look at maybe healthcare, we've seen how many technologies need to be infused into creating situational awareness, to cleaning, to working on our environment. So robotics is going to be even more relevant post-COVID. It's going to, in some areas, speed adoption as well.
Sure. So I'm sure that's something which other speakers in the earlier during the day have also risen the same thing. So in fact, we had the creator of Sophia being here with us in the morning. So we also had a good discussion on AI and robotics there and the potential the robotics have in the coming years. The another question is, does this program provide any introduction to robotics course for kids?
So the RI Summer Scholar Program does not provide, the target audience for the RI Summer Scholar Program is undergraduate. So if you're looking at the early childhood or maybe up to age 12, there are a number of robotics programs, FIRST Robotics, VEX Robotics, that are available. In the high school space, the Robot Doctor, those materials are free and downloadable and is really appropriate for ages maybe 12 to 17 and beyond.
That's helpful. So I'm sure you made the eligibility criteria for IRIS is very clear. So that's for the benefit of the audience. I think that's all. Thank you for that multi-time there. Benefit of the audience, we have requested you to join in.
Okay, wonderful. Thank
you. RIS and thank you, viewers. Thank you, viewers, for being patient throughout the day. Bye. Bye-bye. With this, we had come to the closure of our AI conclave. We had a day-long insightful discussions and interactions, and I'm sure there has been a good learning experience for all of you. Please stay connected as FICCI. We will stay committed and we'll keep on having another various other knowledge seminars and conferences, and we'll keep you posted on the discussions. Subscribe to our FICCI YouTube channel and we will stay connected. If you have any feedback, kindly post it on the chat. And thank you all for joining in today. Thank you.